Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Fox Sin Part 1 Greed Chapter 1. Greed in the land of Japan and the world at large exists a population of humans who are superpowered. It affected around 80% or so of the population. Some abilities are strong, others weak, some just plain weird. This is the story of a boy who will develop a power never seen before, and how he may see it as a gift or a regrettable curse. In a small house district, a small boy was playing in the streets with a ball. The boy was around 5 years old with curly green hair and freckles, and he was playing with a small girl who had brown hair and round pink cheeks. The two children kept playing catch until the girl's quirk accidentally activated and the ball was sent floating across the street. The girl went after it since the light was red, but then suddenly a car came barreling down the road straight for her. The boy, not wanting to see his new friend die, ran towards her and pushed her out of the way, which made him get run over by the car in her place. The car swerved and crashed into a light pole, and the boy tumbled to the ground, his little body broken. Heroes, cops, and paramedics all arrived at the scene and scooped up the kids, taking the boy to the hospital where he was treated. However, something miraculous happened. The boy's quirk activated in the operation and all his wounds healed. Within a matter of seconds there wasn't a scratch to be seen. The boy was then sent home to his mom, who was relieved that he was okay and happy that he got a quirk, but the boy wasn't that happy, for you see, he was led to believe that his female friend wasn't so lucky. Time skip, 10 years later, the same boy was walking down the street and was heading to his junior high school. He had changed a lot over the past few years. He was now around 5 feet 9 inches or even 6 feet 0 inches. His skin was tan, his hair was styled in a spiked manner and his eyes looked more sly and angular, looking very fox-like. He also had elongated canine teeth and he now had a muscular build, possessing a set of well-developed abdominal muscles, and also had a bit of a slouch. He also had a small red fox tattoo on the right side of his abdomen which was above his waist on his left side, as well as a large scar given to him by his friend Bakugo during sparring, that is on the left side of his jaw and extending down to his neck. Ever since then, his life has changed. His powers grew stronger every day. He was on his way to school before he found a roadblock. A villain was on top of the Tatooine train station. Well, that looks like fun," the boy said, placing his hands on his hips while grinning. There were 3 heroes in the area, Dead Arm, Water Duct and Kamui Woods. They were having a pretty difficult time taking down the villain. I suppose I could lend a helping hand. Could be fun." The boy grinned. He reached out his hand and made a grasping motion. Snatch, he thought as his arm bulged and twitched and the villain lost his footing. Gotcha, he smirked. This was Izuku Midoriya, and his quirk was called Fox Sin, a quirk that not only allowed him to steal the physical attributes of others or objects, but also granted him something that many people would consider a gift. He has a nearly halted aging factor and unfathomable levels of self-regeneration, practically making him immortal. This power gave him 2 names, which were very fitting, Izuku the Fox Sin of Greed and Izuku the Undead. Though this would be considered an awesome quirk to most everyone, Izuku thought of it as a curse. Because the day he got it, someone died and he lived, which had racked him with guilt ever since he was little. The battle continued as Kamui Woods went to activate his ultimate move, the lacquered chain prison. Yeah, get Kamui, the boy cheered, pumping a fist into the air. The villain saw the pro approaching and bellowed. Get away from me or I'll break you, toothpick, he yelled and swung his arm. But before Kamui could finish his attack, a giant foot collided with the villain's skull as a woman kicked him across the road, knocking him out. Izuku seemed to deflate at this development. Come on, I really wanted to see Kamui beat him, the boy whined in dismay. The woman that landed finally rose. Her skin-tight suit was holding her body together, her ass exposed. Money shot, money shot, money shot, money shot. A couple of guys spoke while taking pictures. Izuku couldn't stop himself from facepalming. Figures, once the villain was taken away, Izuku went to school and sat in his usual seat. Alright class, I think it's time we start settling on your future careers. The teacher spoke. I could pass these forms out, but why bother? He grinned before tossing them. I know you all want to head to the hero course? That's when everyone else started cheering as they started using their quirks, which was then interrupted by someone. Hey teach, don't go clumping me with the rest of these rejects. A blond boy with red eyes said, his feet on his desk. I'm the real deal here. These emitters would be lucky enough to be sidekicks for some D-bucket lister. Hey. This boy was Katsuki Bakugo, a young prodigy of the class and also Izuku's best friend and rival. In fact, he was the only one to give the immortal boy a permanent scar, so the said boy regarded the scar as a special case. All the students of the class gave boos and gestures to the kid, but were unsuccessful in getting under his skin. The teacher looked over the list. Ah yes, Katsuki. You plan on going to UA, right? The students gasped and muttered to themselves. Izuku chuckled. Hell yeah, he is. He passed the mock tests and initiations. Kachan has what it takes to pass UA by a long shot. He then added. As expected of my #1 rival. He then got up and walked over to Bakugo's desk. However, I'm also going to enroll, he said, jabbing his thumb towards himself. So you better watch your back, or the fox sin of greed will rob you of your spot right from under you. Hey, that a challenge, Deku? Bakugo smirked. Feel like making it one? Izuku grinned, holding a fist out. The blonde smirked as the two did a fist bump. The green-haired boy smirked. Speaking of, he placed his arm on the desk in an arm wrestling manner. Care for a rematch before class starts? Bakugo smirked. I say bring it. He slammed his arm down as both grasped hands. Ready, the boy sang. This tone was a force of habit from hanging around Bakugo and his crew for a long time. Go, Bakugo said as they started arm wrestling, the desk cracking under the force of their strength. 720 times, if I remember correctly, and I do. I beat you 361 of them. The green-haired boy smirked. And today, I add another win to my belt. Bakugo smirked, using his quirk to add some heat to the wrestling match, bursting heat under the cracking desk. This struggle went on for 5 minutes before the teacher told them to take their seats, which caused Izuku to lose focus and Bakugo slammed his arm down, nearly breaking the desk. Ah, not again. Izuku groaned. I always lose when I get distracted. Ha. That's another win. Bakugo laughed. Yeah, I hear ya. The boy sighed as class started. After class was over, Izuku started packing up. He was putting an old notebook he had with him, his hero notebook. He was extremely greedy when it came to anything, especially knowledge, hence his nickname. With all I saw this morning, I'll probably know everything I need to make my own special moves killa. Izuku smirked. That's when Bakugo came in behind him, looking over his shoulder. What are you writing? He asked. Izuku showed him his notes and then continued to write. I find that watching people and taking cues from them helps broaden my combat scope. So to do this I take notes on everyone I can. He then flipped to a page that was on the blonde. See? He asked as he showed the boy some very detailed notes, which even included a detailed sketch of him using his quirk. Planning ahead, huh? Hey. Smart move. The blonde exploder commented with a chuckle. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's about time I actually become useful for once in my miserable life. The fox sin sighed, looking at his hand as he clenched into a fist. And make this curse of mine actually help someone. Katsuki sighed in exasperation as they walked outside of the room. You're still hung up on that? That accident happened over 10 years ago, you've gotta let it go. Easy for you to say. You weren't there when it happened, Izuku retorted. Ururaka's dead, and it's all my fault. Why can't you understand that? She should have survived that accident, not me, he continued, his eyes burning with grief and guilt. Katsuki could only sigh. This had been a long-time guilt that had lingered on ever since that day, and his childhood friend just couldn't seem to let it go. It wasn't healthy at all. But he didn't know why he took it this hard, at least until they both got older. You really did love her, didn't you? He asked his best friend. More than I even realized at the time, the green-haired boy sighed in sorrow. Tears slowly started to appear in his eyes before Bakugo smacked him in the back of the head. Hey, don't cry, idiot. Heroes don't cry, he scolded the immortal teen. Izuku looked at him before shaking his head and drying his eyes. Right, sorry, Izuku told him. As the two headed out of the school, Katsuki decided it was time for them to part ways. Well, I'm headed this way. See you tomorrow, Deku. The explosion maker said, turning to the west side of the sidewalk. See you tomorrow, ya mad bomber. The fox sin jabbed jokingly, getting a bark of laughter in return. The green-haired teen sighed as he took a shortcut home under a bridge. Before he headed home, he wanted to go to the nearby high buildings to do his usual version of clearing his head. But as he did, he felt his depression slowly grip him again while unbeknownst to him green sludge suddenly popped out from inside a sewer port behind him. And he didn't even notice it when it suddenly moved towards him and enveloped him in its knackish grip. You'll make a nice meat suit for me to hide in, kid, he said in a distorted voice. Figures. How many times have I been jumped by villains and killed again, Izuku thought as the sludge man suddenly started entering his mouth. I lost count. But, do I even care anymore? Sigh, oh well. Maybe we'll both get lucky and he'll end up actually killing me. Hopefully. He sighed as his vision started to fade and he slowly started to suffocate. Suddenly, the manhole covering was knocked off the entryway, causing the sludge man to pause and turn in its direction. There stood a large man, easily over 7 feet tall with broad shoulders that gave him a width half that large, unbelievably chiseled and toned muscles which cast shadows over his body. But the most striking feature of this man was his blonde hair, which had 2 extensions that stuck up above his head, and the massive smile on his face. "Don't worry, everything is fine," the man said in a deep voice. "Now that I'm here, that is," he added. "No, not now," the sludge man said in fright as the large man charged and reared his fist back. "Texas SMAAASH," the man yelled as he delivered a powerful punch which caused gale force winds to blow the sludge villain off Izuku as he slowly began to regain consciousness. "Damn it," was all he could think at the moment. It was around 8 minutes later when the boy woke up to the mountain of a man lightly slapping his cheek to wake him up. "Hey, wake up, kid. Come on, already," he said before Izuku smacked his hand away. "Alright, I'm up, quit slapping me, already," he snapped in irritation. But as his vision cleared, he saw that the man that stood before him was none other than the number 1 hero. All Might. This made the boy almost immediately go into fanboy mode. "Whoa, what the? All Might? What are you doing here?" the boy questioned. "I was chasing this sludge villain, and I'm normally more aware and try to prevent innocents from being caught in the crossfire. Who knew that navigating the city's sewer systems could be so difficult?" he shrugged. "Literally everyone due to the fact that everything looks the same down there." Izuku deadpanned. "Well, there goes my chance to drown my emotional pain in physical pain," he sighed underneath his breath. "Sorry, didn't quite catch that," All Might said with a hand to his ear. "Don't worry about it," the immortal said dismissively. With that he got up and grabbed his stuff. "Anyway, thanks All Might," he told the man. "All in a day's work for a hero." The hero smiled. "Well, until we meet again, young man. So long," he told Izuku before he crouched down and leapt high into the air, until he noticed that Izuku was hanging on his leg. "Don't mind me, just hitching a ride," the boy told him, right before the mountain of muscle started trying to pry him off. "Let go already, I love my fans, but this is too much," he said as he tried to get him off his leg. "You were jumping towards a building in the direction I was headed. I just thought I'd save myself some time and energy. But if you preferred I let go now, I guess that's fine." Izuku shrugged before he let go of All Might's leg, and made the blonde realize that if he fell from this height, he'd surely die. "Wait," he shouted as he quickly grabbed him, but his hand was smacked away with surprising strength after Izuku sapped some of his strength. Clenching his hand, the Fox Sin just looked at All Might before letting himself fall with an accepting look on his face before. Thud. Crack. Asterisk. The boy landed back first on the street below with a sickening crack, his body becoming mangled from the impact. All Might quickly changed course and landed where Izuku had crashed in hopes of trying to save his life, only to get a big surprise. "Damn it, not even falling from that altitude will do me in," he cursed in frustration. The top hero could only feel confused by all this. "Damn my stupid immortality, I hate this," he yelled, almost ripping out his hair in frustration. "Young man, what is your quirk?" All Might asked as the green boy got up and dusted himself off. "It's called Fox Sin. I got ridiculous healing abilities and my aging has slowed to roughly the same speed as the slowest snail on record. In short, I'm basically immortal," he explained. "Oh, and I can take physical properties from anyone I choose and make use of it, and steal objects," he added. "That's a very unorthodox quirk," All Might nodded in astonishment. "You say unorthodox, I say a curse," Izuku said. "When I got it, someone died. And on top of that, it allows me to steal things. I wouldn't be surprised if anyone would think that I was a villain," he added before looking at All Might. "I got great power without earning it, be honest with me All Might. Do you think a failure like me, someone who wasn't able to save a person who wasn't meant to die, could honestly be a hero?" he asked him, with an agonized look on his face. The highest-ranked hero looked in his eyes and could see the despair in them. He hated seeing that look in people's eyes. However, before he could respond to the boy's question, he suddenly started to cough and steam started to surround him as Izuku's eyes widened at what was happening before his green eyes. "No way," the boy gasped as he saw the man suddenly change right in front of him. As the steam cleared, in the buff hero's place was an extremely skinny man with sunken ghostly eyes, almost lifeless hair and was very scrawny. He honestly looked like a walking skeleton. "Ah crap," the man groaned. "All Might, what the hell happened to you?" Izuku gasped in shock. He got his answer in the form of the man sitting down before he lifted his shirt to reveal a nasty-looking old wound. "This is what happened. I got this in a fight 5 years back," he explained. "Holy, wait, you mean to the meat toxic chainsaw did that to you? That's not how I remember seeing it," the immortal boy said in confusion. "Wow, you certainly know your stuff. But no, this isn't from that fight," he replied as he lowered his shirt. "My lungs were basically rendered catatonic and my stomach is basically gone, and unfortunately it's unlikely it would be able to be fixed," he added. "If I could help, I would. I'm not sure if my healing factor can be shared with someone else." Izuku shrugged with a sigh, wishing he could help him out. Hang, now that I think about it, he said as he walked up to the man and then bit down on his thumb, causing it to bleed. Let's test it, he said as his blood dripped onto the wound. The weak hero was about to protest when he suddenly began to feel something off, and in a good way. A few seconds passed and his stomach wound slowly started to become nothing more than a pale scar, and he could very clearly feel his stomach slowly start to grow back. However, the small amount of blood he was given seemed to only be able to heal those two areas, which left his respiratory system still in its current condition, unfortunately. Okay, my stomach managed to grow back, but my lungs are still unchanged, he reported after it ended. Well, at least this is good for something, Izuku said, sitting next to All Might. So what fight caused that anyway, he asked. That's something that needs to stay under wraps. If word got out that the symbol of peace got critically wounded, people would lose their spirit and villains would take advantage of that to cause chaos, All Might replied. Fair enough. The boy shrugged, before his expression became depressed again. Now about your question. Mind repeating it again? The symbol of peace asked. Can someone like me, who should have died but didn't, become a hero with a curse like mine? The immortal repeated. Even if I failed to do the one thing a hero is supposed to do, save someone? All Might looked at him thoughtfully. He had seen this kind of case before. This boy had survivor's guilt, but he could also see that something else was bothering him, but he decided not to pry in case it was too personal. To be honest with you, I think you'd make a fine hero with a quirk like yours. But I think the one thing that's holding you back is your mindset. The blonde explained. Experience has taught me that heroes with a mindset like that are destined to fail, he added. So what I think you need to do is try thinking of your immortality not as a curse, but rather a second chance to make sure that you will never fail an innocent person again. Izuku looked down and thought. Was thinking of it as a curse really the wrong way to go about it? Had he been hung up on that day for no reason? Suddenly, everything began to make sense. He really was given a second chance to make sure the same incident never happened again, and he'd been squandering it. Still, it was going to take some time to pull himself together. The sight of his female friend presumably dying in front of him still fresh in his mind. All Might, have you ever lost someone you cared about? The boy asked. The man looked at him before he sighed sadly. Yeah, my master. She was murdered by a villain who is, for all intents and purposes, my equal. I tried to save her, he said, but didn't finish. Yeah, I lost a childhood friend in the accident that gave me my quirk. Izuku nodded. Guess we both have that in common. That we do. The blonde nodded as the two fell into a brief silence, right until an explosion occurred in the distance. What the? The immortal jumped in surprise. What in the world is? The symbol of peace started before he noticed that the bottles containing the sludge villain were gone from his pockets. Oh crap, he shouted in alarm. Don't tell me, Izuku groaned before clutching his head in realization. Oh my god, it's my fault you dropped those bottles. No, I should have been more careful, don't blame yourself, All Might told him. In any case, we've got to move and see what we can do to help. Are you willing to try and right this wrong, young man? He asked. You bet your ass I am. The immortal teen growled in reply. With that, the two ran and kept running until they reached the scene of the explosion, and saw the same sludge villain giving the many heroes on duty trouble. And also had someone hostage that Izuku recognized almost immediately. Crap, he's got Kachan. He cursed angrily at the sight of the sludge villain holding his best friend hostage. Friend of yours? All Might asked. He's my best friend. And now this bastard's got him. This makes me so angry, he growled with his fists clenched. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not gonna stand around and let another friend die because of my mistakes, he yelled as he pushed through the crowd and started running towards the villain and using his powers to steal its perception, causing him to become invisible to it as he whipped out his weapon from inside his bag. A silver 3-section staff. Phantom Hunt. He yelled as he went invisible to the green blob. Then started twirling his staff as purple energy surrounded it. Fox Hunt. He yelled as he started swinging the weapon around. Most of the hits did nothing, but the staff user took note of how it was guarding its eyes the most. Alright ugly, take this, he yelled as he hurled his bag at its eye and made it loosen its grip on Bakugo. Gah, what the, Deku? What are you doing here? The blonde yelled. Shut up and let me get you out of this asshat's body, the green-haired boy shot back. Channeling his power again, he used his staff to stretch it around Bakugo and then started to pull, but unfortunately he was unable to move it very much. All Might watched Izuku struggle like mad to save his friend, and wished he could help, but then he remembered the boy's words about not wanting to stand by and watch a friend die again. Those words struck a spark inside of the hero, and he was barely able to manage enough strength to bulk up again. With Izuku, he had just been knocked to the ground and was about to be smacked by his aggressor and braced himself for the impact. When he felt a gust of wind and no impact, he looked up and saw All Might standing there. Young man, thank you for buying me the time I needed, and thank you for inspiring me to go past my current limits. The symbol of peace told him. Now, allow me to return the favor, he said as he grabbed both boys with one hand, then raised his free hand. Detroit smash, he yelled as he punched down on the villain, causing it to go flying off Bakugo and caused a wind funnel to form. Everyone just stood there in silence for a moment before. Hey, it's raining, someone noted as rain began to fall. Whoa, All Might changed the weather, another said in awe. He really is amazing, a third cheered. All Might saved the day again, a fourth cheered, causing everyone else to start cheering loudly. All Might looked at the crowd before glancing at Izuku and Bakugo, who had been momentarily knocked out. Once Bakugo was checked on, everyone was telling him that his quirk was amazing, and that he'd definitely make a good pro. Izuku on the other hand, got a few mixed reactions. You sure have a weird quirk, kid, Dead Arms told the boy. Had you become a villain instead of a hero, I doubt many could stop you, honestly, Backdraft nodded. Be sure to use your gifts for good like you did today, you hear? Kamui Woods told him firmly, because I think they'd do well. No argument here. Izuku nodded. After all that was done, Izuku made his way home as the sun was setting, then Bakugo came up behind him. Hey, Deku, he called his friend who turned to him. Huh? Oh hey Kachan. The fox Sin said while looking over his shoulder. I just felt the need to let you know that, well, if I'm being honest, you didn't really do shit. The ash blonde shrugged. Yeah, I gotta admit I wasn't much help. The green-haired boy shrugged before turning towards him and giving the blonde a fierce look. But I wasn't just going to stand by. I mean, I got these powers, so I might as well do something good with them. And besides, his gaze then turned soft. I lost Ururaka, so I was not gonna let myself lose you too. He told the explosion boy. Thanks for throwing yourself into the fire to save me, Bakugo said after a moment. Hey, what are friends for? Izuku smiled as he held his fist out to his friend, this being a genuine and warm smile. A rare occurrence with the frequently depressed immortal. Yeah. Bakugo nodded as he accepted the fist bump before they parted ways. But when Izuku was halfway home, All Might suddenly appeared in front of him in his muscle form. I am here, he said as he posed in front of the boy. What the? Where'd you come from? The immortal squawked while jumping back. Better question, what are you doing here? He asked the number one hero. Getting away from the press. All Might shrugged, right before he suddenly turned into his true form. URG, he groaned as he turned to the boy. Young man, I wanted to talk to you about what occurred earlier today, the man told him. What about it? Izuku asked. I told you that you could become a hero with your powers, but not with your mindset. But today, I saw that it was your grief that spurred you into action, causing you to move without thinking. Just like a real hero. The man explained, before bowing his head. I apologize, I should not have been so narrow-minded. Wait, are you saying I can become a hero, even with my mental baggage? The boy asked hopefully. If you can learn to use that as motivation to become stronger, then yeah, you can. The weakened hero nodded in confirmation. This caused Izuku to clutch his chest as he smiled shakily. Yes, he thought happily. You hear that, Ochako? I can become a hero, and I will. I'll do it for you. All Might sighed as he stretched out his arms. I deem you worthy of my power, my quirk is yours to inherit. He told the immortal boy, causing him to snap out of his thoughts. What do you mean by that? Izuku asked with a raised eyebrow. And so, it begins. 249 Chapter 2. Opus 1. The Day, Play the Day Eng. Cover by Jonathan Young. My breath has stopped at 5 in the morning, a calm that spreads before the storming. Biting my nails at emergency exits tell me where is tomorrow. The day has come. A gold and radiant background shines as All Might stands in front of it with his back to Izuku, who is looking away from him with a depressed expression on his face before he glares and tries to reach out to the man in front of him. Then images of the students in their costumes appear, except for Mineta, who was replaced by a boy with short hair similar to Ururaka's. Before the title, My Hero Academia, Fox Sin appears. The night won't let us see the sun, the rain will last till the next millennium. I hate to say both are here to stay in this world we share. Izuku is seen looking up at the rainy sky before he lets out a depressed sigh and starts walking to wherever he's heading as images of his past notebooks are seen. Then he stops walking as a negative image of said notebooks falling and of the accident that gave his quirk flashes on the screen before the scene changes. Still, it's not odd in the slightest you're walking half asleep and you're tripping like this. I'm not one to criticize it, even if I care. The scene then changes to Izuku and the boy from earlier, Ururaka's twin brother Tada, as children smiling at each other before it shows them back to back with different school uniforms on them before it changes to them in UA uniforms and angry expressions before they turn to each other in their costumes and attacking. Then the scene shows Shigaraki reaching out to the screen and then All Might punching the screen as the scene changes again. Play alone in your fantasy, ashamed to show the things that you're imagining. What do you see? The image shows All Might in an intense fistfight with various villains along with the students as other villains are shown going by in a fast sequence. This included a scene where Izuku is shown with an unconscious Ururaka in his arms before he lets out an enraged yell as a black and green energy explosion engulfed them. Then it changes to more villains being fought by Aizawa and his combat scarf. The maze is twisting, ever twisting. Do you plan to see what you're missing? The sound of a bell from a tiny adventurer signals a new beginning. Are you sure that you're not shaking? Such uncertain roads you're taking. Every step that you take it is changing you. Where is tomorrow? The day has come. Chapter 2. This is my immortal academia. Izuku stared at All Might for a solid minute before his head cocked to the left in confusion as he raised an eyebrow. Inherit? What the hell are you talking about, All Might? You going senile or something? The teen asked, thinking that he was hearing things. No, I'm not going senile. The man replied somewhat indignantly. I'm aware that the identity of my quirk is a very hot topic on the internet, and that they assume it's raw strength or some such nonsense. But that's actually not the case. He explained, getting a curious look from the immortal in front of him. What is the case, then? The boy questioned, folding his arms over his chest. I was not born with this power, it is a sacred torch that was bestowed upon me by someone else. All Might explained, arms outstretched. Whoa whoa whoa. Hold it, Izuku said, waving his hands in an effort to make him slow down. This has got to be a joke, right? I mean, it goes against everything we know about quirks. I mean, seriously. He started to say before he slowly started rambling on as thoughts and theories buzzed through his head. This was a habit he had as a consequence to his brainiac side. Okay, he's starting to overthink it. The skinny man thought with a sweat drop. Quit nerdin' out. He shouted to snap the immortal out of his thoughts. It's true. I can give you my abilities. This power of mine, its true name is One for All. It's a quirk that stockpiles power as it's passed along, enhancing the quirks of those who wield it in the process. If they already have one. The hero explained, as his outstretched hand shined with light. One for all? What is that supposed to be, a Three Musketeers reference or something? Izuku asked in a deadpan tone. All Might sighed in exasperation. Man, this kid is a tough nut to crack. He thought, young man, the reason why I'm telling you this is because I have been on a long hunt for a successor to give One for All to. I had planned to go to UA for a candidate, that is, until I ran into you today. Really? The boy questioned, still skeptical. Yes. When all those heroes stayed idly by, you ran towards the danger to save that kid, even though you were sure that at your current level you wouldn't be able to do it. The blonde nodded. That is what makes a hero, jumping in against all odds to save a life, which is what you showed. So after seeing that, you want me to be your successor? The immortal boy asked with a raised eyebrow before he let out a chuckle. Alright, then, he nodded. No reluctance, good to hear. The symbol of peace smiled. Well then, tomorrow, meet me at the Dagaba beach early in the morning. It's there that we'll begin your training. You got it, the boy replied with a nod before walking home. When he finally got home, the boy slumped to the ground as he let out a shaky breath and finally let his emotions catch up to him before he started to softly cry, both in relief, joy and a small bit of lingering grief. It was then that his mother came from inside the kitchen and saw her son where he currently was. Izuku Midoriya was not much different from when she was the first time she took her son to get his quirk examined and registered. She was slim, with an attractive set of womanly curves that definitely would make her any man's dream. A soft peach-shaped ass and a C-cup bust with all the accompanying features. Though when she saw her son chuckling and crying at the same time, her face immediately turned to one of worry. Izuku, are you okay, honey? She asked. Why yeah. I just got offered to training from All Might himself. And I can't help but remember that she'd be right there, hugging me in delight, if she were still alive. He replied as he continued chuckling and crying. Izuku knew who he was talking about, and sighed in sadness at the fact that her son hadn't moved on after all these years and at how true his words were. If only she were still here, then his pain would vanish, she thought as a tear escaped her eye. She always hated it when her son would enter a bout of depression, and she hated it even more when he attempted to kill himself only for his quirk to stop all those attempts dead in their tracks. Kneeling next to him, the woman took him into her arms. She felt her son lean into her embrace as his tears continued to flow. I miss her too, sweetie. Not a day goes by where I don't, she said soothingly. But if you were offered training from All Might, then I think you should take it so you can honor her memory, she added softly. I will, Mom. That's something I plan on doing, count on it, he nodded. The next day, the following morning at Dagaba Beach, Izuku was using all his strength to move a fridge that All Might was sitting on top of, and although he was able to move it around 5 feet, He soon found himself falling on the ground seconds later. Hey, it's pretty comfy up here on this fridge. How are things down there? All Might called in his buff form. Ya know, people move these every day, and most of them don't have any super strength, he added. Yeah, but I've got, 600 pounds sitting on top of mine, the immortal retorted from his spot on the ground. Nah, I've lost weight, so even with my stomach back I'm down to just 560 these days, in this form at least. The man corrected. Thanks again for that, by the way, he added with a thumbs up. No problem. The boy nodded with a smirk. So, do you mind explaining to me why I'm dragging trash around at the butt crack o' dawn? I thought you said I'd be inheriting your power? He questioned. But it's not that simple. Due to the combined strength of One for All's past users, the force of it is equal to a typhoon. Using it as you are now would blow your limbs off your body. The mountain of muscle explained before he remembered something else. Though I am sure your own quirk would negate that. I'm pretty sure you don't exactly enjoy regrowing lost limbs. Better safe than sorry, he added with a shrug. Whoa, you mean this could kill me? The boy yelped before he shook his head. But, yeah, I mean I've always trained my body to get tougher every time it regenerates, but depending on how I got the wound usually determines how long it takes. So I can see your point. He then tapped his scar. I mean my friend Kachan, the guy who got caught by the sludge villain, gave me this. A wound that took over a month to heal. So I can definitely get lasting damage if I'm not careful. I see. Definitely something to be careful of. All Might nodded before clapping his hands. Now get back to it. The entry exams are 10 months away, and we have a lot to do, he exclaimed while gesturing to the huge heap of garbage. Right. I think it's about time this beach got a much-needed cleaning, the boy nodded as the training and cleaning of the beach began. And so Izuku kept working day in and day out with all might and following his aim-to-pass American dream plan, and bit by bit was starting to get the beach clean and start to build on his already impressive physique. However, one day during one of his few days off, the green-haired boy was walking through town, and as he did, he saw a young girl who was around 7 or so trying to walk while carrying some heavy books to the other side of a walkway. But then she accidentally tripped and started to fall backwards. On instinct, Izuku dashed forward and caught the girl, but her books still fell to the ground, much to her disappointment. You okay, kid? He asked her. Yes, thank you. She nodded as she started trying to get the books again. Izuku decided to help her, but both stopped when a young boy came up to them, who seemed around 8 or 9. He didn't seem happy when he saw Midoriya's hand on the girl's head in a friendly head pat manner, and seemed to take it the wrong way. Hey, get your hands off my sister, he yelled. Calm down, kid. All I did was help keep your sister from hurting herself and even help pick her books up, the immortal said, not understanding why the boy was getting all riled up over what he was seeing. Though unfortunately it seemed like with most kids at this age, his words went in one ear and out the other. You get away from her right now, the boy yelled. He had white wild hair and sharp feral eyes with equally sharp teeth, and he decided to use his quirk, which was apparently the ability to send small black balls with shark-toothed mouths on them, which then proceeded to chew off several chunks of Izuku. TCH, you got a lame sense of gratitude, kid. The immortal sighed boredly, not even fazed by the fact that chunks of his body were being eaten. As they slowly grew back, the small girl got in between them. Big bro, stop. He was only trying to help me, not hurt me, she told him. Around the next corner, All Might was in his true form, and was watching the ordeal, trying to see how his soon-to-be successor would deal with this situation. Wait, what? The boy asked as he looked at Izuku, who was already regenerating. Is that really what was going on? He asked. Yes, it was. Any reason you're so overprotective of her, if I may ask? The green-haired boy asked with a raised eyebrow. We're kids and easy targets for villains. I'm just trying to be a good brother, the boy explained, before bowing his head. I'm sorry, sir. Please, is there any way I can make it up to you for this sin I've committed? He asked. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at the boy's words. Kid, let me tell you something about sins. They are permanent, and they can never be removed. It doesn't matter what you do. It stays on you forever. All you're doing is trying to keep your sister safe. That's not a sin. He explained, causing the boy to look down in thought. True, genuine sins. No amount of repenting can ever atone for them. He added. So be sure to pray that you go your entire life without committing one. All Might was astonished by the wisdom that his student had just laid on the kids. This filled him with pride. He was so proud of his young pupil, however. Stab right as the boy was about to finish talking to the kids, a silver spearhead lodged itself into his chest, and on the spear rested a boy with brown medium-length shaggy hair and 2 bangs framing his face, brown eyes, fair skin, and pink cheeks. He was wearing a long orange and green sweatshirt with a hood and dark green sleeves, quarter-length dark green pants, and short boots with large buttons matching the hoodie. He also seemed to have a bear tattoo on his leg. The spear itself was silver and blue with a pointed square with a hollowed-out middle holding the head and seemed to be made of some sort of unknown metal. "Glad you finally realized that," the new boy said with a grin as Izuku spat up blood. "Hey Izuku, it's been a while. How goes? What's wrong? It's not like you to be so quiet." And who the hell are you supposed to be?" Izuku asked, not recognizing him. "Who am I? Well, that hurts my feelings. You mean you don't recognize me?" the boy asked in a fake hurt tone. "I don't remember you at all. Sorry there, bud," the immortal said, still very much alive with the spear in his chest. All Might tensed up behind the corner he was hiding in. What was going on? "HMPH. I guess it doesn't matter. The important thing is, you're Izuku Midoriya, the fox sin of greed. Or should I say," the boy said as his spear started spinning at high speeds, drilling through his torso. "Izuku the undead?" he asked mockingly as his spear flew back to him. The immortal in question just turned to him as his injury healed itself. "You're really starting to bug me, kid, and I'm getting sick of your tone," the sin of greed said as he wiped the blood from his mouth, before turning to the kids behind him. "Both of you might want to leave. Things are about to get heated here," he told them. "Right, thanks," the boy nodded as he and his sister ran. Izuku then glared back at the kid above him as he stood on his spear, levitating. He looked to be around 5'6", 4 inches shorter than him. "I know your sin," the boy told him. "Come on, even if you can't remember me you can still remember your own sin, can't you? You know that terrible, awful crime you committed all those years ago?" All Might was suddenly confused. What exactly was this boy talking about? He got his answer when he spoke again. "To satisfy your selfish desire and greed for a powerful quirk, you waited until an innocent girl was about to cross the street and pushed her, causing an accident that gave you your quirk of eternal life and took hers away," the brunette yelled. Izuku's features immediately darkened. "I'm right, aren't I?" the boy continued as Bakugo slowly started to approach the scene off to the side. "Alright, what the hell is going on here?" he asked. "Hey Kachan, ya mind not butting in, I'm kinda in the middle of something here," Izuku told the blonde behind him. "What are you doing fighting out in the open? Uo won't let you in if you get caught like this," the explosion user told him. "What's my deal? Some little punk just attacked me and started a fight," the fox Sen told him as he pointed at his assailant. Bakugo followed his finger and saw him. "What the, king, is that you?" he asked with squinted eyes. Izuku's eyes widened after a few seconds. "Tell me how that little creep is supposed to be king," he yelled at Bakugo. "What, can you not tell? He just lost some weight," the explosion-loving boy said in confusion. "Lost some weight? That's not even the main issue here," the immortal snapped loudly. "What in the world is going on here?" The symbol of peace thought in total confusion. It was then that he decided to come out of hiding. "Yo, young Midoriya, over here," he called as he walked over to the three boys as King slowly floated to the ground. "Oh, hey sensei," the boy greeted casually. "How much did you hear?" he asked after a moment. "A fair amount," the man said, before facing the rest of the group. "So, who's your friend?" he asked. "That's Taita Ururaka, or as we used to call him back in the day, King," the blonde explained. "We call him that because when we all used to play King of the Hill as kids, he always won," the immortal added. "Which was because his chubby ass always cheated," he snapped as he pinched Taita's ear as he remembered a younger and much chubbier king. "Ow, hey, knock it off, damn it," he cursed as he tried to get free of the angry green-haired boy's grip. "Serves you right for trying to kill me, ya jerk," Izuku snapped. The story of which being what, exactly, All Might decided to ask. "He's responsible for the death of my sister," King snapped as he snapped his fingers and his quirk caused his spear to turn into a large light green pillow with dark green triangles on it, which floated behind him and allowed him to plop on it with his arms folded. "And you're an idiot," Bakugo snapped right back at him. "You weren't even there when it happened, so you don't know everything," he added. "Whatever," the boy scoffed before turning to Izuku. "We'll finish this later, Izuku," he snapped. "Good. I need to pound a few key facts that you missed into that thick skull of yours," the green-haired boy shot back. Taita only glared at him as he left by floating on his pillow. Izuku grumbled under his breath before he turned back to Bakugo. "Anyway, Kachan, this is my sensei, Mr. Toshinori Yagi," the boy explained, using the hero's real name as the man had instructed. "It's nice to meet you in person, young man," All Might smiled. "Same here. So you're the one training Mr. Depressed and Suicidal over here?" he asked jokingly as he jabbed a thumb at his friend, ignoring the indignant "Oi" he got in response. Toshinori just chuckled in response. "Yeah, I am. This is one of his days off." He nodded before he frowned slightly. "That Taita kid, does he even know about young Midoriya's survivor's guilt?" he asked, getting a sigh in return. Judging by the way he acted just now, no he doesn't, the blonde boy sighed as he rubbed his temples. That's likely going to cause a few problems, he muttered. I'll let him. Next time I see him, I'll make sure he knows, the green-haired boy said in a dismissive tone, causing them to laugh. 6 months later, 6 months after that incident in the first one, Izuku was busy carrying an old medium-sized safe over his shoulder as he chased after All Might, who was riding a Segway. Though as he did, he slowly felt his strength start to give and his vision became blurry before he collapsed and accidentally dropped the safe on his head, causing blood to go everywhere. Ow, he groaned in more annoyance than pain as his teacher stopped to look back at him. Hey, look alive now kid. You got 3 months to go here, you can't just stop now. The man told him. You want to send it all down the toilet and take it easy? He asked, right before he noticed that Izuku was quivering, and was barely able to move. You're overworked. He noted. If that's the case, then you haven't been sticking to the aim to pass American Dream plan. You're overdoing things, that'll have the opposite effect of what we want. Except, he said in a strained tone as he forced himself up. I don't want to just get into UA. I want to excel. I can't do that if I underdo things, damn it, he growled as he lifted his head. If I'm gonna make the most of this miserable life of mine, I'm gonna do it my way and push past my limits, and become a better hero than even you could be. This made All Might gasp. He's really put thought into this, he thought before going buff and picking him up by the collar. That's what I like about you, fanboy, he smiled. Hey, I tend to have that effect on people, he said with a strained smile. It serves you well, I do get your concerns, but now is not the time to rush progress. But fear not, I can get you back on track, leave it to this old man to adjust your plan, All Might told him. 3 months later, day of the exams, Toshinori was walking to the beach to check on his students' progress, and when he got there, what he saw shocked him. Izuku was standing atop a massive pile of trash, his usual shirt was gone, his nose running due to the cold, and he was yelling at the top of his lungs as his breath became visible in the cold wind and his elongated canines shined in the sunlight. Holy whoa kid, you seriously did it, seriously, there's not a speck of trash on this beach, holy freaking, he started out before subconsciously going buff. Super crap, he exclaimed in amazement. Izuku slowly started to wobble as he fell off the hill of trash, just in time for the man to catch him. Hey, so how'd I do? He asked tiredly. Even better than I had hoped. You're now more than ready to receive one for all. All Might replied with a nod. As he set his protege down, All Might managed to get a good look at him again. The boy's body was now even more toned and chiseled than before, with a newly formed 8-pack adorning his abdomen and even more taut and chiseled pectoral muscles. He was now an almost completely different person. Izuku felt tears running down his face as he smiled happily. Mom, Ochako, I did it. He whispered as he then looked at his fist. All Might, do you feel like I deserve this? I just can't help but feel that this is all just luck. Hey. I was once told that being lucky and being deserving are two different things. One is the result of an accident while the other is a result of hard work. Never get those mixed up, he said as he plucked off a strand of his hair. What's with the, oh no, don't tell me, the boy groaned while facepalming. Eat this. The man told him. Oh god no, Izuku groaned. That's right. In order to be granted one for all, you have to ingest some of my DNA. Hair is usually the least disgusting method. He explained. Now eat, he exclaimed as he pried his student's mouth open. Wait a sec, no, Izuku panicked as the strand of hair was forced down his throat. After he swallowed it he glared at his mentor. Not cool. It'll take 3 hours for the hair to process, so in the meantime I need you to remember. Your body was molded in a hurry so you have to be careful how you use it. For now I suggest utilizing the enhancements it gives your existing powers before doing anything else. The blonde told him. But when you do, you need to channel one for all throughout your body, clench your butt cheeks, and yell this from the depths of your heart, he added while punching. SMAAASH. Hey. Right. Izuku chuckled. Anyway, I better get moving. Can't afford to be late for the exams now, can I? He added as he grabbed his things and began to walk in the direction of UA. Later, Izuku was now walking to the gates of UA and was very glad and satisfied with himself. Though as he walked he soon found himself joined by Bakugo. Hey Kachan, how are ya? He asked in his usual sing-song tone. Ready to blow the competition right out of the water. You? He replied with a savage grin. I'm gonna make him second guess facing me, Izuku replied with an eager grin. Good, see you, then. The blonde said before Izuku accidentally tripped and was about to fall over on account of his usual pointed boots, when his red eyes widened at who just stopped him from falling. No way. Sorry about using my quirk on you without your permission. Falling isn't exactly painless, so I think this can be forgiven. A very familiar female voice said. As Izuku was set back upright after floating for a few seconds, his eyes widened in pure shock and disbelief at who he saw standing before him. She was the same height as Tato with brown hair styled in a bob cut with two bangs that framed her face, the same fair skin, the same round face and pink cheeks, and the same eyes, but she was very much feminine, with a heart-shaped ass and a set of perky C-cup breasts. Lastly, she had small pads on all of her fingers. OOC, the Fox Sin managed to gasp out. "Do I know you? I feel like I should," she asked with a tilt of her head, unknowingly making Izuku's heart fracture slightly, but not much. He was about to say something, when Bakugo interrupted. "How about we try and figure that out after the exam?" he told his friend. "Come on Deku, let's go. Good seeing you again Ururaka. Glad to see that the car crash didn't kill you," he called back to the girl as they left her behind in a very confused state. What?" was all she could say before shaking her head and proceeding to make her way inside. She could sort that out later. Inside the auditorium, everyone was sitting in their assigned seats when a man with long blonde hair styled way up came on the stage. He was wearing a black suit with a speaker device around his neck and was wearing sunglasses and had a mustache. This was the voice hero, Present Mike. Okay. Welcome all you fine kids to the UA entrance exams and thank you for coming. Now come on and let me hear ya," he called out to the kids. Silence. "Okay, keeping it mellow." "That's fine," he said, trying to not sound peeved about the lack of a reaction. Present Mike. "Hey, I still listen to his radio show every day of the week." The immortal boy smirked before nudging his friend. "What about you, Kachin?" "Hey, it's actually hard to not listen to his radio show," said boy replied with his own smirk. "So today you'll be doing 10-minute mock urban battles against foe villains after a written exam. In these battles there are 3 different types of villains to destroy, each having a different value of points depending on their difficulty. Your objective is to gather points by shredding those villains like a mid-song guitar solo. Racking up the most points will guarantee you a spot for sure," Mike explained as the screen behind him showed the content he spoke of. "Excuse me, sir." Another male applicant spoke up, drawing attention to him. The boy in question was tall with well-kempt hair and had sharp features and glasses on. On the form it lists 4 villain types. If this is a mistake on official UA material it is shameful. "We are exemplary students, so we expect the best from the country's top school," he continued before turning to Izuku. "As for you," the boy with the ghastly scar on his face, "you've been talking this entire time. It's distracting the rest of us. Stop it. If you can't take this seriously then leave." Izuku immediately sent a glare at him. "How about you do everyone a favor by minding your own business instead," he retorted. This caused the boy to look at him in surprise due to his tone, but they were soon interrupted by President Mike. "Okay examinee 70,111. Thank you for calling in with your request," the man said. "The 4th villain is worth 0 points. They're basically just an obstacle you have to avoid. It's not that they can't be beaten, but there's kinda no point. I recommend my listeners try to avoid it and just focus on the ones top of the charts," he explained. "Just something to avoid then. Alright, but I still might smash it anyway," Izuku thought. "Thank you," the boy from earlier nodded as he sat down. "Now before we go, a taste of our school motto," Mike continued. As Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, "A true hero is one who combats life's misfortunes." Now that's a tasty soundbite. You ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra? Silence. "Wow, you guys are a tough crowd," he mused. With that everyone took the written exam and then went to the mock battle cities. Izuku stood there while licking his lips in his favorite track outfit, which was an orange jacket with a green plaid ribbed collar and similarly colored cuffs, and bottom band. He had no shirt on which left his front in full display, and also had on green pants, golden greaves, and gold arm bracers. The boy sighed happily as he breathed in some fresh air. He wasn't sure as to why, but suddenly he felt so much happier, as if part of the weight he had suffered under had been partially lifted. Though his heart nearly stopped and skipped a few beats when he saw Ururaka standing not far from him. "I need to go talk to her. I have to know if she blames me for what happened, and try to atone for it, if to just ask for her forgiveness," he thought as he started to walk towards her. However, the same boy that called him out back in the auditorium grabbed his shoulder, much to his irritation. "She's trying to focus on this exam. Are you trying to distract her, too?" he questioned, and got a glare for his troubles. "If you want to keep that hand of yours, I suggest you get it off me, now." The Fox Sin snapped in irritation. The boy reflexively backed off while everyone watched with wide eyes. "Damn, that guy doesn't take shit from anyone," one said. "Yeah, better stay on his good side," a second one added. "Too damn true," a third agreed. Hearing all this started to annoy the immortal. "Oi, if any of you have something to say to me then say it to my face. Damn it," he snapped loudly. And another thing, you all better watch yourselves, because I'm feeling really greedy right now, and might just take all the points for myself. He added. And you wanna know why? Because I'm Izuku Midoriya, the fox sin of greed. This caused everyone to gain determined looks in their eyes. They wouldn't let Izuku take all the points if they could help it, though in the back Ururaka heard what he said and nearly gasped in shock when she recognized the boy's name. Izuku? She thought with wide eyes. Alright people, get moving, there's no countdown in real life, so why should there be one here? President Mike asked loudly, prompting everyone to dash into the mock battle zone to destroy as many robots as possible. Izuku started running down the streets as he whipped out his 3-section staff, right as a 1-point villain came across his path. Target acquired. Engage target, it said before it changed direction and charged. Izuku smirked and charged at the robot, ready to smash it to scrap metal, only for a laser to trash it instead, much to his annoyance. What the? He gasped before he turned around and saw a blonde kid in a fancy get-up with a large belt in the spot where the laser was. Hey pal, do ya mind? That villain was mine, he snapped. Sorry, you were taking too long and I assumed you didn't want it. Oh well. I'm off to find more villains. Adieu, he shrugged before walking off. What a weirdo. The immortal said while shaking his head before racing off to find more robots. Soon he found himself surrounded by 3 pointers right across the bespectacled kid from earlier. Snatch, he said as he stole the kid's speed and the power from the robots. He then used Fox Hunt to slice them up and then used the extension capability of his staff to steal one of their heads and send it crashing into a cluster of 2 pointers and causing them to explode. Hey, 34 points, easy pickings. The fox sin smirked as the bespectacled boy regained his speed and proceeded to look at Izuku in shock. Did he just steal my speed? He gasped. What kind of villainous quirk is that? However, he was then left stupefied when a 1-point villain managed to stab Izuku through the chest, and he was still alive, albeit coughing up blood. Well, isn't that just annoying? He said in obvious annoyance before smashing the robot's arm and then smashing the rest of the machine. This caused everyone around him to look at him in shock, including Ururaka who was beating 3 2-pointers and a 3-pointer. This shock even extended to the observation booth. Did I just see that right? A hero with a cowboy accent asked as he stared at the screen and the very much still alive Izuku. I think so. What kind of quirk does he have? An alluring female hero's voice asked in shock. According to his file, a quirk that grants him power-sapping abilities as well as quote, immortality, a kindly voice replied. Back with the students, Izuku managed to rack up around 50 points so far, but just as he was about to take out another 3-pointer, the ground started to rumble. What in the world is that? Someone asked as the ground continued to rumble when a giant robot came out of the ground. The green-haired immortal took one look at it and knew it was the 0-pointer. The 0-pointer, seriously? Did they have to make it so big? Izuku said to himself as he prepared himself to run, but stopped dead in his tracks when he heard someone call for help, someone very familiar. Help! Someone please help me, I'm stuck. Ururaka cried in pain as she tried to get free from some rubble. Ow, my leg. I think it's broken, I can't move. She screamed as the robot's tank-like treads got closer to her, ready to squish her. Izuku's mind flashed back to the accident where he, once, thought he had lost her, and his face contorted into an enraged and desperate snarl. He would not lose her again. Like hell I'm losing her again, he exclaimed before he charged forward without hesitation. Throwing his jacket off he got ready to jump as One for All subconsciously activated. And within seconds he leapt all the way into the air past the robot's fist and right at its face. That's right young Midoriya, do it. Show what it truly means to be a hero, All Might said as he watched his pupil with the other judges. Show them the meaning of self-sacrifice. With Izuku, he felt One for All empower his right arm as he reared it back for a punch as he glared at the robot. Survive this! He roared as he threw his fist forward into its face, and made the entire robot explode in one blow like it was something straight out of Asura's wrath. Izuku smirked as he slowly felt the pain register. Oh yeah, just the pain rush I needed. He grinned as he soon started falling to the ground. On came my latest suicide attempt. He thought as he braced for impact. Before he could impact the pavement though. Smack! Asterisk he felt someone successfully smack him on the cheek mid-fall, and then found himself floating. He blinked before looking to his left and saw that Ururaka had stopped him with her quirk, though she looked pretty damn strained. And, release! She gasped as they both dropped, and she then proceeded to hurl as Izuku's body started to rapidly heal, even faster than usual. Huh, so that's what he meant by new enhancements. The boy said as he got up and watched his arm turn a normal color and twist back into its original position before he started walking towards Ururaka again. Hey, you okay? He asked her. The girl was about to answer, but her currently broken leg in case of nausea made her faint and fall off the robot part she was on and into Izuku's arms. The boy couldn't help but feel a sense of rightness wash over him as he held her. "It's okay, I got you," he whispered to her as he held her close, "and I promise, this time, I'm never going to let you go," he added as time ran out. "And time's up," Mike called down to them. The examinees got together so they could all be let out at once when they spotted someone walking toward them. Well done, you all did a good job, in my eyes you're heroes, all of you," an elderly woman in a nurse's outfit said as she walked towards them. "Here, have some candy for a job well done." She smiled as she handed some to one of the kids. "Oh, thank you," one of them said politely. "Don't eat all of them at once." The nurse chuckled as she walked around before eventually stopping in front of Izuku, who still had his childhood friend in his arms. "How bad is it with her?" she asked. "A broken leg and nausea," he replied. "Oh dear, well, I think I can help with that." The woman nodded before she suddenly kissed Ururaka on the forehead and her body started to glow and her leg began to heal. "Whoa, who is she?" one of the students asked as they all watched her work her magic. "Hang on, I recognize you," Izuku noted. "You're the youthful heroine. Recovery girl," he said in surprise. "You're one of the doctors who was there when my quirk first appeared," he added. "Oh, it's been a while hasn't it, Izzy?" she replied in surprise before teasing him with the nickname she came up with for him, causing him to pout at the nickname he found childish. "How many times have I had to tell you to never call me that?" he whined, causing everyone else to snicker in amusement. Now, don't be so fussy," the nurse hero chided him, before noticing his scar. My, how on earth did you get that scar? With your quirk's regeneration capabilities, that shouldn't be possible." "Tisk, I thought you were supposed to be able to tell that kinda stuff," the boy scoffed. "Oi, don't give me that attitude, young man," recovery girl scolded. This caused everyone else to laugh while the rest were still talking about how powerful Izuku was. Didn't they see what he did? He risked life and limb to save that girl. The bespectacled boy in blue said to himself as he watched the immortal boy hold Ururaka tightly as she was still unconscious. But what kind of history does he have with that girl? He's holding her like he's terrified of possibly losing her again. Why? He muttered analytically. I suppose time will be the one to tell that tale, he decided. Later, a few days later, Izuku was having dinner with his mom and currently the sin of greed was spacing out while trying to eat a fish, which had the unfortunate consequence of freaking out poor Inko. Izuku darling? Are you okay? She asked in concern. Her voice caused him to snap out of his trance. Sorry mom, just sigh thinking about what happened at UA, he replied with a sigh. What happened sweetheart? Did something bad happen? His mother questioned. No, but something did shock me pretty good, he replied, getting her to focus on him. What is it? Inko queried. Mom, I don't know how, but Ochako is alive, he revealed, causing her to drop her utensils in complete shock. What? Are you sure? She asked him as she managed to regain her composure. Dead sure. I saw her with my own 2 eyes, and saved her when the past almost repeated itself in the mock fight exams, he said seriously before he looked down. I don't know if she blames me for what happened before or not, but if I get into UA, I can find out everything, he continued. That's great news. The woman smiled. I'm so happy for you, sweetie, she told him. Izuku smiled back and they continued their meal. A couple hours later Izuku tried to get in touch with All Might, but couldn't for some reason, so he focused on keeping his muscles up, until his mom came crawling through the door with a letter in her hands. Izuku, your results are here, she exclaimed in excitement. Taking the letter, he went to his room and opened the envelope and found a hollow projector. Booyah! I am here as a projection, All Might said as he suddenly appeared in front of the boy. Alright, let's hear what's gonna be said, he said with a smirk before his expression turned confused. Hold on, why is he at UA? I know it's been a while, but with great power comes an enormous amount of paperwork. My apologies, young man. He apologized. You see I didn't just come here to fight villains. You're looking at the newest UA faculty member, he added. What? The immortal gaped with wide eyes. Yes, now, before we begin. Who's showboating? Okay, I'll wrap it up but I want to tell him something first. Wait, I have to do how many of these things? All Might said to the cameraman before sighing. Okay, first off, you passed the written exam and also scored around 50 hero points in the practical, tying you with someone else. Normally the way of deciding this was to go by your written results. But in your case there was another factor. Another factor? The green-haired boy frowned in confusion. But first, look, a short video for your viewing pleasure, the symbol of peace said as a video started to play. It was of Ururaka. Excuse me, but do have a sec? She asked present Mike. Sure, what do you need? He asked. That one boy, the one that's pretty much immortal, if he didn't score any points throughout the mock fight exam. See, can you have some of my points? She asked, Izuku instantly knowing she was talking about him. Shush, she go that far for me? He said to himself with a blush, feeling touched by her thoughtfulness. Oh, you got nothing to worry about with him. He scored plenty, so there's no need for you to do that. I'm sure you'll appreciate your kind heart, though. Present Mike replied as she rubbed her hair. As you can see, it is not your quirks, but your actions that inspires others. With this in mind, how can a hero course refuse someone who's so dedicated to helping others no matter the cost to himself? All Might stated. After all, that is what makes a hero. So he added another factor that was left hidden. Rescue points. Rescue points? The boy wondered, his attention focused on the projection. A panel of judges deliberates on the actions taken by those who helped others in the exam and they are awarded these points. And so, your actions gained you, Izuku Midoriya, 60 rescue points. All Might exclaimed. And Ochako Ururaka, 25 rescue points. You passed the exam, and now we await you both at the campus of UA. He then faced the screen. Welcome, Izuku. You are now part of the Hero Academia. All Might concluded with his signature smile. Izuku grinned before he raced out of his room to tell him mom the news. It was time for him to take the next step towards his immortal academia. Chapter 3. Let's see what we can do. Observation Room, UA High. In the observation deck of the UA entrance exam grounds, all of the teachers were examining the video feed from said trials and reviewing the results and performances of the students involved. There sure are a lot of amazing new students coming in this year. A cowboy-styled voice noted. The first place contender had 0 rescue points. While everyone else was trying to get away from the obstacle, he stayed focused and let the small ones get in close. That kid's tough. And on the other end of the spectrum, the fourth place contender got 50 hero points and 60 rescue points. An alluring female voice added. And he seemed to enjoy every bit of pain the robots put him through. He's a masochist. Interesting, she mused. Should we be concerned about that? The cowboy asked in slight concern before shaking his head. Then there's how he blew back that robot. Been a while since I saw that happen, he added. That it has. A male voice agreed. But at what cost? It broke his limbs like twigs. I mean, if it wasn't for this kid's immortality quirk, he would have been screwed. I agree. He has a lot to learn, it seems. The female voice commented in agreement. Off to the side, a man sighed as he listened to them. Elsewhere, Izuku went down to the Dagaba beach and found his mentor there waiting for him. Hey, sensei. What's up? He called as he ran up to the man. Yo, young Midoriya. All Might smiled as he high-fived his pupil. Congratulations on getting in, he told the boy. Thanks, it was almost too easy, keyword being, almost. Still took a few injuries, but hey, I can take the pain, he shrugged nonchalantly. So I see. The blonde nodded. You seem in better spirits today. Any particular reason why? He asked. That friend I told you about, the one I thought was dead? She's alive. The boy replied, much to his mentor's surprise. Wait, seriously? How? He asked before a thought came to him. Wait, it was Ochako Ururaka, wasn't it? He asked as he facepalmed. Why didn't I realize it? She had the same surname as young Tada. Yeah, that is kinda obvious. Izuku nodded before turning serious. I don't know how she's alive, but I'm not wasting this. At the same time though, I need to find out how she survived that accident, he stated. Yes, the man hummed. So, how did it feel to first use one for all? He asked. His protege hummed and thought as he tried to find an accurate comparison. After a few moments, one came to him. It felt like my brain when it was about to explode when I shoved it in a microwave. He shrugged, causing the man in front of him to laugh awkwardly. That's a little morbid and disturbing, but okay, he said as a bit of blood came from his mouth. Well, when you're trying to control one for all, try imagining anything to help your head not to explode. He suggested. Right now your body is overflowing with energy, so you'll need to work on managing your output. At your current level I'd say you'd be able to use around say, 8 or 10% at best. The man explained before he went buff and crushed a couple cans in his hand. Once you figure out a way to safely summon it, you can use the power however you wish, he told him. Sounds like a plan. Izuku smirked before All Might got recognized by some bystanders. Aw shit, he groaned. Right, now we run. The number one hero said as they started running down the beach. The flame I passed on to you is but a flicker. As time goes by it will become a raging inferno. Soon you will become a hero that will outshine me, and I will be able to retire, my job complete. Huh, deep stuff alright. Later, Izuku was getting ready to go to school and was about to leave, but was stopped by his mom. Izuku, are you sure you have everything? You didn't just pack action figures, did you? She asked. Oi, I'm not bringing action figures to school. That's just stupid. He retorted indignantly. Seriously, Who brings action figures to high school? Okay, but Izuku, she said as he turned to face her. I'm really proud of you, son. She told him with happy tears in her eyes. Izuku stared at her for a moment before he hugged her. Thanks, Mom. He told her softly with a smile. With that, the boy left and entered the school and started looking for his classroom. Class 1A, Class 1A, fuck, where is it? He asked as he walked down the halls, right until he reached his destination. A door with 1A on it, and it was fucking huge. Okay, there have got to be fucking giants with doors like this being involved. He deadpanned as he opened the door. Get your feet off the desk. It's the first day and you're already disrespecting this institution by scuffing up school property, you cretin. The same engine-legged boy from the exams snapped at Bakugo, who had his feet on the desk. Oh, back off. You can't tell me what to do, the Pomeranian blonde boy snapped back. Izuku could only deadpan at the sight. Oi, Ka-chan, over here man. The fox Sin called as he walked in. He was in the usual uniform but he had his tie hanging loose around his neck and had several of the top buttons undone. The blonde exploder looked at the doorway and smirked when he saw his friend standing there. Hey, Deku. Took y'all long enough to get here, he commented. Ya no, fashionably late and all. The boy grinned before everyone else started staring at him and he was approached by the bespectacled boy, Tenya Iida, who was just talking to Bakugo. Hello. I'm Tenya Iida, and I want to apologize for the way I acted before. He introduced himself with a bow. Izuku looked at him for a moment before waving him off. Apology accepted. Just be mindful of what others are probably thinking from now on, okay? He asked. Right. Though I must say this, you knew there was something more to the exam and acted on it while we completely overlooked it. I admit, as a student, you are far superior to me, Iida told him. I want to say that's true, but, he thought with a sweat drop before a voice was heard behind him. I'd recognize that green hair anywhere, Izuku, is that you? Ururaka asked from behind him as Izuku turned to face her. Oh Ochako. He gasped in surprise before he hugged her on impulse. Oh man, you have no idea how great it is to see you again, I thought I lost you. Hey, get your hands off my sister, Tata said as he came floating in on his green pillow. Seriously, you're gonna take that pillow into class so you can fall asleep on it? The immortal asked dully as he let go of her. Ururaka was blushing like crazy after Izuku let her go. Yeah, it's good to see you again too, Izuku, she stuttered. Oh, so I was right. You two do know each other. Iida nodded as he noticed that his hypothesis was correct. However, this mostly friendly exchange was rudely interrupted. If you're just here to make friends, you can pack up your things now and leave, a new voice said behind them. Looking back, they saw a man with the most tired expression they'd ever seen lying in a sleeping bag on the ground. They looked at the man with only one thought on their minds. What is that thing? They thought with disturbed looks on their faces. The man got up and out of the sleeping bag and faced them. He had long and messy black hair that looked like it hadn't seen a decent shower in days. He was wearing all black clothing, a scarf and just looked really run down. It took you 8 seconds to shut up. That's not gonna work, time is precious. Rational students would know that, he stated. PSH, great. He's one of those types. Izuku spat in annoyance. Just my luck. Alright, my name's Shodo Aizawa, and I'm your homeroom teacher, he announced. He's our teacher, everyone thought in disbelief. Now, put these on and head outside. Aizawa told them, holding up the school tracksuit. Minutes later, everyone was outside on the practice course and… What? A quirk assessment test, the kids asked as their teacher told them what they'd be doing. But orientation, we're gonna miss it, Ururaka whined. If you want to make the big leagues, then you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Aizawa snapped. Here at UA, we aren't tethered to tradition so I can run my class however I want. So, today we'll be taking a test to gauge your potential, he explained before turning to Bakugo. Bakugo, what was your farthest softball throw in middle school? He asked. About 67 meters, I think, he replied after a moment. Try doing it again while using your quirk this time, Aizawa stated, tossing him a ball. You've all been taking standardized tests for most of your lives, and the Board of Education keeps having us think that we're all equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational, so here at UA we try to rectify this oversight. Bakugo nodded as he stepped up to the circle. Alright, I'll add some heat to it and drop your jaws, so get ready, he said before he wound up and threw. Die, he yelled. Boom! Everyone watched as the ball flew through the air before it landed. The tired teacher checked his phone and saw how far it went. 706.3 meters. Whistle asterisk. Whistled Izuku as he seemed to be impressed. Nice throw, as expected of my number one rival, he smirked. Hey, damn straight. The exploder smirked back with a chuckle. Now this is what I'm talking about, Getting to use our quirks as much as we want, a boy with oddly shaped elbows said. This is starting to look like fun, Ururaka smiled. I dunno, seems like a real waste of energy to me, sis. King yawned while he lounged on his pillow. I wanna have a go at this, a pink-skinned girl that oddly looked like a female Majin Buu exclaimed with a smile. So this looks like fun, huh? The man asked as everyone faced him again. Idiots. You have 3 years to get through this school and become heroes. You think it's all going to be fun and games? After today, the person in last place in this test will be expelled. Everyone gasped in shock, though Izuku and Bakugo just narrowed their eyes at his words. But you can't do that, Ururaka protested. We only just got here. Even if it is the first day, you can't just kick us out. We worked so hard to get here, so making us leave isn't fair. And life is supposed to be fair. Aizawa snapped back. Like natural disasters? Or power-hungry villains? Or accidents that destroy entire cities? No, the world is full of unfairness. And it's your job as heroes to combat that. Here at UA we will throw one hardship after another at you to make you go past your limits, plus ultra style. Do yourself a favor and don't snap at her like that again, or else we're gonna have words, sensei. Izuku hissed at his teacher with a glare. Izuku, Ururaka gasped in surprise. Midoriya, you can't just talk to a teacher like that, Iida chastised. Oh what, and let this go unnoticed. He's hazing us for God's sake. The green-haired boy stated. Hell, I wouldn't be at all surprised if he already knows who he's gonna expel right off the bat. That honestly wouldn't surprise me either, frankly, Taita admitted. Aizawa seemed to regard Izuku with a rather distasteful look. You certainly don't hold back when you're talking, do you? He asked. Not like anyone can shut me up. The immortal teen shrugged nonchalantly. HMPH, well let's get a move on, we're wasting time standing around here. The man said as the tests began. -50-meter dash. The dash began with Iida and a girl with a frog-like quirk. The second the signal was given, they dashed to the finish line with their quirks. Runners ready. Set. Go. A camera robot called as the two blasted off. 3.45 seconds. 3.54 seconds. It called as the two came to the end of the lane. At 50 meters I can only get to third gear. Iida thought as he stood at the other end of the track, the engines on his legs smoking. Tenya Iida. His quirk. Engine. As you can see his legs are pretty dang fast, Present Mike announced. The frog girl stopped hopping and turned back to the track with her tongue sticking out. Suyu Asui, the text next to her read. Nice try Mon Ami, but you're just not showing enough panache. The same blonde with the gaudy belt said before he hopped and fired his laser. Let your power shine. He cheered as he shot forward for a couple seconds. Yuga Aoyama. His quirk. Naval laser. That's right, a belly button laser. He can't shoot it forever, though. Mike informed. As this is made known, Yuga crashes onto the ground as the pink girl passes him before he gets back up and uses his quirk again. Shooting my beautiful beam for more than a second hurts my tummy, the blonde said. What a tool. Everyone groaned mentally. Next up was Ururaka, who was running with Taita. She decided to lighten her shoes and clothes while her brother decided to ride his shape-shifting spear, Chastiful, like a surfboard. Alright, let's go, she cheered as they started their turn. Ochako Ururaka. Her quirk. Zero gravity. She can nullify the gravitational pull on anything she touches, but if she uses it too much, she totally hurls, Mike called. 4.45 seconds. 2.25 seconds, the robot informed. Lastly was Bakugo and Izuku, and before they started, the green-haired boy clutched his hand in Iida's direction. Snatch, he whispered as he robbed some of the boy's speed, then started breathing as he channeled 5% of one for all into his legs. After that, the boys took off running with Izuku using Iida's speed and one for all and Bakugo using his explosions to propel himself forward. 3.25 seconds. 2.15 seconds. The robot informed Bakugo and Izuku respectively. Meaning the Fox Sin got first place in the dash. The tired teacher narrowed his eyes in suspicion. How is he able to move so fast? I'll need to keep an eye on him, he thought. Standing long jump. Next was the standing long jump, and this time, Izuku decided to steal the jumping power of Suyu Asui. Snatch, he whispered as he grasped the air and bumped his new power with one for all before he leapt, getting 19 meters. Second place after Asui. Aizawa saw his action this time and noted it. So that's what they meant by power sapping, he muttered. Grip strength. Next was grip strength, and this time Izuku decided to lay off his quirk to avoid suspicion and relied on one for all, bumping up the percentage to his cap at 10%, but as he did. Crunch. Asterisk, he accidentally crushed it, causing everyone to turn to him in surprise. Especially Aizawa, who wasn't expecting that to occur since he didn't see him use his quirk. Haha, sorry. The boy chuckled sheepishly as Bakugo facepalmed. Damn it Deku, always gotta embarrass me, he groaned. Side steps next was the side steps, and unfortunately Izuku wasn't able to do too well in this one because of the articulation he had to do. Tada on the other hand was having a ball because he was able to use Chaste Fall's pillow form to bounce himself in between the lines at crazy speeds. Okay, now that's just ridiculous, the green-haired immortal thought as he looked at Kane before noticing a purple-haired midget with a mohawk in the form of purple balls doing something similar. Oh, piss off, he added in his mind, feeling pretty indignant about that. Ball throw next was the ball throw, and the person to get an amazing result in it was none other than Ururaka, who used her quirk to literally send a ball into orbit, getting in symbol as her results. Infinity. The class, sans Izuku and Tada, shouted in disbelief. Midoriya, you're up next, Aizawa told him. The sin of greed let out a nonchalant yawn as he walked up and took a ball, everyone noticing that his natural hunch became more pronounced before he straightened up and rolled his arm around before making several grasping movements and sapping the strength of each student, causing his arm to bulge before he winded up and got ready to throw as he coursed one for all through his arm and then brought his arm forward in a throwing motion. It was at this moment, however, that Aizawa made his move. Before Izuku could complete the throw, the tired man blinked and his eyes suddenly began glowing red and the immortal suddenly lost all the strength he took along with One for All's power, leaving him, much to his surprise. Hey yo, what the fuck, he said as he looked around. My quirk stopped working, what's going on? He said as he continued to look around and All Might watched the scene in the distance. Looks like you've gotten Aizawa's attention, young Midoriya, the #1 hero thought as he continued watching. I erased your irrational and unsightly quirk, Aizawa stated as Izuku turned to him with a cold glare. You've been stealing the physical attributes of people this entire time, he added. Well yeah, that's kinda what my quirk does, Captain Obvious, the boy said while rolling his eyes. He then noticed the goggles on Aizawa's neck as his scarf seemingly came to life. Oh, fuck me sideways. There's only one person I know of that wears goggles like those. Am I right, Eraserhead? He asked with a sigh. You certainly know your heroes, Aizawa stated, but that's besides the point. Were you planning on breaking your bones again? Waiting on someone to save your useless body? I can save my own body, thank you very much, Izuku snorted. Have you even bothered to look at the file on my quirk? He asked. I mean come on, I'm a freaking immortal for crying out Lu Wo. He started to add before Aizawa started dragging him towards himself with his scarf. Do you honestly expect that aspect of your quirk to save you every time? The man questioned. What are you going to do in the event it fails? He continued. Funny thing about being immortal, Izuku said as he used his arms to trick Aizawa into tightening more and more until. Crack! Asterisk, the sound of his spine was heard by all, causing Aizawa to loosen his grip on Izuku in surprise as he blinked, cancelling the effect of his quirk. Shota Aizawa, aka Eraserhead, he can erase the quirk of anyone he looks at, but the effect ends when he blinks, Present Mike said. The others looked on in horror at what they thought was the death of one of their fellow students while All Might looked like he was about to blow a gasket, but out of nowhere. Bam! Asterisk, ah. The eraser hero squealed in pain as he held onto his manhood in pain while he fell to his knees. Over him stood Izuku, who had his knee out. It never fails, the boy finished as he folded his arms. Everyone else looked like they nearly had a heart attack, with poor Ururaka being the worst out of everyone. Izuku Midoriya. His quirk, Fox Sin. He can steal the physical attributes of someone or physical objects, even manifestations from quirks. And it also basically makes him immortal. It's a truly 1 in a million quirk for a 1 in a million guy, Mike said. I deserved that. The man squeaked from his position on the ground before he struggled back to his feet. No shit, Sherlock. You broke his spine, Ochako yelled angrily as she shook her fist at him. Actually I broke my spine, I just tricked him into doing it. Izuku shrugged. It's a trick I did ever since I was a kid. Yeah, and it gets even more annoying each time, Bakugo yelled. You know you love it, the immortal boasted. Just take your second shot. Aizawa sighed as the pain faded. Izuku did a few stretches before he got ready like before. He's right, my regeneration takes longer with the larger the injury. So I need to make it as small as, got it. He thought as he suddenly got an idea. He took a throwing stance, but he used One for All differently. Instead of channeling it through his whole right arm, he focused it to his middle finger since it was the last point of contact for him on the ball. His idea bore fruit when the ball went flying with a booming noise even being heard. The rest of the students looked on in shock at the sight. Aizawa checked his phone to see the distance of the throw, 708 meters. Hey, sensei, Izuku called. The man looked up to see his green-haired student flipping him off, with a broken middle finger that was visibly healing. How do you like me now? he boasted with a shit-eating grin. Izuocha got an impressed look on his face as he pushed his hair back. "This kid," he said as he stared at him. Meanwhile, All Might was in shock. He channeled one for all at the last point of contact, minimizing the damage and regeneration time while still maximizing the throw. He thought in surprise. "What the heck, young Midoriya? When did you go and get so cool?" Back with the class, the ball throw had been done by everyone else and everything was said and done. It was time to do the rest of the tests. Later, after the remaining tests, the results were shown and it showed Bakugo in third right behind a kid named Shoto Todoroki, Tada in sixth right behind his sister, and Izuku was right in the sweet spot of fourth place. And the person in last was the odd midget out, Minoru Mineta. "Welp, that midget's out for sure," the immortal thought. And sure enough, he was escorted out soon after with Tada taking his place as the 20th student. Though that left a question in everyone's mind. Would Izuocha send the default last place person home too? This caused the atmosphere to turn tense again. "And just so you guys know, I won't be sending the default last placer back home," Izuocha told them, which caused everyone to become rather surprised. "Wait, what about what you said before?" Iida questioned. "That was just a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all in the tests," the man told him. "Yeah, I'm surprised you guys never figured it out," a black-haired girl in a spiky ponytail commented. "Sorry, I guess I should have said something," she mused. "Ya think?" Izuku said indignantly, voicing the thoughts of the entire class. "Anyway, that's all for today. Pick up a syllabus on your way out," he told them as he left them alone, but as he rounded a corner he bumped right into All Might. "That was a rotten trick, Izuocha," the man stated. "At least it worked. I've got a promising batch this time," the disheveled man replied. "Still though, a rational deception? That's cute, but you're not exactly known for being lighthearted. You have no problems with expelling several students, anyone you deem unworthy," All Might stated. "Which can only mean that you see the same potential in young Midoriya as I do." "Maybe I do. Who's to say?" the eraser hero shrugged. Then again, he did have the courage to knee me in the nuts, so that's one way to see it, he mused. "And I apologize, unfortunately he does have a bit of a mean streak in him when he gets riled up like that." The symbol of peace sighed. "But he doesn't have an evil bone in his body, I can vouch for it." "You sound like you know him personally. Isn't it a little early to be playing favorites?" the erasure hero asked. "I have heard things about him, and what drives him forward," the man said before his tone gained a slightly somber tone to it. "He views his quirk as a curse. He's trying to make the most of it by becoming a hero," he stated. "Well then, I'll be sure to help speed things along," Izuocha nodded before walking away. Elsewhere, the kids were all starting to head home and both Izuku and Bakugo were walking together as the green-haired boy let out a yawn. Due to him using his quirk so much he felt really tired and his body felt heavy, so he was leaning on his blonde friend for support. That is until Iida stopped them. "Yawn, hey Iida." Izuku greeted his classmate tiredly. "Are you feeling alright, Midoriya? You seem rather worn out," the boy asked in concern. "Just seriously tired. That happens when I overuse my quirk," the boy replied as he struggled to keep his eyes open. "Oi, stay awake. Sleeping on the streets is never fun for anyone," Bakugo said as he shook his best friend awake. Wait up." They heard Ururaka call as she ran towards them. "Are you going to the station? Wait for me, I'll join you." This caused the green-haired immortal to perk up almost instantly. "Ururaka, hey." He smiled as he tried to face her, only to fall on his face due to his body still feeling heavy. "Ow," he deadpanned. "Are you okay?" the gravity-controlling girl asked in concern. "He's fine. He's just tired due to his quirk being overused," Bakugo explained as he and Iida helped Izuku up. "Hey, you're the Infinity Girl," Iida noted. "I'm Ochako Ururaka," she smiled. "You must be Tenya Iida," she added before turning to Bakugo and Izuku. "And man, you two have changed a lot since we were kids. Hey, Deku, where'd you get that scar?" "PSH, I thought you guys were supposed to be able to see us from the other side," the boy said, referring to when she was, presumably, dead. "Oh, that." Ochako winced. Yeah, man, how'd I explain this?" she muttered as she tried to explain herself. The two rivals glanced at each other in confusion. "What do you mean?" Iida asked. She was going to say that she was brought back by someone's quirk. The voice of Tada said as he floated up to them on his pillow. "Oh, hey King," Bakugo said with a wave. "Who the hell used their quirk to bring her back?" Izuku asked. Tada and Ochako looked around for a moment before turning to them again. "We can't say who it was here. Too many years," the pillow-lounging boy replied. "Come on, let's go somewhere else," Ururaka told them. So they then continued on to the station and the twins recounted the incident to the three, and revealed that the person who used their quirk on Ochako was a nurse with a soul manipulation quirk. The hell, Izuku? Do you know anyone who fits that description? The Pomeranian blonde asked with furrowed eyebrows. No, not really. Of the heroes at least. I think Recovery Girl had a sidekick who had a quirk like that, but I can't remember her name. The immortal shrugged. This is truly a vexing mystery, indeed. Iida hummed and thought. That's why I can't stand it. It never should have happened to you in the first place, sis. King told his sister. And it's all that greedy jerk's fault. Can you not talk about this now? Ururaka snapped. Tata, go on ahead, I'll catch up. She told him. He was about to protest before he nodded and floated off. After he was gone, she turned to Izuku and surprised him by pulling him into a hug. Ochako, I just want you to know, I'm sorry, for not being able to save you. He told her. I hope you can forgive me. You silly boy. There's no need to ask for my forgiveness. I never blamed you for what happened to me before to begin with. She told him softly. Her words made the boy in her arms tear up before he started crying into her shoulder as he hugged her tightly. Thank you, Izuku whimpered as the two continued to hug. Bakugo looked at the sight and smiled slightly. Maybe things will finally improve for him now, he thought, hoping that Izuku would finally be able to get himself out of the pit of depression he fell into. The next day of school was pretty uneventful due to the fact that most of it consisted of regular mundane high school classes. These included math taught by the clone hero, ectoplasm, English taught by Present Mike, history taught by Aizawa, science taught by the construction hero Powerloader, and finally literature and also sexual education which was taught by the R-rated hero, Midnight. We might have heroes teaching us but the topics they're covering are pretty bland, in all honesty. The Fox Sin thought boredly. After his little moment with Ururaka yesterday, he felt much better than he had in a long time. Knowing that his childhood sweetheart didn't blame him for her death really helped him a lot. Her brother on the other hand, Izuku could feel keen boring holes in the back of his head constantly while Midnight read them the short story from their textbook with her alluring and silky seductive voice. Though in all honesty it just made him sleepier. When the bell rang, they all started heading to their final class, Hero Basic Training. Which was taught by none other than I am here, walking through the door like a hero. The symbol of peace exclaimed, instantly getting everyone's attention as he dramatically walked to his desk. Hey, it's All Might, a spiky-haired redhead said in surprise. Whoa, so he is teaching here, the boy with the weird elbows said. And isn't he wearing his Silver Age costume? Sue asked. Alright, students, today, you've heard about what it means to be a hero, but I will be teaching you through one thing, battle, he exclaimed, getting eager looks in return. Actual fighting. Now this is what I'm talking about, Bakugo said with a grin. Oh, this is gonna be a pain. I can't wait. Izuku groaned before he rolled his tongue over his elongated canines in excitement which cued everyone in. He's a masochist. Why do I feel slightly disturbed by that? Iida whispered with a shudder. And part of being a pro is looking good. These costumes were made based on your quirk registration forms, so get changed and meet me at Training Ground Beta, All Might told them as their costume cases appeared. Yes sir. The class chorused before grabbing their cases and going to get change. Elsewhere, All Might waited for the students to walk out and as he did he saw all of their costumes. They say clothes make the pros, and lo and behold ladies and gentlemen, you are the proof. From now on you are all heroes in training, he grinned. Now, shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? Damn right we should get started. Izuku's voice exclaimed from the back of the group as he walked to the front of them. Izuku was wearing a green leather jacket with silver studs that goes to the top of his abdomen, which is unbuttoned at the top to show his well-built chest. He also has a metal respirator around his neck with a cowl attached to it. No shirt, which left his clear 8-pack in full view and his fox tattoo on said abdomen. A pair of green leather pants, and a pair of green silver-tipped leather boots with spikes at the bottom of the heel. All Might looked at his successor's attire and grinned. He certainly has a good sense of style, he thought approvingly. But then he noticed the respirator which was metal and was shaped like a diamond and the cowl which looked like a green version of his hair. Can he be any more obvious? He sighed internally. Ururaka looked at the boy's costume and her face immediately turned beet red. With Izuku showing off so much skin, it was very hard for her not to ogle at the eye candy that stood before her. Wow, he's ripped. She thought in approval at how much her childhood friend had changed. Wow, Deku, when did you get this well built? She asked him as she walked up to him in her costume, which was a skin-tight pink and black bodysuit with a pink belt, acupressure wrist guards and large pink cushioned high-heeled boots. The tightness of her suit really accented her shapely figure and round, plump ass and perky C-cups which were damn near pushing D territory. Oh, I've been like this for a long time. The immortal shrugged, before looking her over and licking his teeth again. You on the other hand have changed a lot, he grinned. I haven't changed that much, have I? She asked bashfully. Well, seeing as that I haven't seen you since we were kids, I'd say so. He nodded, before leaning into her ear. Speaking of, I hope you haven't forgotten the promise that I made to you back then. He whispered before he turned back to All Might, who was explaining the exercise. Most of you have likely noticed that most battles against villains happen outside. What you don't know is that the true acts of villainy happen indoors. Dealing, smuggling, the like. He began. For this scenario, you will all be divided into teams. One will be heroes, and the other will be villains. The villains will be in charge of guarding a fake nuclear weapon housed somewhere in the building, and the heroes will be going in to either capture them, or the weapon. The only way for the villains to win is to capture the heroes or protect their weapon, he explained. So basically an action movie setup, gotcha. Izuku nodded right before they were paired up into teams. Izuku with Ururaka, Bakugo with Tada, and Iida with Momo Yaoyorozu, the girl who got first place in the quirk assessment test and got in on recommendations. Alright, and the first teams to fight will be, he started as he began reaching into a pair of black and white boxes labeled, villain and hero, in that order. These guys, he said as he held up an A and D. It was Izuku and Ururaka versus Bakugo and Tada. Izuku groaned, sure he was up for fighting Bakugo, but he wasn't too keen on facing King, what with the bad blood between them and the guy's quirk. This is probably gonna suck, he sighed. With that the two began getting ready for their match, and up with Bakugo and Tada, the two were talking. Do you honestly think that Izuku actually cares about my sister? That it's not just an act? I mean, I heard the eyewitness reports. People saw him push her towards the car, King states. If that's the only thing you're going off of, then you're an idiot. Bakugo sighed as he fastened his gauntlets. The thing about eyewitness reports is that they're always conflicting. There's a high chance some saw something the ones you heard didn't see, he explained. Then I guess I'll have to ask him myself. The boy said simply. His hero costume was the same outfit he wore when he first saw Izuku. And now he was changing Chastiful into its spear form. They do say the best place to get the real story is from the source. The exploder mused as he finished readying himself. Elsewhere, Izuku and Ururaka were walking inside the building, and the immortal boy was trying to keep an eye out for Kachin or King. But as they rounded the corner, Chastiful suddenly came flying out of nowhere before it transformed into several small blue gimlet knives which started swarming him and covering him in cuts and stabbing him. Fuck. I guess we're doing this now, the boy groaned. Yes we are, Izuku. King nodded as he came from around another corner. Meanwhile in the observer deck everyone was watching the fight, audio thankfully included. A sneak attack? Really? What kind of man pulls cheap crap like that? Eijiro Kirishima, the redhead, said. He's simply playing to the element of a villain. Sneak attacks are common with them. All Might stated. Izuku, I hope you realize that, when you're in my classroom, I will grade you just as I would with any other student, without playing favorites. The symbol of peace thought as he continued watching. As Chastiful reformed into its spear form, Izuku was still covered in several cuts, which suddenly got worse after King snapped his fingers. Status. Promotion, he said as the wounds got worse. Tada Ururaka. Quirk. Disaster. This ability allows him to exercise complete control over life and death by altering and controlling matter at a molecular level. For example, he can turn a shallow scratch into a fatal wound, a minor poison into a lethal toxin, and a small benign growth into a cancerous tumor that can devour a body whole. It also gives him complete control over nature, allowing him to manipulate various flora, letting it flourish or perish in moments. This power was originally described as the reason that Tada is able to completely draw out the mysterious qualities of the spirit spear. Chastiful, as disaster can modify the natural status of something and can change its shape. Now that's a truly terrifying power, Mike informed. Now, I'm going to ask some questions, and you're going to answer them. Got it? The floating boy questioned. Izuku slowly managed to get up and look him in the eye before looking at Ururaka as his wounds began to heal. Ururaka, go. Get the weapon, now, he told her. But she tried to protest. Go, I'll be right behind you when I'm done here. He ordered. The astronaut-themed girl looked hesitant for a moment before she nodded and went on ahead. King sighed as he faced the fox sin again. Alright, Izuku the undead. Let's get this over with, shall we? He asked as Izuku's wounds healed and the green-haired boy whipped out his 3-section staff. Took the words right out of my mouth, the immortal replied, ready to fight. It was time for old issues to be settled. Chapter 4. Undead Izuku vs Fairy King Tada. Ua High Training Ground 2B. Tada floated in front of Izuku as the two faced off. His support item, the Spirit Spear Chastiful, was in its base form while it was pointed at the sin of greed. You should know that what happened back then wasn't me trying to get my quirk to evolve like this, Izuku said as a hole in his forehead sealed up. Then what exactly was it? Tada asked with a raised eyebrow as his favorite support item spun a bit. It was me trying to save the girl I loved. Simple as that. The undead immortal replied, his 3-section staff at the ready. This got a growl out of the grisly Sin. Liar, he yelled as he started moving his hand and made Chastiful start attacking Izuku on its own. The green-haired teen dodged as many of the attacks as he possibly could in the closed space, but that was made rather difficult, so a few attacks hit home. You remember it all, right, King? Izuku said as he let his severed hand grow back. We all lived in the same neighborhood. You, Ochako, me and Kachan. One of our favorite pastimes being playing King of the Hill with all of the other kids. Which you always cheated at, he added. And then, it all changed when we were all gonna go to that junior heroes summer camp. And Ururaka got sick. A good brother would have stayed behind and kept her company. But what did you do, Tada? He asked as he delivered a flying sidekick which the shorter boy was barely able to dodge. You left her behind to go to that camp and play hero. You left her alone, he shouted angrily. Shut up, King yelled as he transformed Chastiful into its push knife forms and made it start swarming. Izuku started dodging and the impacts kicked up a dust cloud, which the green-haired boy used to make an escape for now. Elsewhere, observation deck, wait. What was Midoriya talking about just now? The spiky redhead, a boy named Eijiro Kirishima asked. You know what he's talking about, Iida? No, I do not. The runner shrugged. He may know a bit of Izuku's past, but he had yet to be made aware of all of it. It sounded like the two had a falling out of some sort, Suyu Asui stated. URG, that aside though, is anyone gonna talk about how gross it is to watch Midoriya regenerate? A lightning-streaked blonde, Denki Kaminari, said with a grossed-out look on his face. Yeah, that's kinda disturbing to watch. Momo agreed with a disgusted look. Disturbing as it may be, young Midoriya's quirk is still a useful tool. Take note students, he does not run from pain, but rather embraces and revels in it. That is what makes him unique. All Might told them. How does the saying go? No pain no gon, Fumikage Tokiyami, a bird-headed boy, said as they continued to watch. Elsewhere, with Tada and Izuku panted as several deep gashes closed on his torso and a gaping hole in his stomach slowly sealed. And Tada was now in front of him with Chastiful in its 4th form. A giant 4-armed teddy bear with the same pattern as its pillow form. Chastiful, Form 4, Guardian, he said as the bear stood next to him. Seriously, you're just gonna deny every word I say of what happened back then and just go with what you know? You're just going to ignore the fact that you might be wrong? The immortal growled. Well then, why don't you tell me what happened in the 3 months me and Bakugo were gone before the accident then? The boy questioned. Fine, I will, Izuku yelled as they lunged at each other again. Elsewhere, Bakugo was currently leaning up against the fake missile and waiting for someone to come try and take it, expecting either Izuku or Ururaka. Ururaka, meanwhile, was behind a pillar and was waiting for the right moment to strike, though she hesitated when she heard Bakugo start mulling over ideas out loud. Okay, so if Ururaka gets here first I should be able to take her down no problem. She isn't exactly that combat ready, but I'll probably have to hold back or else Deku might try to snap my back, hey, but not before I snap his first, he said with a devilish smirk. Honestly, I'd rather not fight at all right now, she thought with a sigh, though as soon as she did, the blonde turned her direction. About time ya got here, pink cheeks, he said as he walked towards her while cracking his knuckles. So, you ready to fight for your life? 'Cause if you don't go all out on me, I will kill you, he added with a crazed look in his eye. Great, he's getting into the role, she deadpanned internally. And he's got a quirk to back that up, too. Elsewhere, back with Tada and Izuku, as the two fought, the immortal was angrily recounting the time that he and Ururaka spent together before the accident, the time that his quirk, Fox Sin, was known by another more simpler name, Snatch. Flashback, Izuku's old hometown, 10 years earlier. It was a couple days after Tada, Bakugo and other kids had left for the Junior Heroes summer camp in Osaka, and Ochako had just gotten over her cold, but was devastated that she couldn't go. Her parents had spent a lot of time saving up for it, and she wasn't able to let them see her off. As she continued to sulk on the top of a jungle gym with a glass of her favorite bubble milk tea, she heard someone singing a simple tune while climbing up the rock wall. Just a drop on your tongue adds 10 years to your life. A big swallow gives you 100 more, drink it all and you'll live forever. A voice sang as a younger Izuku climbed up to the top of the jungle gym and eyed the travel glass of delicious tea and immediately knew how he wanted it to play in his new game. Haha. There it is. The fountain of youth, eternal life and immortality, here I come. He grinned as he rubbed his hands together and licked his lips. No immortality for you, Shu, Ochako said without thinking. Huh? The boy said before he suddenly recognized the girl in front of him. Hey Ururaka, what you doing here? Why aren't Cha at the summer camp with Kachan and King? He asked. I got a cold right as I was supposed to go. I'm over it, but I can't go to that camp now, she said in a depressed tone. Oh, that sucks, he said while sitting down and patting the ground next to him. Want to talk about it? He asked. No, why aren't you at the camp? Heroes are your favorite thing in the world, the girl asked. My mom lost my permission slip a week before it was time to go. Can you believe it? And I heard All Might was supposed to be visiting it too, the boy whined. Ah, Ochako whined. Well, at least we have each other, she sighed. Yeah, so, you want to play a new game I came up with? Izuku asked. Sure. What's it called? His friend asked. It's called, The Bandit and the Fountain of Youth. I play the role of the bandit trying to steal the fountain, he explained while pointing to the girl's bubble milk tea. And you play the role of the holy woman guarding it, he added. And my tea is supposed to be the fountain? Ochako asked with a grin. Yep. Izuku chirped. Now just get ready and we can start. The girl did so and he climbed up the gym again while singing the same tune from earlier, but this time when he saw Ururaka, his expression was confused again. Hey little girl, what are you doing here? You lost? He asked her, looking down at her as there was roughly an inch difference between them height-wise. Little girl, I'll have you know I'm the guardian of the fountain, she replied indignantly, getting into her role surprisingly well. Really, huh? He said. Yes, and I'm protecting the fountain from people like you. She nodded as she touched him and her quirk activated and he started to float off into the distance quickly before dropping into a nearby sandbox. Oh shush, the boy yelled as he fell but was relieved as he landed on the sand. Well, that's done. The girl giggled as she sat down before. Just a drop on your tongue, whoa. Izuku sang as he started climbing again before he was knocked off again, but this time by a kick to the face, and was luckily saved by being caught on a rock on the climbing wall. What the? Does he have a luck-based quirk or something? Ochako wondered idly. Sure, she was glad her friend wasn't seriously hurt, but she couldn't help but think that based on what she just saw. Darn it. Will you just stop? Izuku questioned as he climbed over the edge. You're the one who needs to stop around here. How are you even alive right now? No human can survive a fall from this height, she questioned incredulously. Just lucky, I guess. The green-haired boy shrugged. But now I think it's about time that I got serious, he added. He then pulled a small pair of 2 toy nunchucks and started whipping them around before they glowed pink, and as he whipped it towards the cup, Ururaka was unable to block as he took it from behind her and into his hand with a whip of pink energy. Izuku sniffed the cup before shrugging. Not bad, doesn't smell like soda though, but I guess it'll do. He shrugged. Well, bottoms up. And when I say here's to my health, I mean it, he chuckled as he was about to take a drink. No, Ururaka yelled as she ran and made him float again and took the cup before it hit the ground. Oh come on, Izuku exclaimed indignantly, but he was clearly having fun. I'm through with trying to make you people understand, she snapped. But if you take away the fountain everything here will wither and die. So give up your quest and leave this place now, she ordered. Alright, fine. The boy shrugged nonchalantly, causing the brunette to be caught completely off guard. What? Ochako asked, unsure if she heard that right. This is fun, she thought happily. Honest. He chuckled, good-naturedly. Good, she's liking the game, he added mentally. Who are you, anyway? She asked, letting him down. Can't ya tell? I'm a bandit. But Bandit Izuku is my handle around here. What about you? What's your name? He asked while rolling his shoulder. Oh, I'm Ochako, guardian of the fountain, she introduced herself. Flashback end. Izuku skidded to a halt as he blocked a hit from the giant teddy bear, then started flailing his staff around to make it back up. So you guys just played a role-playing game that entire time? Kinda sounds cliché to me, Izuku. A little too perfect. King said as he promoted the status of a cut on the boy's arm. URG. We didn't do just that. I also showed her my favorite Hero Soda Box trading card collection. She seemed to like it, and I even let her try one of my favorites. Hey, it was great. He retorted as he sent another punch which got him caught in Guardian's tight grip. Flashback. Ururaka was waiting on the jungle gym for Izuku to get back as she looked at his collection, with a smile on her face. I don't know why but I wouldn't mind Izuku taking me away like he was going to do with that tea. I bet it would have been nice, she said to herself while not noticing that he had come behind her. Huh? Should I do that too, then? He asked as he was eating some gummy candies he brought with him. Ochako jumped in surprise and turned to face him. Oh, sorry, Izuku. Didn't hear you coming, she said sheepishly. It's okay. He shrugged before he grinned. So you wanted me to steal you away, huh? He teased, which caused the girl to blush. No, that's not, she stuttered before looking away, which caused him to chuckle. Well, I'll tell you what, when we get older and start training together to become heroes, I'll do just that and take you as my own. How's that? He asked, holding out his pinky finger. Promise? She asked as she joined her finger to his. Promise, he replied with a reassuring grin as they shook on it. Flashback end, I made a promise to her that I would make her mine, and I intend to keep it, the immortal yelled as he tried to punch Guardian but soon found himself restrained by it. King floated in front of him before waving his hand. Form 5. Fossilization. Tata ordered as a golden two-pronged spear pierced Izuku's chest from behind and he suddenly slowly started turning to stone. Observation deck, what the? He's turning Midoriya to stone, Iida exclaimed in alarm. Okay, is anyone gonna make any remarks on how romantic Ururaka and Midoriya's story is? I mean I know he didn't say a lot about it, but from what I heard it sounded really romantic. Mina Ishido, a pink-skinned girl with little bug-like horns, chimed in. It is cute, but we should be focusing on the fact that Midoriya is turning to stone, yelled Kaminari in fear as the process completed. Elsewhere, with Ururaka and Bakugo, the explosion boy was currently trying to avoid getting hit by an oil drum that the girl hurled at him. He had been having her on the ropes for the past few minutes due to his mobility, however as soon as she got some stuff to use as weapons, his usual fighting style went out the window. As he skidded to a halt, his grenade gauntlets glowed red. I'm all loaded up. He grinned in glee as he got up and pointed his gauntlet at her. What are you doing? She asked with a raised eyebrow. I dunno if you still remember how my quirk explosion works but, my sweat glands produce a type of sweat that's like nitroglycerin which I can blow up. So imagine what I can do if I have a lot of it. He grinned as he pulled something on the gauntlet back. These babies aren't just for show, they've been storing my sweat for one massive blast. He added as a pin popped out the side of his gauntlet. Oh boy, Ochako gulped, knowing full well how her old friend's quirk works. Just promise me that you'll dodge. If something bad happens to you, Izuku's gonna wring my neck, he requested with a shudder. Young Bakugo, stop, you'll kill her, All Might yelled over the speakers. Oh she'll be fine as long as she dodges, the blonde said as he pulled the pin and caused a massive blast to shoot towards Ochako and blow a massive hole in the side of the building, causing the surrounding area to tremble. With Tata the floating boy had just finished turning Izuku to stone when the building trembled. He really hoped Bakugo hadn't gone overboard with his sister and if he did, there would be hell to pay. This is a fitting fate for you, Izuku. Not able to die, or find peace. Just the perfect punishment for your failure. Tata stated. He understood now that Izuku didn't cause the accident, but it was his failure that resulted in Ochako dying. As he turned Guardian back to its spear form, he started floating away to help Bakugo. In Izuku's mind, he was completely aware of what was going on, but couldn't move. But just when things seemed hopeless, he suddenly saw something. In a haze of nebula-like colors, he saw 8 faces looking at him that all had glowing yellow eyes. And as they stared at him he could feel the power of one for all coursing throughout his entire body without him even doing it in. Crack. Shatter. Asterisk the stone casing around shattered like glass. Tata whirled around and looked at the now free Izuku in complete shock. What? How did you get out of the fossilization? He questioned as Izuku looked down at his hand. I don't know, and I don't care. The Fox Sin said as he turned to him. Now come on, Fairy King Tata. We're ending this now. It's time we patch things up the hard way. With that, he charged forward. Observation deck, he managed to get free. Thank goodness, Iida sighed in relief. Please tell me Tata is getting an earful for turning him to stone, Kaminari pleaded. Oh, he'll get more than that, All Might said seriously. There was no way he was letting something like this slide. With Izuku and Tata back with the two boys, Izuku managed to grab onto Chastiful and spin on it to kick Tata into an adjacent wall. He had a plan now, and it involved Ururaka being right where he needed her. Ururaka, are you okay? He said into his earpiece. I'm fine, even if Bakugo sent a huge explosion at me, she replied as she took a few heavy breaths. He what? The boy yelled as his teeth began to grind. Whoa, easy. You can slug him later, she tried to placate, not even bothering to deny that Izuku would give Bakugo a black eye later. What do you need me to do? She asked. Get to the pillar in the right-hand corner and hang on. I'm about to blow the roof off this joint. He told her as Tata turned his spear into its many small versions again. What the hell are you planning? The self-proclaimed Fairy King questioned. Simple, grisly sin of sloth. I'm about to raise the rooftop off this ice cube stand. The scarred boy grinned as he started channeling one for all through his arm. Not if I have anything to say about it, King yelled as he blasted towards him, the two boys poised to strike at full power. Observation deck, oh man, they're gonna kill each other, Kirishima said as the two charged. Shouldn't you stop them? Mina added. Yeah, this is seriously going sideways real fast, Kaminari chimed in. I would, but young Midoriya can take the punishment, and I can already tell that he'll hold back for young Tata's sake. The symbol of peace stated. With Tada and Izuku as the two were about to clash, the green-haired boy switched from a right hook to an uppercut position. "Ururaka, now!" he yelled as he delivered a full power punch to the ceiling above, which caused an air blast which destroyed every level including the roof. With Bakugo and Ururaka, the gravity-controlling girl grabbed onto the pillar she was told to grab, which confused the blonde exploder before the airwave blasted through the roof, creating a large amount of debris, which became Ochako's ammo. "Alright, special move. The Comet home run," she cheered as she sent the debris towards Bakugo with a hit from a pillar and then used her quirk to make herself float over the gap and onto the dummy weapon while Bakugo was distracted. "Got it," she sang. "Phewick," the blonde yelled as rocks kept falling on his head. Down with the two boys, Izuku currently had Chastiful in his chest as King looked at him in shock. "I told you, King, now that she's back, I'm not letting Ochako go. Never again. So if that means I gotta trust her to get things done, that's what I'm gonna do," he said as he coughed up some blood. "You," King tried to say, but couldn't. "The hero team wins," All Might yelled through the speakers. Later, as everyone gathered back in the observation room, All Might started to talk about the exercise. Now despite the results, the MVP of this battle was Tada. The man told them. "How, exactly?" Mina asked. "Shouldn't it have been one of the heroes?" Sue added. Valid question. "Why didn't I choose one of them? Who has a guess?" the hero asked. "I can." Momo pitched in before she went into a long and very detailed explanation of the fight. As you stated before, Bakugo's move against Ururaka was a poor move, and similarly Midoriya's strategy was also poorly thought out. And Ururaka's last move was extremely risky. Had this been real she would not have used such an imprecise move. Tada on the other hand spent his time trying to capture Midoriya and distract him from getting to his partner and nearly succeeded in doing so. Even if his judgment was compromised by a grudge against Midoriya. She explained. "Wow, she's certainly got quite the analytical eye," the large hero thought in surprise. PFT. Both Izuku and Bakugo scoffed indignantly, but the green-haired boy did notice that her words were a massive blow to his friend's ego, so he put his arm around his shoulder to comfort him. "Anyway, with that out of the way, let's proceed to the next battle simulation," the man said. Elsewhere, two of the other students, Mezzo Shoji and Shodo Todoroki, were entering their building as the tentacled boy made several ears and a mouth on them. "They're on the second and third floors. The invisible one is definitely barefoot," he told Todoroki. "For your own safety, go outside," the two-toned boy said. "Our opponents may plan to fight a defensive battle, but we've already won," he added as he suddenly started freezing the entire building. "Observation room, what the? Are you kidding me?" Izuku gasped as they all saw what was going on. "I want to call that ridiculous, boot," Tada trailed off. "He did get in on recommendations," Sue noted. "He incapacitated his opponents without endangering his teammate. Take note, students," All Might told them. Back with Shoto and Shoji, Shoto walked into the room where Ojiro and Hagakure were in, and sure enough the invisible girl wasn't wearing shoes, or any other clothes for that matter, so her feet were stuck. This sucks," she complained. "It's not your fault, we're just playing on different levels," Shoto told them before putting his left hand on the weapon, signaling that he won. "The hero team wins," All Might yelled. Shoto then melted the ice, which caused Hagakure to start hopping on different feet. "Yikes, hot, she squeaked. "Damn," Ojiro cursed in dismay. Back in the observation deck, everyone was absolutely blown away, especially Bakugo, who was on the verge of hyperventilating at how crazy strong everyone was at this school and the fact that he was now not the strongest anymore, yet another blow to his ego. "Easy, Kachan," Izuku said as he grabbed his friend's shoulders. "UA is full of the best, remember? Just because one guy seems strong doesn't mean he's better than you at everything. Stay calm, you'll be fine," he reassured his friend. Right, Bakugo thought, trying to calm his nerves with little success. The matches went on in rapid succession after that, and then everyone went to their afternoon classes when All Might left in a hurry, which Izuku knew was because of his time limit. Later, Izuku was getting a soda from the school's drink machine when he then bumped into Tada again. "Oh, hey King," he said as he started opening his drink. "You never did finish the story you told in the simulation," the floating pillow lounger said after a moment. "What's to tell? I promised Ochako that I'd make her mine one day, and then a couple weeks later the accident happened and I failed to save her," he shrugged, sipping his drink. "Honestly I would have been dead too if my quirk hadn't awakened," he shrugged. "Awakened?" the Fairy King asked. "Yep. My quirk was originally known as Snatch, my power sapping ability. It wasn't until I nearly died that it evolved or awakened into what we know today. I didn't plan on it, either. I didn't even know how to plan for stuff like that." The immortal sighed. I even got Survivor's Guild afterwards, he added quietly. Oh, the boy replied. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so closed-minded, it wasn't fair to you. Water under the bridge, now. I didn't have any opportunities until today to give you the story from my side. Still, here, Izuku's tone turned serious. We need to figure out who brought Ochako back. If it was somehow a villain, then we have a lot of work to do to figure out who, he stated. Right. Tada nodded as they started to head back to class. Though once they did, they were suddenly swarmed by everyone else in the class, who started introducing themselves one after the other. Hey, I'm Eijiro Kirishima. It's nice to meet Cha. I gotta say guys, your fight was super manly, Kirishima told them. I'm Hanta Shiro, hey, Shiro added. More importantly I'm Yugo Aoyama. Aoyama said before he was interrupted by Mina. I'm Mina Ishido, and I just gotta say your story about you and Ururaka was really romantic, she gushed. Suyu Asui, but please, call me Su. Suyu introduced. Hey, I'm Sato. The heavy-set boy told him. Hi? Tada said with a nervous chuckle as he hid behind his pillow while floating in front of the group. Hey, gang. What's up? Izuku greeted casually before noticing something off. Where's Kachan? He asked. Oh, he left earlier, not sure where he went though. Kaminari shrugged as he and Ururaka walked up to them. Shit, I better go find him. See you guys later, he said as he went to find his friend. Elsewhere, as Izuku ran out to find Bakugo leaving, he decided to call out to him. Hey, Kachan. Wait up. He called as the blonde turned back to him. Hey, what's wrong man? You left without telling me, he added. You saw all those fights, especially the two-faced guy. How am I supposed to compete with someone like that? He growled. Kachan, listen to yourself. You're being too hard on yourself. You know you're talented, I know you're talented, so why don't you just keep proving it, his friend stated. That's easy for you to say, you got crazy strong over the past 10 months. I mean seriously, how did you even manage that? The blonde snapped. By cleaning a beach, the immortal replied, causing Bakugo to pause. What? He asked blankly. It's true, seriously, you should have seen how much garbage there was. Hell, there was even a wrecked truck, for fuck's sake, he exclaimed at the memory of said occurrence. You can't be serious, that's it? Bakugo questioned. Well, not all of it, but, well, I also got a power boosting power from someone else recently. I can't say who I got it from or what it is, but I want you to know that I'm not trying to hide anything from you. And what little I do hide is for your own safety, the immortal told him. Why? Having trouble controlling it or something? The exploder asked with narrowed eyes. Sorta. It's hard to explain. The boy shrugged while scratching his neck nervously. But regardless, I just want you to know that if you ever need someone to take your frustrations out on, well, you know where I am. He added, holding out his fist to his friend. Bakugo stared at his fist before he smirked and bumped his own fist with it. Gotcha. He chuckled. Though this moment of comforting bromance was interrupted when All Might suddenly blasted onto the scene. His pupils both sweat dropping while his protege facepalms at his mentor's inopportune timing. Young Bakugo! The mountain of muscle exclaimed as he held onto said boy's shoulders before he noticed the atmosphere. Did I come at a bad time? He asked, feeling a little embarrassed. Ya kinda did, yeah. His protege told him, hands still on his face. There's nothing to talk about All Might, I'm over it. Bakugo said as he started walking away. Just make sure you're ready for class tomorrow, he called back with a half wave. All Might nodded awkwardly as he cleared his throat. So, young Midoriya, what were you and young Bakugo talking about when I arrived so heroically? He asked, getting a shrug from his successor. Nothing too serious, just helping get his act together, he replied. Oh, okay, then. The #1 hero shrugged. It was a good day so far, with so many issues neatly resolved. Chapter 5. Zero signed to the unknown bar. In a rundown bar somewhere in Japan, a man with pale blue hair, sickly and chapped skin and a thin frame was sitting at the bar. Meanwhile, a man who looked like he was made of purple and black smoke with yellow eyes was cleaning a glass behind the bar. Kurogiri, any word from our new member yet? The man asked his comrade behind the bar. Of course Tamura Shigaraki, I could teleport her here to speak with you face to face if you wish. Kurogiri nodded as he put the glass he was cleaning away. Very well. Do it. He replied with a nod. Kurogiri then used his quirk to open up a portal and a figure stepped out of it. The girl was rather short, barely being as tall as Sue at 5 feet 2 inches and had a curvy figure that was well accented by a C-cup rack and heart-shaped ass and wide hips. Additionally, she also had lilac-colored hair that was rather long and her eyes were a reddish purple that almost completely blended in with her pupils. The woman's attire was also rather odd. It was a pair of skin-tight latex purple pants which were attached to a lingerie strap latex bra of the same color, And she also had on purple leather stilettos and arm-length latex gloves, as well as a horned headdress. "Hello, boys. Glad to see me?" she asked with a very ominously snake-like grin. Hubby Tamashi, aka Uriali. Her quirk, soulplasty. She can control and even bring back the souls of others and become linked to them so she can either control them like puppets or unwitting second sets of eyes and ears. Only way to break the connection is to kill her or the person she's connected to. And if a person hasn't regained enough life force after the connection is broken, they will die in a few days, Mike announced. "We are, Uriali. I wish to speak with you," Tamura nodded. "Oh, what about?" she asked. "You told us that your quirk has bonded you to the soul of a UA student. It means that you are now able to see through their eyes and hear through their ears. Am I correct?" Kurogiri questioned. "Yes, it's been like that for quite a while now, and she's proven to be quite the source of entertainment," Uriali nodded. "Then why don't you use this connection to tell us where All Might is going to be today?" Tamura suggested. "Of course. Give me a moment." The soul bender replied before closing her eyes. After 10 minutes went by, she opened them again. "Good news, I know exactly where they'll be, and at what time." "Excellent." Tamura seamled before turning to Kurogiri. "Round up the rest of our friends, we're going to pay Ue a little visit." Elsewhere, Ua High. Some minutes earlier Izuku was headed to school and was in a rather upbeat mood, though unfortunately for him it was soured by the gates of Ua, and him by extension, were swarmed by reporters. Yeah, he wasn't happy about that. "Excuse me, young man. Can you tell us what it's like learning under All Might?" a reporter questioned, shoving her mic in his face. "Not now, I gotta get to class," he stated as he swathed the woman's microphone away. He wasn't trying to be a jerk, but they were in his way. Sadly, the press just couldn't take a hint and tried to interview the other students. Ururaka ended up just describing him as muscly, and Iida went into a drawn-out monologue. Tada on the other hand. He's just like any teacher really, he can be super boring sometimes." King shrugged with a yawn as he floated to school on Chastiful's pillow form. "Yeah, no, that's probably about as good as we're gonna get on this topic," one of the other press members commented. Luckily for the students, Aizawa was able to get them to stop before the school barrier went up, leaving everyone to go to class. But as Ochako sat down, her eyes suddenly felt itchy, prompting her to rub them. "What's wrong? Eyes feeling itchy?" Izuku asked, noticing her rubbing her eyes. "Yeah, I sometimes get it from time to time. No big deal." She shrugged as the itch faded. However, unbeknownst to her, Uriali was the reason behind the itch. It was a sign she was watching through her eyes. Okay. The immortal shrugged, not feeling concerned about that. Itchy eyes were common, so it wasn't a cause for worry. "Quiet down everyone. Today we have something important planned, something that will decide your future," Aizawa told them. "Is it another quirk test?" everyone thought in worry. "Today, you'll be choosing a class representative," he revealed. "Oh, just normal school stuff," everyone thought in relief. Though this soon erupted into an uproar of everyone saying they wanted to be the representative sans Izuku and King, who just yawned and looked away with disinterested looks on their faces. This was interrupted, however, when Iida stood up and got everyone's attention. "Everyone please be quiet. We cannot go at this without thought. I personally believe that we should settle this democratically. That way we'll know for certain who should represent us," he told them. "I don't care how you kids do it. Just choose before my nap is over," Aizawa said while he zipped up his sleeping bag before collapsing to the ground, snoring. "But we've only known each other a few days, how will we know who to trust?" Sue questioned. "Yeah, who's to say everyone won't vote for themselves?" Sato added. "Well, if one of us gets more than one vote is more than qualified," Iida replied. "Probably not me, then," Izuku mused. Who cares?" King shrugged. The vote went on for several minutes and at the end of it, Izuku and Momo were the ones with the most votes. Though oddly enough, Iida was close behind the latter as well. Izuku seemed slightly put off by this development. He did not sign up for this. After the election was done, Aizawa continued class. "I went over your combat training videos and I'd like to say that I'm pleased with the results. However, I do have a few things to say," he said before looking at Bakugo and King. "Bakugo, Tada, I'll start with you two first. Bakugo, I know your team lost, but you're talented. So just do better and don't sulk around like a child." "Yeah, alright." The blonde huffed. "As for you, Tada," Aizawa started before taking a deep breath. "What the hell were you thinking?" he yelled, causing everyone to jump in surprise at the sudden yelling. What?" the boy stammered in shock. "I get that you had heard conflicting reports, but turning a fellow student to stone during a training exercise? If Midoriya hadn't broken free, you'd be expelled for murder," the erasure hero ranted angrily. Normally, he's more composed than this, but what he had heard about really pissed him off to no end. After taking a moment to calm his nerves, he continued. That being said, your special move did prove to be a good capturing move. Just remember to have a way to reverse it. And leave your personal issues with other students out of your school life, got it? Alright. The boy nodded, shivering slightly at the chewing out he just got. Later, in the cafeteria everyone was getting their food which was as prepared by the cooking hero. Lunch Rush, who was one of the best chefs in the world. Izuku got his favorite dish, katsudon, a panko fried pork cutlet and noodle dish. Iida got his favorite red curry and rice, Ururaka got some rice and sashimi, Bakugo got his favorite spicy curry, and lastly King got a bowl of pork ramen. Hey King, quick question, you guys still got that Tosa of yours? His name was Oslo, right? Izuku asked as he ate his meal. Ochako giggled at the mention of said dog. Yeah we do, he's really grown into a big fella, she replied. Yeah, though he's been a real nuisance ever since he developed a quirk, King sighed. This caught their attention. It wasn't unheard of for animals to develop quirks, in fact the principal, Nezu was an animal who has a quirk that gives him super intelligence, however it was still very uncommon. He developed a quirk? Bakugo asked in intrigue. Yeah, he can teleport to anywhere a person he sees as his owner is and can teleport anything he swallows to another place. He's done that to my hairbrush a lot. Ururaka sighed. Izuku couldn't help but snort. I'm sorry, but he swallows your hairbrush. How many have you had to replace over the years? He asked, trying to rein in his laughter with little success. His childhood sweetheart just glared at him. I will send you up to low orbit, she threatened. The immortal quickly clammed up. Shutting up, he squeaked. Iida couldn't help but chuckle at what was being said while Bakugo rolled his eyes. Anyway, sorry you couldn't be the class rep, Iida. I know you really wanted to be it. The girl said in a comforting manner. I was kinda surprised. I mean you do kinda look and act the part. You're just saying that because of his glasses, Tata stated while he ate his noodles. Wanting to be in a position and actually being qualified for it are two different things. Working with my family at the Iida Hero Agency has taught me that much, the bespectacled boy stated. Does that mean you're rich? The gravity-controlling girl asked excitedly. This caused everyone to facepalm except Iida, who tensed up. Wow, not beating around the bush, are you, pink cheeks? Bakugo questioned. I was afraid everyone would treat me differently if they knew about my family, Iida sighed. Everyone started staring at him for an explanation. The Iida family has been heroes for generations, it's sort of like a family business. To give you an example, are any of you familiar with the Turbo Hero? Ingenium? He questioned. Heck yeah, I am. He's got around 65 sidekicks working at his agency and he's super popular, the green-haired boy nodded. He's my elder brother, the Turbo boy said proudly. Whoa, cool, ha, nice, they all said in surprise. Ingenium is an unmatched commander who honors the hero code. As the second eldest Iida son, I strive to be just like him. He told them. Though I'm still not ready for a leadership role. He added before looking at Izuku. However I think you'd be a good leader. You saw that the judges of the exams were looking for something more. A good leader needs that kind of insight. I'm not sure I really qualify due to past occurrences. The immortal replied vaguely with a sigh. Bakugo instantly knew what he was talking about. Stop it, you're better than that. The blonde told him. Right at that moment though, the school alarms went off, causing everyone to almost jump out of fear. Warning. Warning. Level 3 breach in progress. Please proceed to the exits in a calm and orderly manner. An automated voice instructed. What's a level 3 breach? Iida asked a third year next to him. It means that someone got through the barrier, which hasn't happened in my 3 years being here. The boy told them before everyone started panicking and forming a sea of people trying to get out the door, pressing Iida against the window. It's the press, he said in exasperation upon noticing the media equipment in the distance. Turning back he saw Kirishima and Kaminari being swept away by the sea of people. Deciding to try and stop this mass panic he turned and saw Ururaka. Ururaka, he called to her, reaching out his hand. Touch my hand, make me float, he told her. Okay, she called back. She struggled to touch his hand, and failed after the first one, but got it after the second one, causing the bespectacled runner to float. Iida then quickly pulled up his pants legs and then used his quirk to blast towards the exit sign and landed there. Everyone, calm down, he yelled as he got their attention. It's just the media outside, come on, we're UA students, we need to show that we're the best of the best by staying calm and collected, he told all the students. Everyone slowly started to calm down and Class 1A all let out a sigh of relief. He really saved them this time. Later, so, yeah, guys, I'm sorry but I'm just not sure that being the class representative is for me. Izuku shrugged as he scratched the back of his neck. So I've decided to go ahead and give the job to Iida. He's definitely more qualified than I am. especially after what happened at lunch. He added. Tenya seemed taken aback by this, but composed himself as he stood up. If you think I am qualified, then I will perform the job of class representative to the best of my ability, he declared, and got some reassuring comments in return. Yeah, no, if Midoriya says that he's good enough for the job, then I'm good. Kirishima nodded. Plus he totally manned up back there, that's something I can definitely get behind. Same here. Sato added. Plus, he kinda looked like the guy on the exit sign, he added with a chuckle. Emergency exit Iida, yeah I can get behind that, Kaminari nodded. I don't care who the representative is, just get it over with already. Aizawa snapped before getting up. Anyway, today we're going to be doing something different for your hero training. What kind of training are we doing? Kaminari asked. Aizawa then held up a card that said rescue on it. Rescue training. This time you'll be saving people rather than fighting them. From natural disasters, accidents, stuff like that. The man explained. Ah yeah. Now this is more like it, Kirishima said with a grin. Real hero work. This is what separates the men from the boys. Sounds like we're in for a workout, Kaminari added. I'm game. Jiro, a girl with earphone jacks has earlobes shrugged. This'll be fun. Izuku grinned. Elsewhere, in the teacher's lounge, a deflated All Might was sitting on the couch and trying to rest after overexerting himself. He was now unfortunately unable to go to the rescue class with his students. Man, I really screwed up this time, he sighed as he sat back. Aizawa's probably gonna wring my neck after this. Then again I could go now, maybe get a few minutes out of my hero form. Yeah, that'll work. He said as he started buffing up, albeit with a bit of pain. Now hold your horses, a kindly voice said as a white bipedal 3 feet 4 inches tall mouse walked in, and he was wearing a business suit. He also had a scar on his right eye. Ah, Principal Nezu, the mountain of muscle exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the one who might be a dog or a mouse or a bear, but really is important that I'm the principal, Nezu chirped as he walked over to All Might. Your fur is looking very glossy and well groomed today, sir. All Might told him, as it was customary to pay a compliment to one's superiors while at work whenever possible. In Japan at least. Yes, I made sure to make it look this nice. The animal principal nodded. And I see that you haven't changed much over the years, he noted. True, but neither have you, sir. He replied. Yes, that may be true. Though I must say this. With your power now being diminished you cannot do as much hero work as you used to. Nezu nodded. Additionally, there is the issue of training one for all successor, so I believe you'd do best to dedicate most of your time to your students anyway. After all, they deserve it. That they do. All Might nodded. Nezu simply poured them a glass of warm green tea. Now while we're on the topic, why don't we start by discussing your successor and how we can potentially help him in his development as a hero and a well-rounded person overall, shall we? He beckoned before noticing steam coming off his employee's form. Oh, you're steaming, that's not good, the principal noted. Shit, All Might muttered as he deflated again. Elsewhere, on the bus with the students, they were in the middle of discussing all of their quirks, with Kirishima saying he wished he had a flashier quirk, but the fox Sind saying he was just fine. You know I gotta admit Midoriya, don't you ever get tired of constantly coming back to life over and over again? Kaminari asked. I did at first, but after a while I just kinda stopped being tired of it and got used to it. Dunno how else to say it. He shrugged nonchalantly. Well, since we're pointing out the obvious, there's something I wanted to say, Su said, while turning to Izuku. About you actually. Oh yeah, what's that, Asui? He asked. I told you to call me Su. She corrected before continuing. I couldn't help but notice how similar your quirk is to All Might's. The frog girl noted, causing Izuku to sweat bullets on the inside. No, even if he can recover from it, his quirk still damages his body whenever he uses it. There's no way it's similar to All Might's, Kirishima told her, causing the immortal to silently let out a relieved sigh. Yeah, but seriously, with a power like yours, you, Bakugo and Todoroki are gonna be great pros, Kaminari stated. Assuming they can get past Izuku's masochism fetish, King said, rolling his eyes, chastityful in its pillow form behind his head. Not my fault I love pain, said Boy shrugged. I don't really see Bakugo becoming very popular with his behavior, though, Su commented, drawing said Boy's ire. What? Say that again and I'll kick your ass, he yelled at her. You see? The frog girl asked while pointing at him. You know, I can actually see your point. Kaminari nodded, further triggering the blonde exploder. Besides we've basically only known him for a few days, so it's kinda telling that we know his personality is flaming crap mixed with garbage, he added. Keep talking and I'll make you regret choosing the hero course, the Pomeranian blonde exclaimed in indignation and anger. Holy crap, Ka-chan is getting teased. I never thought I'd see the day, Izuku laughed in his head. This is such a disgusting conversation, Momo said while covering her mouth. Later, once the students arrived at their destination, they were met there by a figure dressed in an astronaut outfit. Space Hero 13, as I live and breath, Izuku exclaimed in delight with a smile as Ururaka walked next to him, a giant excited smile plastered on her face. Alright, 13 is my favorite hero, she smiled happily. Hello everyone, I'm here to help train you to do rescues today. And to do that we'll be working in this building here, she told them, gesturing to the building. I call it the unforeseen simulation joint. But you can call it the USJ, she added. Like Universal Studios Japan? Everyone thought? Where's All Might? I thought he was supposed to be here. Aizawa questioned. What, did he decide to do an interview instead? He asked. He accidentally used up all his power this morning. He's currently resting, 13 replied quietly. That man is the height of irresponsibility. Aizawa sighed in irritation. Come kids, let's go. As they entered the USJ, 13 faced them. Before we begin, I have 2 things to say, or maybe 3, no actually 4, or 5, or, she started to ramble. Get on with it, Aizawa snapped. Right, she nodded. As you all know, I have a very powerful quirk, it's called Black Hole. The space hero explained. Yeah, you've used it to save a lot of people, Izuku said while Ochako nodded giddily. Yes I have, but if I'm not careful, I could accidentally kill someone with it, she added. It's the same with many of your quirks, you could kill someone with them if you make a wrong move. Yeah, that's true. King nodded as he lounged on his pillow. My quirk definitely fits that description. So does mine. Izuku nodded. I can snatch physical objects, even manifestations from quirks, so if I wanted to I could steal people's organs. That's a little disturbing, 13 commented with a shiver. How do you think I feel? I grew up with this guy, Bakugo commented in agreement. Oi! The immortal exclaimed indignantly. Regardless, today we'll be teaching you how to use your powers to help rather than harm. After all, that's what being a hero is all about. The space hero told them, right before the lights and other electric-powered devices started to fail. Huh? Just about everyone in the class got out in confusion. Then a giant black and purple haze appeared and people started to walk out of it, the leader of which being Tamura Shigaraki. What in the name of? Izuku asked. What's going on? Are we starting already? Kirishima wondered. Get back, Aizawa ordered, making them do so. This is real, those are actual villains. He told them as he put on his goggles. Everyone else seemed worried, but Izuku just licked his elongated canines and cracked his knuckles. Perfect, this is just the time I need to test out a new special move. The Fox Sin grinned. Kachan knows about this one's prototype. Phantom Hunt. But the one I want to try affects up to 30 people at once, he said as he ran past Aizawa before he could be stopped and leapt towards the villains with his arms outstretched and grasping. Snatch special move. Zero sign. He yelled as he stole all of their perceptions. Everything around him turned negative as he became invisible to the villains. Once this happened he then went to work and started knocking out villains left and right. Aizawa, while wanting to lecture him for this, decided to join in and began incapacitating villains as he erased their quirks. Whoa, how is he not getting seen by them? Mina gasped. He stole their perception, and now he's taking advantage of that, Bakugo said, watching the villains get beaten down. Sucks to be them, in that case. Sato commented, but as they were watching the mist villain suddenly appeared behind them, it was Kurogiri. Izuku was in the middle of throttling a guy with an eye patch and a crowbar, before he saw Kurogiri surrounding all his friends, and one of the smoke villain's tendrils was wrapped around Ururaka. This caused him to growl angrily and without thinking, he moved his hands in opposite directions and snapped the neck of the villain he was throttling before he started running back towards them. I'll kill you, he yelled at Kurogiri murderously. Not likely, the villain said as he teleported everyone to different areas. Izuku didn't know what was happening until he found himself mid over water. Oh shit, my costume's leather is gonna get soaked, he yelled before he hit the water. Immediately, he began swimming for the surface with an irritated look on his face. Suddenly, he heard water moving and saw a shark-headed villain swimming toward him. Nothing personal, kid. Just gotta kill All Might, he yelled as he opened his mouth, ready to take a bite out of him, only for a familiar frog girl to kick him. Izuku looked on in surprise. Sue, he thought, eyes wide. Hey, Midoriya, she said as she grabbed him with her tongue and pulled him onto the boat, along with none other than King as well. Hey Izuku. You alright? The floating boy questioned as he looked at the water. URG, I'll live, he sighed before his eyes shot open wide. Wait, Ochako, I have to get back to her, she's in danger, he said as he got up. We have bigger problems right now. Look, Sue said as she pointed at the water, seeing the dozens of aquatic villains swimming for their boat. Oh now that's just great. King groaned. Okay, this just doesn't make any sense. The immortal said. These guys probably did a lot of planning before they came here since the first thing they did was split us up, but why would they send you here, Sue? He wondered. Maybe they don't know what our quirks are, King theorized. Hey, yeah, if they knew about my quirk, they would have sent me to that fire zone over there instead of here, Sue said in realization as she looked at said zone. Then we can use that to our advantage, Izuku said as he sat down. Speaking of which, let's talk quirks. Sue, you go first, he prompted. Oh, well, I can jump really high and far, stick to just about any surface, and stretch my tongue out to about 20 meters. I also have camouflage, can secrete a toxic mucus and cough up my stomach so I can clean it. She listed off, the two boys feeling weirded out about her cleaning her stomach. Those last two won't be all that helpful in this situation, though. Ignore them, she added. Okay, King, you're next. Izuku nodded. My quirk allows me to control plant life, and change and manipulate things at a molecular level. I can make small wounds even worse, benign growths into tumors, and even turn water into thin air if I want. It's how I can change my spear's shape. The boy explained. I'm not entirely sure how I'd fit in this situation though, at the moment. Izuku then started thinking. King can manipulate and change things at the molecular level, while Sue's quirk could help us make a quick getaway. Maybe, that's it, he thought, coming up with a plan. King, think you can create a sticky substance that can last for a day even in water? He asked. Maybe, the grizzly Sin nodded. What are you planning exactly? If I can cause a large enough distortion in the water, it'll cause all the villains to go toward it. That'll be when the solution comes in, he explained before turning to the girl of the trio. Sue, can I count on you to get me out of Dodge? I'll be in the air as I do this, he questioned. Yep. That won't be a problem. The frog girl nodded. The boat suddenly shook after a villain hit it with his quirk before it started sinking. It's now or never, guys, get ready, you too, Izuku ordered before he jumped into the air. As he fell toward the water, he had to remember what he did in the quirk test. Just keep the image of your brain not exploding in the microwave at the front of your mind, he thought as he concentrated one for all into his finger like he was about to flick something. Surprise, bitches. Delaware smash. He yelled as he flicked the air, sending a powerful concussive blast into the water, displacing it and dragging surprised villains towards it. Here we go. Forest sap ball tree. King yelled as he pulled a few pieces of sappy tree bark from a bag he had on him and gathered all the sap into several small sticky, crystal orbs and sent them at the villains, causing them to get stuck to each other in a cluster as the water UP chucked them into the air. And it's good, King said as he landed on his floating pillow, raising his arms as if he scored a field goal. Sue chuckled a bit at his antics before she leapt into the air and used her tongue to grab Izuku mid-drop as Tata flew behind her, the trio leaving the shipwreck zone and several villains in a sticky situation behind. Though as they did, with the other students, Uriah had Ururaka gripped close to her as her jaw unhinged, revealing a long snake-like tongue. You did a good job acting as my eyes, my little spy, but I'm afraid you've served your purpose, so there's no need to have you around anymore, the villainess hissed to her, while licking her cheek. Any last words before I devour you? Ochako said nothing, opting to glare at the villainess behind her hatefully while wishing that Izuku would save her. Izuku, please hurry, she thought. Chapter 6. Fox's Fury. Tata vs Shigaraki and Kurogiri, Sloth Sin by Divide Music. Izuku's Fox's Fury. Uncontrollable Evil, Stiz Mask Remix. In the USJ as Izuku, Sue and King were slowly managing to get out of the shipwreck zone, they started to head towards the shore. That sap is super concentrated, so those villains aren't going anywhere, the boy told them. Good. Maybe they can take a bath to get rid of that stench of defeat they've got now. Izuku jokes, causing his companions to chuckle. Hey, good one. Suyu commented. But right now we should try and help the others. King told them. Something tells me that things are about to get hairy. He added as they made their way to where Aizawa was. Good idea. Let's start with having a look at Aizawa's situation. The immortal nodded as they proceeded to do just that. The trio looked at where their homeroom teacher was fighting off the villains and saw that he seemed to be holding his own, though he seemed to be showing signs of exhaustion. First it was 20 for seconds, then it was 17, then 14. Shigaraki said as Aizawa charged at him after beating down several more villains. Final boss, he yelled as he threw his scarf at the man. Upon managing to wrap it around him, he pulled him in to deliver some punches as he suppressed his quirk. Shigaraki, however, managed to grab onto his elbow in preparation for when his quirk was restored. It was hard to see with you jumping around like that, but I found her tell. It's your hair, you're having to rest longer. You shouldn't overexert yourself, or else you'll fall apart, Shigaraki cackled. He destroyed my elbow. How? Aizawa thought as he broke away and took down some more villains before breathing heavily. "Oh, and by the way, hero," Shigaraki said before turning to the man, "I am not the final boss." As he said this, the bird-faced brain creature grabbed Aizawa and slammed him into the ground, causing him to groan in pain. This caused Izuku, Tsuyu and Tada to become concerned and alarmed. Elsewhere, back with Kurogiri and Uriali, the woman used her quirk to peer inside Ururaka's mind and saw the image of Izuku in her head. Smirking, she looked at her warp-gate companion. "Kurogiri, send me and my little spy here to Tamura," she told him as she licked Ochako's cheek. "I want those she cares about to watch as I kill her." Very well." The mist villain nodded and sent her to Tamura with Akako, but not before the girl caused him to float that way when 13 distracted him. Shoji and Shiro were able to keep him back so Iida could escape, however it was at the price of 13 getting injured by her own quirk. As Uriali appeared beside Shigaraki, she gripped Ururaka tightly and threatened to strangle her for the stunt she had just pulled. "Izuku, get me away from this psycho," she thought as she struggled to breath. "You've done it now, girl. I gave you your life again. Are you forgetting that I can just as easily take it away?" the snake-like villainous hissed. Izuku could only look at the scene before him with worry and anger in his eyes as he started to grit his teeth and clenched his fists. "So this is the bitch that brought her back. Looks like I'm gonna have to do something about her," he thought angrily. "You guys wait here, I've got something I need to do," he told his two friends. "What are you?" Sue asked as Izuku used Snatch to steal the perception of the villains around Ururaka. "Zero sign," he said as he started to move quickly as everything around him turned negative and he was able to move around freely, 3-section staff in hand. Sneaking behind the short villain, he grabbed her head and twisted it, causing her to drop Ochako and allowing her to run, but as Zero Sign stopped, Shigaraki turned to the hulking mass of muscle beside him. "Nomu, kill that girl," he ordered. The muscular behemoth charged at Ochako, who looked back and immediately picked up the pace to try and escape, even using her quirk in hopes of reducing her weight and increasing her speed briefly. Uriali gasped for air as Izuku suffocated her, and her predicament only worsened when he saw the girl he loved being chased down by the villain. "Ochako, no!" he yelled as he suffocated Uriali into passing out before whipping out his staff and using it to create a snatch whip which latched onto Nomu's back and ripped out its heart as the boy pulled back, much to Shigaraki's surprise, who had just noticed him. "What the? How did that happen?" he wondered in surprise. Nomu stopped momentarily as the shock of getting an organ removed registered in its slow brain as Ochako continued to run, and as Izuku tried to rush and stop him, he too was shocked when the beast suddenly regenerated its heart and delivered a clawing attack at both of the two kids as Izuku tried to block Ururaka, gravely wounding them both. Just as this happened, Kurogiri appeared next to Shigaraki as Sue and King watched helplessly as they saw what was happening. Their teacher was down and now two of their friends were badly injured. "Damn it! What even is this day?" Tada cursed in frustration at the turn things took. But then it was replaced with anger. "I lost my sister once, I refuse to lose her again," he yelled as he blasted towards Shigaraki and Kurogiri as Chastiful blasted with him in spear form. "I'll kill you, you stupid villains," he yelled angrily. "You say that like you can do so." Kurogiri chuckled as he shifted his body into a black hole. However, before the boy could be pulled in, Bakugo came out of nowhere and tackled the villain with an explosion-filled punch, Kirishima not far behind. "Bakugo!" Tada got out in surprise and relief before making a sphere of push knives as Shigaraki tried to touch him, causing his arms to be cut up in the process. "Arg! You damn brat!" he rasped angrily. "I saw what you did to my homeroom teacher. Did you really think I'd let you anywhere near me?" the boy asked rhetorically. "Get him, King! Make it where he's shark food," Bakugo called before turning to Kurogiri, who he had pinned. "Don't even think about moving. Do anything and I'll blow you up so badly that they'll be piecing you back together for weeks," he warned with a sinister grin. "Oh, that doesn't sound very heroic," Kirishima said beside him. With Tada and Shigaraki, the boy was now making Guardian take on a buff form similar in build to Nomu to try and capture him. Shigaraki also tried decaying the giant 6-armed teddy bear, but found that his powers had no effect on it. "Oh come on, this is cheating. You're a damn hacker," he complained, which made Tada laugh. "Look who's talking, ya damn edgelord," he retorted. Though meanwhile with Izuku and Ochako, the immortal sin of greed was now waking up from getting his right side of his upper half split in two and was completely healed, and his heart immediately stopped when he saw that Ururaka had a puncture wound just under her left breast. No, not again," he thought in despair as he rushed over to her and cradled her in his arms bridal style. Ochako, wake up, stay with me," he begged the girl as she weakly opened her eyes. "Zuku, are we safe?" she asked weakly. "Yes, you're safe now, I got you." Just stay with me, okay? You're gonna be fine, he tried to reassure her. I feel so tired, Izuku, that promise we made when we were kids. Can you tell me it again? The zero-gravity girl asked as she slowly started to lose consciousness. You got it, Ochako. I promise, one day I'm gonna take you and make you MI. He wasn't able to finish as the girl lost consciousness and fell limp in his arms. No, let me finish, damn it, he said as his despair deepened. And then it swiftly turned to anger as tears ran down his face, and he then let out a rage-filled scream to the sky before an explosion of green and black energy exploded around him as one for all flowed through his entire body like a tsunami. Shigaraki and Kurogiri looked at Izuku in shock as the energy created gale force winds that threatened to blow not just them, but everyone else away. Kurogiri, what the hell is going on? The hand-covered man questioned. I don't know, I've never seen anything like this, the dark mist man exclaimed from his pinned position. What the? Isn't that where Deku and Ururaka were? Oh no, don't tell me, Bakugo said as the explosion dome slowly disappeared and Izuku could be seen holding Ochako, but he was different now. He was now 6 feet 9 inches, his skin turns black and green chakra-like energy surrounded him as well as green lightning, and the sclera of his eyes glow with an ominous green crackling energy and green lightning crackles around them. Then his canines became even more fang-like and his hair became ignited with the same energy and lightning. Finally, along with being covered in black and green energy, said energy was also shaped into fox features like ears and a tail. He was also foaming at the mouth too. The now transformed Fox Sin let out a guttural sigh as his breath became visible and he rushed forward and grabbed Su, Tada and Aizawa and got them away from the fight faster than the villains could see. He then put Ochako down with them and turned back to the fight and charged with a rage-filled roar. Shigaraki and Kurogiri couldn't even see him move. The one that was hit was Nomu, who was sent skidding back with a surprised squawk. Hate, rage, kill, kill, kill. The boy growled almost incoherently before he went straight for Nomu and started attacking him like a wild animal would. Slashing at Nomu with his now clawed hands, which combined with One for All's force, created several large gashes and even tore into the muscles of the hulking monster. Back with the other students, they watched in wide-eyed shock as Izuku went berserk. What the hell happened to him? Kirishima exclaimed as he watched the sight. I don't know, I've never seen him this angry before. I mean, Deku's a pretty chill guy. Sure, he gets depressed a lot, but he rarely ever cries, and getting him angry is even more rare. But this? Bakugo asked as he watched his friend's fury unfold. This is on a totally different level. How do we calm him down, then? Suyu wondered. The best I can come up with is to let it run its course for this case. The exploder sighed, sweat pouring down from his brow in worry. Ochako, hey sis, wake up, King said to his sister as he held her. Damn it. Since it's been too long since she got this injury I can't demote it with my quirk, he cursed before turning to his weapon. Unless, Chastiful Form 8. Healing Sunflower, he called as he snapped his fingers. His support weapon instantly changed into a giant sunflower which opened up and shined its rays onto Ochako, slowly but surely healing her injuries. Phew, thank goodness. He sighed, but could slowly start feeling the task he was doing draining his stamina. One drawback. This uses most of my stamina so I can only use it once or twice a day, otherwise I pass out, he said as fatigue started to settle in. Ochako groaned as she came to, but was still a bit groggy. What happened? She asked tiredly. You took a bad hit. I had to use healing sunflower to patch you up, her brother replied tiredly. Where's Izuku? He was about to tell me something important, the girl asked. A roar filled with rage startled her out of her grogginess as she whipped toward the source, only for her to grab her head as she groaned. Whoa, head rush, she said as she shook her head clear, though when she looked in the direction of the roar, what she saw shocked her. It was a creature made of green and black energy and it was attacking 3 villains at once with incredible power paired with insane ferocity. Deepening, Izuku roared as he caused a shockwave that blasted everyone nearby backward. That's my catchphrase, Bakugo murmured indignantly. Izuku panted as he continued to foam at the mouth like a rabid dog. You took her away from me, I'll make you pay, I'll kill you, he growled angrily as he attacked the 3 villains with 100% of One for All in a double claw strike. Harlem Smash, he yelled as the 2 attacks hit Nomu who shielded Shigaraki and Kurogiri. This kid is mental. How are we supposed to take him out? The hand-covered man questioned. Though before anything else could be said or done, the entrance door was blasted off its hinges as someone started to walk inside. It was All Might, and what was even more surprising was, he wasn't smiling. He was angry, very angry. This made the villains that paid attention to that detail feel their hearts clench in fear. Have no fear, students, he began as he ripped his tie off. Because I am here. he exclaimed, causing his charges to sigh in relief. Finally, after all this waiting, the heroic piece of trash shows up, Shigaraki said as he barely managed to catch Izuku's incoming punch, and was able to see the boy's immortal regeneration powers up close. Regeneration, and it's able to overpower my quirk, interesting, he mused. Quick as a flash, All Might was able to make it down to the students and get them out of harm's way. "Students, are you all right?" he asked them as he looked them over before noticing the bloodstains on Ururaka's costume. "Young Ururaka, what happened?" he questioned. Before the girl could answer, Tada did so. "She took a bad hit. I was able to use a healing method I know, but I can only use it once or twice a day. Otherwise I get tired," he explained. Her injured state also sent Izuku into a rage. He added as he pointed at the still angry immortal. The symbol of peace flinched as he turned to see his pupil attacking indiscriminately at everything within reach, and that he was using 100% of One for All without hurting his body, but this also unsettled him. One for All was never meant to be used in such a rage-filled state. There's no telling what kind of consequences this may have on him going forward. The man thought. "I have to stop this. I have to take down the villains and subdue young Midoriya long enough until I can calm him down. For his sake, I must stop him before he does something he'll regret." With that, the man charged forward and began fighting Nomu, the fists of both becoming a blur as their fight went on. The symbol of peace needed to end this, and quickly. He had no idea of how long he would be able to last. "Die!" Izuku roared as he dived at Nomu's head and stole most of its strength, making it start to slow down. "No, young Midoriya, don't do anything brah," the man tried to warn his mentally compromised student before. Sklurk. The boy's clawed hand delivered a powerful airblade slash to Nomu's head, causing said hand to bury itself in the head of the creature. Nomu stood stock still, registering that something had been buried in its head, then it went slack. All Might reared his fist back and readied another punch. "Here's my chance," he thought. "Hey villain, you ever heard these words? Because I'm about to show you what they really mean, go beyond. Plus ultraaaaaaa." The blonde yelled as he delivered a massive blow to Nomu's body and sent him flying into the air. He was apparently hit with so much force, he was sent out of the facility and vanished over the horizon. After he dealt with that, he turned his attention to Izuku, whose rage-filled gaze was boring into his soul. "Get revenge, they took her away from me. I won't forgive, I'll never forgive, I'll kill them all," he said before he let out another rage-filled scream as Kurogiri opened up a portal so Shigaraki could get in close to attack them both. "I'll kill you, Bo," he started to say before, bam. Shigaraki was sent tumbling back towards his warping companion by a backhand from the green-haired boy as Izuku charged at all might and clashed with him, the older of the two trying to restrain the younger in a headlock. "Young Midoriya, calm down, snap out of it," the older man exclaimed as he continued trying to subdue the angry teen while avoiding his attacks. The boy wouldn't listen, he just kept screaming as the force of One for All blasted gale force winds everywhere around them. "I know how you must feel, young Midoriya. Believe me, I know. I felt the same anger and hatred in my heart when my master and predecessor was killed by a powerful villain," his teacher told him. "The grief, despair, sadness, anger, hatred, fear, regret. I know it all too well. You are not alone, my boy, I know your pain because I too have been in your shoes before." He didn't know what to expect, but he was pleasantly surprised when Izuku paused in response to his words. He was breathing heavily, and was looking at him intently. The energy around him slowly started to disappear and then the green-haired immortal started to shake madly as he suddenly started to breathe shakily and actually cry, a rare occurrence with the usually laid-back Izuku. "It's all right, young Midoriya. I got you," the man softly told his distraught pupil. Though with the villains, Shigaraki was able to shakily get up and then started to scratch his neck uncontrollably as he glared at the heroes with pure anger in his eyes. You, he rasped. "You ruined everything," he roared. All Might just turned and glared at him angrily, which made him flinch. "Unfortunately this isn't over, not by a long shot," he thought as he could feel his hero form slipping, "and I'm running out of time." This was not looking good. Chapter 7. Rid me of this greed. USJ All Might continued to try and keep Izuku calm as he continued to shake madly while Shigaraki and Kurogiri stared flabbergasted at what just happened to their secret weapon. And Shigaraki was so mad right now that he started shaking and scratching his neck like mad. Damn it, All Might's not as weak as we were told at all, they cheated, they all cheated," he thought angrily. "What's the matter?" All Might taunted. "Didn't you say you were going to finish this level earlier? Come and attack me already?" He continued to taunt as he took a step forward, though a very familiar-looking steam started to come off him. Shigaraki took a step back and stopped scratching as he felt a jolt of fear shoot into him. Crap. Without Nomu we'll never be able to beat him before the pros arrive, he said. Tamura Shigaraki, calm down. Look at him. The mist villain whispered, prompting the hand-covered man to do so. He's clearly shaking, and over his limit. We still have a chance to destroy him if we act quickly. The warping villain added. Shigaraki looked at the symbol of peace and saw the signs that his comrade was referring to. If they moved quickly, they could do this. Well then, let's end this, he said as the two got ready to attack. Crap, not good, not good, All Might thought as he felt his muscle form slipping, but as he did, he noticed something. Izuku had disappeared. Looking up, he saw his student with Urieli in his grip by the neck, and it was getting progressively tighter with every second that passed. Look Urieli, I know how your quirk works, and I know that you used it on her. Now, release Ochako from your soul link, now, the green-haired boy growled. And, why would I do that? The snake-like villainous choked out, his grip tightening. Because it's the only way I can finally rid myself of this greed of mine, and it's the only way you'll be able to leave this place today, alive. He replied coldly as the woman's face started to turn blue. Everyone else could only look on as Izuku's actions went unimpeded by the other two villains. Bakugo, how do you think Midoriya is avoiding being seen right now? Shoto questioned the blonde. He stole their perception, most likely. That's how he was able to take out so many of them earlier, the boy replied. Then perhaps we could help capture those other villains while the main two are preoccupied with All Might, and leave the rest to Midoriya. The two-toned boy suggested. Sounds good to me. Kirishima nodded as he activated his quirk. Yeah, alright, but don't think you can boss me around, ya icy hot bastard. Bakugo spat. Elsewhere, with Tada, Su and Ururaka, the three were trying to get to the entrance with Aizawa, but they were having difficulty due to Ururaka still being weak. Here sis. King told her as he laid her on his transforming pillow. You need to rest, just ride on here for now, he added. Okay. The zero-gravity girl sighed as she slowly fell asleep on the pillow and started snoring away in the cutest way possible. Ribbit. Man, I hope Izuku's okay, Suyu said in concern. Me too, King nodded. Elsewhere, in the landslide zone, Kaminari had just managed to get himself captured by an electric-type villain who survived his all-out discharge attack which fried his brain. Jiro tried to get her earphone jack ready to attack, but unfortunately the villain was smarter than they had anticipated. They were in trouble now. Damn it, he's got us cornered, Momo thought in frustration. However, before the guy could do anything to them, gunshots could be heard and 2 bullets were fired into the villain's shoulders, causing him to drop Kaminari as he screamed in pain. What was that? Jiro wondered in confusion. Off in the distance the entrance doors opened to reveal Iida, who was back with all the teachers, and the hero who just saved Kaminari was the Western hero, Snipe, a literal cowboy hero. Everyone, your class representative has returned, Iida yelled, and I brought reinforcements. Back with Izuku, All Might and Shigaraki, the boy had just used Urieli as a flailing weapon to knock the man away before he could touch All Might, but unfortunately found himself in said villain's decaying grip as he tried to keep Urieli in an arm headlock. Let's see how tough that healing factor of yours is, shall we? He cackled as Izuku's skin slowly decayed, his healing factor fighting back. Joke's on you pal, my quirk isn't simply healing, it's also eternal youth, making me immortal. The boy spat as he kneed Shigaraki hard in the stomach and made him stumble backwards, right into Snipe's line of sight so that he could shoot him in both arms and legs from the entrance. However, any further action was stopped by Kurogiri who began trying to teleport away. He tried to grab Urieli, but Izuku quickly leapt back to get out of his range. Oh no ya don't, I'm not letting you take her back, the boy growled. This was followed by 13 unleashing Black Hole to try and suck Kurogiri up, but unfortunately they got away. Izuku turned back to Urieli and started shaking her as she fell unconscious. Wake up, damn it, he shouted, but got no response. Throwing her down, he let out a frustrated yell. Calm down, young Midoriya. All Might told him, having reverted back to his weak form. You bought me a vital few seconds, thank you. You saved me once again, he added. No problem. The boy sighed in reply before they noticed Kirishima coming over to them. Hey, Midoriya. You okay man? The boy called as he ran over to them. Oh crap, he's gonna learn about my secret. The two thought in panic before a wall suddenly rose up, cutting the red-haired boy off. For your own safety, young man, please go to the entrance with your classmates. A hero who looked like a block of cement told Kirishima. Oh, okay. The redhead nodded as he turned around and ran back to the others. Hey guys, they said to head back to the entrance. He called Bakugo and Shoto. Thank God. Izuku sighed in relief as he fell down on his butt in exhaustion. Thanks for that. You saved my ass, Cementos, the blonde said to his coworker. Not a problem. Plus, I'm a bit of a fan. The cement bender shrugged. Cementos. His quirk. Cement. He can manipulate any cement he touches, making him a real master of the concrete jungle, Mike informed. Izuku sighed as he got up and was about to go towards the entrance, only to fall flat on his face as his body became extremely heavy. Ow, he groaned. I think I strained myself, he managed to utter. That doesn't even begin to cover it, his mentor stated. Later, outside, everyone was being gathered by the police while a detective looked them over. Well, besides one or two of you. No one seems to be in any serious harm. Just the boy whose body was too strained. The man said before looking at Ururaka, who was still trying to rest on Chastiful. And you, are you sure you're feeling okay? Yeah. Just feeling tired is all. The girl replied with a yawn. Though she soon tried to shake it off, although unsuccessfully. Wait, what about Deku? She asked in concern. Yes, where is Midoriya? Did something happen to him? Iida questioned. He strained his body too much in the fight. He's with Recovery Girl getting treated. The detective replied. This got a sigh of relief from Ochako. Sir, a police officer called as several more suddenly started approaching the scene with a restrained Nomu. We've apprehended one of the villains. He hasn't tried to resist, but he hasn't spoken either, he added. Probably because Izuku lobotomized him, King whispered. Can he even speak? The detective wondered, not hearing the boy's whisper. We're unsure of that, sir, the same officer replied. In any case, let the kids head back to campus. They've been through one hell of an ordeal today, the detective stated. Yes, sir. The officer nodded. Let go of me. Keep your hands off of MMPH, Uriah shrieked before a muzzle was put on her and she was shoved into the back of a cruiser as everyone walked away. Elsewhere, in Recovery Girl's nurse's office, All Might and Izuku were resting on the hospital beds and the healing hero just finished giving them treatment. I can't be sure, but I think I shortened my time limit again, All Might groaned. Well, that blows. His pupil sighed. I guess I can't really scold you for ending up here. That was a rather nasty fight you had with those villains at the USJ. The medic sighed. We ran into your old sidekick in there. Izuku said curtly. She's soul linked to Ururaka, I just figured it out. Oh, dear, Recovery Girl groaned. I had hoped she hadn't turned to villainy, but I can see that was wishful thinking, she said. That bitch, if I had just had a few more minutes with her, I could have gotten her to break her link. The boy snapped, clenching the sheets in his fists. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I was so close, he cursed before. Smack. Ow. What the hell? The boy complained as his head was smacked by an annoyed Recovery Girl's clipboard. Now you stop that. I know that you want to help your friend, but beating yourself up over it isn't going to help anyone. She chastised the boy, who looked down and away from her. Yeah, you're right. He sighed reluctantly, elsewhere. Kurogiri teleported inside of the bar again and Shigaraki crawled out onto the floor, blood leaking from his gunshot wounds. Ow, shot in both arms and legs. And what's worse, we lost Nomu and Uriah in one go. The man-child complained. And All Might wasn't weakened at all. He's just as strong as he's always been. You were wrong, master, so very very wrong. We weren't wrong, we just weren't as prepared as we should have been, a voice said from a monitor. At least we failed under that cheap League of Villains moniker instead of our true one. What happened to the creature me and the master crafted? Where's Nomu? Another voice asked. Unfortunately, we were forced to leave him behind. Without coordinates to where he was at the time, I was unable to retrieve him, Kurogiri explained. What? How did this happen? The second voice asked. It was All Might's doing. He and a boy with some sort of power stealing and immortality quirk blew him away, explained the living portal. I'm sorry, did you just say there was a boy with a power stealing and immortality quirk at the attack? The first voice asked, wondering if they were just hearing things. Yeah, that brat, he kept going on and on about killing us because I had Nomu attack a girl Uriah was linked to. He was pissed, that brat. He turned into a monster and nearly killed us. He ruined everything, Shigaraki ranted. My quirk didn't even work on him either. Then we'll have to be careful of him from now on. He could prove to be a potent threat to us, otherwise. The first voice declared. Regardless, do not be discouraged, Tamura. Take this as a learning experience for the future. Gather the villainous elite and continue to grow, to become a symbol of your own. That is the path I have set for you. The voice added as Shigaraki glared at the screen. Elsewhere, Izuku slowly walked out of the nurse's office. Who knew that All Might had a friend in the police force? He wondered aloud as he stepped out of the school where he saw Iida, King and Ururaka waiting for him. Hey, Izuku. Feeling alright after, well, today in general? King asked. As okay as I can be. The fox Sin shrugged before walking to Ururaka. Are you okay? He asked her with concern filling every inch of his face. Yeah. I've recovered okay, But, what are we gonna do about my connection to Urieli? She asked in worry for her existence. Though it soon turned to surprise when Izuku hugged her close to his toned body. Don't worry about that. I'll handle it. You just worry about staying out of trouble for me. Okay, he told her as he hugged her. The gravity girl blushed at the feeling of his muscles but leaned into his embrace all the same. Sure, she sighed blissfully. Iida and King looked at each other, the bespectacled boy smiling while Uraraka's twin just sighed and rolled his eyes. Elsewhere, outside of the city on top of a water tower, a man looked down on the city below in a crouch as his mask and scarf fluttered in the wind, and a bumpy tongue slid itself across the man's lips. The hero killer was on the prowl. 249 Chapter 10. Side Chapter, Summer of Blossoming Love. Side Chapter. A Summer of Blossoming Love. Izuku's old hometown 10 years earlier. It was a couple days after Tada, Bakugo and other kids had left for the junior heroes summer camp in Osaka, and Ochako had just gotten over her cold, but was devastated that she couldn't go. Her parents had spent a lot of time saving up for it, and she wasn't able to let them see her off. As she continued to sulk on the top of a jungle gym with a glass of her favorite bubble milk tea, she heard someone singing a simple tune while climbing up the rock wall. Just a drop on your tongue adds 10 years to your life. A big swallow gives you 100 more, drink it all and you'll live forever. A voice sang as a younger Izuku climbed up to the top of the jungle gym and eyed the travel glass of delicious tea and immediately knew how he wanted it to play in his new game. Ha. There it is. The fountain of youth, eternal life and immortality, here I come. He grinned as he rubbed his hands together and licked his lips. No immortality for you, Shu, Ochako said without thinking. Huh? The boy said before he suddenly recognized the girl in front of him. Hey Uraraka, what you doing here? Why aren't Cha at the summer camp with Kachan and King? He asked. I got a cold right as I was supposed to go. I'm over it, but I can't go to that camp now, she said in a depressed tone. Oh, that sucks, he said while sitting down and patting the ground next to him. Want to talk about it? He asked. No, why aren't you at the camp? Heroes are your favorite thing in the world, the girl asked. My mom lost my permission slip a week before it was time to go. Can you believe it? And I heard All Might was supposed to be visiting it too, the boy whined. Ah, Ochako whined. Well, at least we have each other, she sighed. Yeah, so, you want to play a new game I came up with? Izuku asked. Sure, what's it called? His friend asked. It's called, The Bandit and the Fountain of Youth. I play the role of the bandit trying to steal the fountain. He explained while pointing to the girl's bubble milk tea. And you play the role of the holy woman guarding it, he added. And my tea is supposed to be the fountain? Ochako asked with a grin. Yep. Izuku chirped. Now just get ready and we can start. The girl did so and he climbed up the gym again while singing the same tune from earlier, but this time when he saw Uraraka, his expression was confused again. Hey little girl, what are you doing here? You lost? He asked her, looking down at her as there was roughly an inch difference between them height-wise. Little girl, I'll have you know I'm the guardian of the fountain, she replied indignantly, getting into her role surprisingly well. Really, huh? He said. Yes, and I'm protecting the fountain from people like you. She nodded as she touched him and her quirk activated and he started to float off into the distance quickly before dropping into a nearby sandbox. Oh shush, the boy yelled as he fell but was relieved as he landed on the sand. Well, that's done. The girl giggled as she sat down before. Just a drop on your tongue, whoa. Izuku sang as he started climbing again before he was knocked off again, but this time by a kick to the face, and was luckily saved by being caught on a rock on the climbing wall. What the? Does he have a luck-based quirk or something? Ochako wondered idly. Sure, she was glad her friend wasn't seriously hurt, but she couldn't help but think that based on what she just saw. Darn it, will you just stop? Izuku questioned as he climbed over the edge. You're the one who needs to stop around here. How are you even alive right now? No human can survive a fall from this height, she questioned incredulously. Just lucky, I guess. The green-haired boy shrugged. But now I think it's about time that I got serious, he added. He then pulled a small pair of two toy nunchucks and started whipping them around before they glowed pink, and as he whipped it towards the cup, Uraraka was unable to block as he took it from behind her and into his hand with a whip of pink energy. Izuku sniffed the cup before shrugging. Not bad, doesn't smell like soda though, but I guess it'll do. He shrugged. Well, bottoms up. And when I say here's to my health, I mean it, he chuckled as he was about to take a drink. No, Uraraka yelled as she ran and made him float again and took the cup before it hit the ground. Oh come on, Izuku exclaimed indignantly, but he was clearly having fun. I'm through with trying to make you people understand, she snapped. But if you take away the fountain everything here will wither and die. So give up your quest and leave this place now, she ordered. Alright, fine. The boy shrugged nonchalantly, causing the brunette to be caught completely off guard. What? Ochako asked, unsure if she heard that right. This is fun, she thought happily. Honest. He chuckled, good-naturedly. Good, she's liking the game, he added mentally. Who are you, anyway? She asked, letting him down. Can't ya tell? I'm a bandit. But Bandit Izuku is my handle around here. What about you? What's your name? He asked while rolling his shoulder. Oh, I'm Ochako, guardian of the fountain, she introduced herself. Izuku swayed back and forth as his body suddenly started to feel heavy after using his quirk. Sleepy, the 5-year-old said before he fell down right in front of her. What the Izuku, what's wrong? Ochako asked, but the boy was already snoring. Hey, come on. You can't sleep here, she told him as she tried to shake him awake. Can't, I'm seriously tired, the boy said with a yawn. Ururaka sighed in exasperation as she kept shoving him to try and get him to wake up. Come on, wake up, already, this is hardly the place to sleep, she urged as she kept shaking him to no avail. This continued until the sun started to set and the girl ended up falling asleep next to him, and their parents took them home after finding them there. The next day, man, Ochako, I'm super thirsty, Izuku whined as the two sat in the jungle gym and played with some of the boys' action figures. So am I, the girl whined in agreement as she subconsciously rubbed her throat in discomfort. Come on, let's go get something to drink, the boy suggested as he hopped down from the two's shared perch and helped his friend down before they started walking down the street until they reached one of the many vending machines that were around town. Do you even have any money? Ururaka asked. Izuku smirked as he sifted through the change slots of 3 machines before pulling out several small handfuls of yen. Don't need any, people always leave change in the change slots, he smirked. Nice. The girl smirked back. The boy then had the girl stand on his shoulders and put the coins in the machine and then typing in the needed numbers. This then gave them both melon-flavored ramune drinks, which they both opened and started drinking. Ah, much better, Izuku smiled as he took a swallow of the fizzy green liquid. Oh yeah, this hits the spot. Ururaka nodded in agreement with her own smile as she took a sip. Hey, stay right here, I'll be right back, he told her. Where are you going? She asked, sitting on a small picnic table nearby. I'm just gonna get something from home, he called back as he ran off. The girl pouted at his departure and hoped he'd be back soon. Luckily though, he came right back. Ta-da, he sang as he showed her a book full of stickers of labels from popular pro-hero themed sodas. Ochako looked at it with interest. You collect pro-hero soda labels? She asked as she looked at him. The boy smiled with a gleaming grin. Yep, it combines 2 of my favorite things, heroes and soda. So of course I'm gonna collect it, the boy smiled, before his face turned disappointed. But Kachan, King and the others just can't see how awesome this thing is. He sighed. Ochako looked at him and back at the label book. I think it's cool, she admitted. This made her friend perk up as he turned the pages to page 13. Hey look, this is a special edition Space Hero. 13 Ramune Sour Blueberry Soda. Izuku told her as he showed her the label in question. 13 is your favorite hero, right? He asked. Yeah, she saved a ton of people caught in various disasters. I want to be just like her. Ururaka nodded with a smile. Well, if I ever find another bottle, I'll bring it to you. He smiled. This made the girl smile back. Hey Izuku, if you wanted to change your quirk to something else, what would you want it to be? She asked as the two continued to enjoy their drinks. The 5-year-old green-haired boy thought for a moment before shrugging. I dunno. Never really gave it any thought, he replied. Though if I had to say one, I'd say immortality. Ya know, eternal youth, being able to heal from any wound, the works. He shrugged. I mean, with a hero who can't die, no villains would want to come out and face me for the rest of time. That sounds kinda lonely, though, Ochako commented. It'd make everyone else happy, though, isn't that what a hero's job is about? He asked. Plus, I always thought that if you lived long enough, something good's bound to happen sooner or later. What makes you think nothing good has happened in your life so far? She asked. And what if nothing good comes out of that long life? She continued. I mean, whatever. Izuku shrugged. But my life's been pretty good so far, though Kachan constantly picking on me is a real pain, he added with a sigh. Yeah, then again, it's Bakugo, the gravity girl shrugged. Fair enough, I guess. Izuku shrugged in agreement as he sat back. Hey, how long had you been waiting for stuff to happen after Tata and the others left? He asked. So far, nearly 7 weeks. The girl sighed. This made Izuku almost fall over. 7 weeks? He said in surprise. Are you really that surprised? She questioned. That's gotta be boring, the boy nearly shouted. This time, it was Ochako's turn to nearly fall over. Oh, out of what I just said, that's what you think? She asked in surprise before she suddenly got aggravated. It was boring, alright? Boring? Boring, 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 she ranted. Geez, he sighed. The two continued to talk as they started walking home, until they got to Uraraka's treehouse that she and her brother made together. Inside it was full of toys, decorations and had two small Japanese futon beds. Yeonmi and King usually sleep here during the summer to save money on the air conditioner bill. You can stay here if you Yeon want. The girl told him as she crawled into one of the beds. I'll talk to my Yeon mom about it. I think she'll Yeon say yes, though. He replied as he flopped onto the other bed tiredly. Within a few minutes though, the two were asleep, with the green-haired boy subconsciously hugging his pink-cheeked companion in his sleep. You're as soft as a ball of Yeon mochi, he said in his sleep as he hugged her closer. Later on, Inko would stumble upon the scene as she was looking for him and take a picture to gush about before taking her son home. Though she did talk with Ochako's mother about the two staying in the treehouse together for the summer before leaving. The next day, Uraraka woke up the next morning and found that Izuku had disappeared, but he had left his soda label collection by mistake. Guess his mom came to pick him up, but he left his soda label book here by accident. She sighed as she picked it up. He'll be here again, though. There's no way he'd just leave this here, she told herself. Though the boy didn't come back until late in the evening when he climbed into the treehouse with a duffel bag and a small cooler in hand. With a grunt, he pulled himself up and jolted Uraraka from her nap. Yo, Ochako, he greeted as he opened a Ramune bottle with blue soda in it and handed it to her. Here you go, have a drink, he told her as he handed her the bottle. The girl shook her head clear of cobwebs and took the bottle. Where have you been all day? She asked as she opened the bottle and took a sip. Getting some stuff, clothes, toiletries, stuff like that, and, he said as he started opening another bottle. The soda I told y'all about, he added. Now, let's drink, cheers. He smiled and took a sip. Ochako smiled as she took a sip of her soda and noticed 13 on the label, causing her smile to widen. Eagerly she started drinking the soda, until the sour part of sour blueberry took effect, forcing her to stop. It's sour, she said in surprise as she sucked her cheeks and subconsciously. Her face made Izuku laugh. What's so funny? Making someone wait so long after leaving them behind. Wherever you're going, at least tell me that much, she told him in an almost pseudo-drunken state. Izuku just kept laughing as he too was in a similar state. The zero-gravity girl looked at him for a few seconds before she too started to laugh as well. After that, they continued playing for the rest of the day, Ochako feeling extremely happy the whole time about the fact that she wasn't alone. Later on, the green-haired boy decided to take the girl to a creek he, Bakugo, King and the gang found outside of town, and both brought their swimming clothes. Izuku was soaking in the water as Ochako got changed before turning to face her. Hey, wanna take a dip together? He asked her with a smile. However, the water obstructed his swimming trunks, which gave the illusion that he didn't have any on, or possibly lost them by accident. Much to the young girl's embarrassment, she quickly turned away with an embarrassed blush. Huh? Something wrong? He asked her. And no, nothing's wrong, she said while shaking her head and going in the water with him. Later, hey, you're telling me that you're already not so bored after a few days of playing around? Izuku asked in surprise. No, it's just, it'll be over when summer ends. She sighed, wishing this would last forever. But, it's really been fun. I really enjoyed listening to your stories and playing games, I really enjoyed it. Ah, he nodded as he got up. I'm gonna snag something to eat, want anything? He asked. No, nothing, she told him, which he then left, as she was waiting in the treehouse for Izuku to get back as she looked at his soda label collection, with a smile on her face. I don't know why but I wouldn't mind Izuku taking me away like he was going to do with that tea. I bet it would have been nice, she said to herself while not noticing that he had come behind her. Huh? Should I do that too, then? He asked as he was eating some gummy candies he brought with him. Ochako jumped in surprise and turned to face him. Oh, sorry, Izuku. Didn't hear you coming, she said sheepishly. It's okay. He shrugged before he grinned. So you wanted me to steal you away, huh? He teased, which caused the girl to blush. No, that's not, she stuttered before looking away, which caused him to chuckle. Well, I'll tell you what, when we get older and start training together to become heroes, I'll do just that and take you as my own. How's that? He asked, holding out his pinky finger. Promise? She asked as she joined her finger to his. Promise, he replied with a reassuring grin as they shook on it. Sometime later, it was in the middle of August and both of the kids were having fun playing catch when all of a sudden, Uraraka's quirk suddenly manifested and the pads on her fingers glowed pink as the ball started floating away. What the hey, come back here, the girl called as she chased after it. But unfortunately, the girl was completely unaware of the car that was swerving out of control towards her as the two went into the street after the floating ball. Izuku glanced at the out-of-control vehicle and widened his eyes in alarm when he saw it heading toward them. Ochako, move! He yelled as he tried to shove her out of the way of the speeding vehicle, However, unfortunately both kids were hit by the car. Ochako with the very edge of its bumper and Izuku with the full brunt of the car's mass. This sent them flying and tumbling to the pavement, their little bodies terribly injured. Izuku slowly craned his head over to his friend, who was bleeding out, and tried to grasp her hand. "Oh, he choked out before he went limp, darkness claiming him. However, seconds later, he felt his body start to piece itself back together as life rushed back into it. But as he regained consciousness in the hands of the paramedics, he looked and saw that he was the only one there. Ochako was gone. No, he thought sadly, despair setting in, tears starting to run down his face as he began to cry hopelessly. A year had passed and Izuku had found out that King and his family had moved away after the accident, and had also found out that his quirk had evolved or awakened, as the doctor put it, into a quirk that gave him immortality along with his original powers. In a way, he had gotten the immortality he wanted, but he wished he hadn't, and he hated himself for wanting such a thing in exchange for one of his best friends in the whole world. 249 Chapter 12. Ch8. Sports Festival, what drives you? Chapter 8. Sports Festival. What motivates you? At the residence of the Midoriya family, Izuku was in his room watching the first video of All Might that was taken during his debut, and he looked at it while huddling in his chair. The day following the USJ attack was a break for the students caught in the fighting. Knowing that it was a serious deal, Izuku didn't complain, and decided to relax as best he could. That didn't mean he didn't have anything on his mind, though. I can't believe I let Uriah slip through my fingers. I should have ended her there, the boy thought angrily as he lifted his weights while sitting on his bed. After a few minutes, he heard his mother knock on the door. "Izuku, it's lunchtime. Your food's getting cold," she told him as she walked into the room. "Oh, coming," he replied as he got up. As he sat down he started eating, and his mother saw his troubled expression. "Is something the matter, honey?" she asked him. He was silent as he gathered his thoughts before he replied. "During the USJ attack, I learned how Ochako was still alive. She was, and still is, soul linked to a villain that's been captured. I wanted her to release the bond, but she wouldn't," he explained, still feeling bitter about the ordeal. "What did you do to try and convince her?" Inko asked, knowing how her son got when it came to the woman he loved. "I was ready to kill her if it came down to that," the immortal sighed, causing his mother to flinch. "Izuku," she whispered while taking his hand. "I can't stand it, I can't stand the thought of the life of the woman I love being in the hands of some heartless psychopath," he said with gritted teeth. "Well, at least she's in prison," the woman offered as a silver lining. Izuku sighed before smiling. "Yeah, at least there's that," he nodded. Later, everyone was at UA in Class 1A, just casually talking about stuff as everyone waited for class to start. "I still can't believe how Midoriya went crazy like he did," Kaminari said as he sat back in his seat, getting the attention of the kids around him. "Yeah, that was insane. I didn't even know that level of anger was possible," Sato nodded. "The heart can make one do incredible things when put through hell," Tokiyami said as he crossed his arms. "I'm just glad that the woman who cursed Ururaka is behind bars. Absolutely despicable," Momo scoffed in disdain. "I must agree with that. That woman truly is vile," Shoto nodded in agreement. "You have no idea," Izuku growled as everyone started talking about who would be the substitute for the class. "Hey Sue, since Aizawa-sensei is injured, who's gonna teach class?" Mina asked as she almost fell back before the frog girl caught her. "I'm not sure. Mr. Aizawa is still recovering, Ribbit," Sue said in thought. Right at that moment, Tenya came in. "Everyone, it's almost time for class to begin. Stop talking and get to your seats," he exclaimed. "We're already seated. You're the only one who isn't," Kirishima pointed out. This caused the speed team to go to his seat with his fists clenched at the awkward moment he set himself up for. "Dang it," he snapped as he sat down. "Don't sweat it," Ururaka smiled, right as a bandaged and clearly still injured Aizawa walked into the classroom. "Good morning class," the man said through his face wraps. Everyone instantly knew who it was. "Aizawa-sensei," they exclaimed in surprise. "I thought you'd still be recovering," Mina commented with wide eyes. "I'm glad to see that you're okay, Mr. Aizawa," Iida added. "My well-being is irrelevant," the man said as he walked in front of the class. "What's important is that you all know that your fight isn't over yet," he added, causing everyone to tense up. "Please don't tell me it's as bad as the USJ attack," Tada pleaded. "Shut up and grow a pair, King," Bakugo barked. "Both of you shut up," Izuku growled. "The UA Sports Festival is coming up," the Erasure Hero said, causing everyone to yell in relief. "Why would you scare us like that?" they then shouted. "Alright, let's go kick some ass," Kirishima cheered before Kaminari put his hand in the redhead's face. "Hold up, are you sure that's a good idea?" the blonde asked. "Yeah, The villains could attack us while we're in one place, the younger Ururaka sibling added. The festival is one of the school's biggest events, second to only the Olympics in scale and ratings. We were never going to cancel it because of some villains, Izuocha told them. I assume security is getting beefed up considerably due to the attack, the green-haired immortal guessed casually. This got a nod from his homeroom teacher. That it is. In comparison to previous years, security is getting increased to ensure absolute safety, he stated. Not that I don't understand where you're coming from, but why can't we cancel it? It's just a sports festival. Plus, King said before he pointed at his sister. My sister almost died. This seems kinda insensitive, he added. I second that. Izuku nodded. Izuocha let out a sigh. I won't deny that what happened was a problem, but unfortunately we can't cancel it because of the significance it has to your futures as heroes. Right, agencies from all over will be watching for people to scout, Momo nodded. Yeah. Once a student graduates they often go to an agency to be a sidekick if they do well, Kaminari added. Yeah, but that's as far as some go. They missed their chance to go indie and stay eternal sidekicks. Jiro shrugged before looking at Kaminari. Actually that's probably where you're going. You're kinda dumb, she told him. Gah! He squawked with wide eyes. Izuku rolled his eyes. He knew her type. The kind of girl who's mean to the guy she probably likes, or was just a colossal bitch, either fit Jiro pretty well. Exactly. You'll get one chance a year, 3 chances in a lifetime. No aspiring hero can miss this festival. Izuocha nodded. So you better not slack off on your training, he warned. Right. The class chorused. Class dismissed. The erasure hero said before leaving, however. Midoriya, stay here, we need to talk. He told the sin of greed. Izuku raised an eyebrow before walking up to his desk. What's up? He asked. I heard about what happened. I just want to know if you're okay mentally. Seeing someone you're close to almost dying a second time. Losing yourself in your own anger and having the woman who cursed said friend slip through your fingers must be hard for you to handle. His teacher stated frankly. The immortal sighed in aggravation. I am still very much sour about it, I won't deny it. I had her right there, and she just slips out of my grasp. He growled before sighing. At least she's been imprisoned, he muttered. Right, but I'm more concerned with that form you took. Izuocha stated. I want to be sure that from now on, you won't allow yourself to get that angry again. Understand? Keep your emotions in check. That's a big part of being a pro, he continued. I can't make any promises, but I'll do my damnedest to make sure to keep myself in check. The boy nodded. Good, now go, and good luck in the festival, the hero told him. Thanks. Izuku nodded before he left. Later, at lunchtime Izuku was going to the cafeteria with King, Iida and Ochako. Hey Ochako, I'm curious. How's your parents' construction company doing? The boy asked. This made King stop floating. It hasn't been doing so well, he started to say. Which is why I'm trying to use my career as a hero to help them, Ururaka finished. Seriously, why not just use your quirk to float everything so they can sell the heavy lifting equipment? The Fox-sin asked. That's exactly what I was gonna do, she exclaimed as she pointed at him before she frowned. But my parents don't want me to work for them. They want me to focus on my dreams first, she continued. Izuku couldn't help but facepalm with an aggravated sigh. Ochako, I respect and love your parents, but them not letting you help them when you want to is asinine, he groaned. Not how I would have worded that last part, but I must agree. Iida nodded with a small frown. Yeah, Ururaka sighed. Just then, All Might appeared. Ha ha. Young Midoriya is here, the symbol of peace said as he appeared out of nowhere. This caused everyone to look at him. Hey All Might, what's up? Izuku asked his mentor. Lunch. You want to eat with me? The man asked, holding up a cloth-wrapped bento box, with the cloth having bunnies on it. PFFFFT. That is so adorable, Ochako snorted mirthfully at the sight. Later, oh, man I feel lightheaded. The green-haired boy sighed as he sat down with a deflated All Might. What's the matter? Toshinori asked. Recovery girl wanted me to give her some of my blood, something to do with a healing elixir she wanted to make from it. The boy sighed as the man set some tea in front of him. Considering it gave my stomach back, I'm not surprised. The man shrugged. Your blood is really powerful because of your quirk, so it's not unreasonable for something like that to happen, he added. Yeah, but I'm type O+, so I'm only compatible with positive blood types, Izuku sighed. I'm type A, which makes me realize we should have checked our blood types back then. The lanky man groaned as he facepalmed at the recklessness the duo unwittingly displayed. Oof, big oof. The boy groaned as he drank his tea. So what did you want to talk about? He asked. I wanted to tell you, I've shortened my time limit to 50 minutes now. The blonde told him. And I can only look like All Might for an hour and a half. Shit, the Fox-sin spat. I'm sorry, if I hadn't lost it back then, maybe things would have been. He started to say before All Might started laughing and coughing up blood. Man, you have this compulsive habit of apologizing for everything, we really are alike, aren't we? He laughed before he calmed down. I also wanted to talk to you about the sports festival. I wanted to see what you had planned since you still can't control one for all fully yet. Actually, remember that weird-ass looking brain villain? I landed a one for all powered punch on him and didn't get any backlash from it. It didn't break my arm, but it didn't hurt him, either. The boy corrected. Oh yeah, ya did mention that. Toshinori noted in realization. Okay, so what was different about that smash in particular? He questioned. It was the first time I was using it on a person. The boy replied. His mentor nodded thoughtfully. I see, looks like you subconsciously put on the brakes to not kill him. The blonde nodded. Well, that's some kind of progress. Plus you seem to be able to channel small percentages in single limbs too. So there's that. Yeah. The boy nodded. Well, I wanted to tell you that this festival will be something that the pros, no, the entire country will be watching. The man said as he walked to the window. And I want you to use it to your advantage as your debut. Because you, Izuku Midoriya, are the fledgling symbol of peace, the next All Might. So I want you to go to the festival and proudly say, I am here, he added. And I will. Izuku nodded with a grin before he frowned slightly. But I'm not sure if I'll do any good. I mean, I failed not once but twice to save Ochako, so what will make the world think I can save more than one person? And that's not even mentioning. The boy started to ramble until All Might fell over. Man, no one is better at spouting word vomit than you, kid, the man sighed. Shut up. I needed a hobby, the boy retorted indignantly. I do get your concerns. I felt the same way when I was your age, but there are two kinds of heroes. The ones who aim for the top and those who settle. The differences between them usually determine how well you do in the real world. The man told him. I just hope you haven't forgotten how you felt when you finished your training at the beach. That feeling of fulfillment, how can I forget? The immortal sighed in a wistful manner. Elsewhere, in an old building, an elderly man was sitting on a couch while reading a letter. Greetings. The air is warm here, feels like summer is just around the corner. Hope this letter finds you well, sir, in good health and even greater spirits. This semester I took a position as a teacher at UA, that's right, teaching the next generation of heroes. I was hoping to find a worthy successor to inherit my power among the elite students of the school, a powerful student with outstanding test scores and a powerful quirk. However, before I began my tenure at UA, I met a young man. He had lost someone he treasured in the past, and he viewed his quirk as a curse because of it. He showed incredible bravery, he ran headfirst into a situation that caused pros, including myself, to hesitate and saved the life of a classmate. He didn't have a plan of any sort when he acted, but he knew he had to do something. His actions taught me something that day, and they reminded me of the virtues I must embody if I am to call myself a pro. A hero. That's why I was serious when I said to him, young man, you too can become a hero. Afterwards, I told this pupil the secret of my quirk, and proposed that I transfer to him. This ability that's been passed from person to person, cultivated and made stronger. The crystallization of power that binds itself to a courageous heart for the good of those in need. One for all. He accepted without a second thought, and I began training him for the trials he'd need to overcome to be accepted into the hero course at UA High School. Even when he struggled at times with his newfound abilities, he just got back up and kept giving 100% as he tried to harness one for all. I'm not one to toot my own horn, but I think I found the perfect successor to pass my quirk onto. He's shown me time and again that, in spite of the troubles of his past, he has what it takes to become a true hero. I'm still new to the role of instructor, and there will come a time where I must trouble you every now and then for advice, my old teacher. I'll be counting on your patience and wisdom when that time comes. Until then, please take care of yourself as the seasons begin to change. Sincerely yours, Toshinori Yagi. P.S. If you take an interest in my successor, ask about the quirk he already had before receiving one for all. It would be best if you heard it from him personally rather than from this letter. The man put the letter down as he drank a cup of coffee and ate a taiyaki pastry. So, Toshinori found a worthy successor, huh? The man said to himself thoughtfully. Later, several weeks passed and everyone was training like mad. For example, Kirishima was training with Bakugo, who he had become rather close to as of late, and the red-haired boy decided to ask something that had been bugging him. Say Bakugo, how'd Midoriya get that scar? With his quirk, I didn't think that was possible. The boy questioned. The sandy blonde shook his head at the question. That's an interesting story, to put in lightly. He started as he tried to figure out the correct words. It goes like this, he continued as the story began. Flashback, hey Kachan, why won't you let me see that cool pro-hero themed pocket knife you got? Huh? Izuku asked as he, Bakugo and their middle school friends camped in the woods outside their neighborhood, a campfire between them. Don't try and take it, Deku. You don't want me to get angry, Bakugo replied in a warning tone. Though he soon had to grab said knife as Izuku tried to take it after the immortal got past him with Phantom Hunt, Zero Sign's prototype move. Angry? You, Kachan? The boy grinned in a sly manner. I've known you since we were little kids, and angry wasn't even an emotion you showed, he added as he continued to try and take the knife. Let go, the exploder ordered. But since you've piqued my interest, it makes me want to see you angry, actually, the immortal purred. Midoriya, I'm not sure that's a good idea, one of the other kids said in concern. If taking this knife is what it'll take to make you angry, then it makes me want it more. No, it makes me want to steal it, the fox Sin grinned as he pulled on the knife from inside its scabbard until SCHLK, faster than anyone could react, Bakugo brought out the pocket knife and slashed at the base of Izuku's neck on the left side. He didn't fall down, but he was sent skidding back, the wound on his neck bleeding profusely. Oh ho, seems I found Kachan's sacred side, the immortal sang as he touched his bleeding wound while grinning. Flashback end, whoa, that's hardcore, Kirishima said in surprise. Tell me about it. His wound healed up, but I didn't realize that it'd give him a scar at the time. The blonde nodded before he shuddered. The tongue lashing I got from both my mom and Deku's mom made me unable to sleep properly for a few days after, he added. Dude, the redhead said, shaking his head, later that day. Everyone was about to leave to go home the day before the sports festival, and Class 1A found themselves blocked by a horde of students at their classroom doorway. What the hell is going on? The immortal of the class asked with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, are you guys trying to make us late getting home? Kane asked indignantly. They're scouting out the competition. Since we were attacked by villains, they want to see how strong we are, Bakugo said as he stepped forward. Well, now you know what future pros look like, now move it, extras, he stated curtly. You can't just call people you don't know extras, Iida exclaimed. Yeah, no reason to make enemies of other students, Kachan, Izuku sighed. Well, I came to see what the other classes were like, but you just sound like an ass, a purple-haired boy who looked just as shabby as Mr. Aizawa said as he approached them. Are all the Hero Corps students delusional, or just you? He questioned further. What's with him? Sue asked in confusion. How unfortunate to find that this class is full of egomaniacs. I wanted to join the Hero Corps, but due to certain circumstances I was forced to choose another track, such as life. The boy sighed. Scouting the competition? Maybe my peers are, but I'm here to tell you that if we do well in the sports festival, the teachers can transfer us into the Hero Corps and transfer people out to make room. So consider this a declaration of war. If you don't do your very best, I'll steal your spot out from under you. This last line caught the indignation of the sin of greed almost instantly. And what makes you think we'll just let it happen, pal? He hissed, walking up to the boy and standing taller than him. If anyone's gonna do any stealing around here, it's gonna be me. The purple-haired teenager looked at Izuku tiredly. I recognize you. You're Izuku the undead. The fox sin of greed. You were on the news when you survived a truck hitting you at full speed and being sent careening into a brick wall face first. You should have died, but you didn't. Yeah, that was me. Izuku nodded. How is it possible for you to survive things others can't? It doesn't make sense, the boy questioned. My quirk, genius. What else could it be? The immortal replied rhetorically as he pushed past them. The next day, it was the next day at the school and everyone was getting ready for the school festival to start. Man, I was really hoping I could wear my costume, Mina complained as she looked at her tracksuit. It's not all bad, at least there's a sense of equality like this, Ojiro commented. This is so nerve-wracking, groaned Ururaka. No kidding, Sato added. No matter what the adversity, we must persevere, Tokiyami spoke. Izuku was silent the whole time before Shoto approached him. Midoriya, the two-toned boy said. The green-haired teen craned his head and looked at him. What is it? He asked in a chill tone. From an objective standpoint, I think it's safe to say that I'm better than you, the pyro and cryomancer stated. There are a ton of other people who are better than me. What's your point? Izuku asked, not really caring about that little detail. You have All Might helping you out, also I've seen what you're capable of when the ones you love are threatened, Shoto replied while glancing at Ururaka subtly. Regardless, I'm not here to pry about what's going on between you two, but know that I will beat you, he declared. Izuku smirked savagely in response. Looking forward to the fight, the immortal replied before getting up close and personal. When I make your face become very well acquainted with the ground, he said quietly and fiercely. This caused Shoto to glare back at him. Later, everyone was stepping outside as President Mike was announcing the classes, until they gathered around a stage where the R-rated hero Midnight was standing in all her drop-dead sexy BDSM bombshell glory. "Silence everyone," the woman called as she waved her flogging whip. Someone should talk to Miss Midnight about what she's wearing," Kirishima said with a blush. "Yeah, that costume should come with a warning," Kaminari gulped. "I must agree. That outfit is not appropriate for an event like this." Tokiyami nodded, his feathers hiding his blush. King, meanwhile, he was saved from fainting by falling back on his pillow as Sue tried to fan him off. Izuku, however, seemed unfazed, as if he couldn't care less about how Midnight looked. "She can dress up however she wants. I got my eyes fixed on someone else," he thought, glancing at his gravity-controlling childhood sweetheart. "For the student pledge, we have Katsuki Bakugo," Midnight called as Bakugo stepped up to the podium. "Oh boy." The fox Sin groaned, knowing where this was going. The explosive blonde stood at the mic silently for a moment before he spoke. "I just want to say, I'm gonna win this," he stated. "I knew he would say something like that," the rest Class 1A thought as the audience started booing at him. "Damn it, Ka-chan," Izuku yelled mentally as he facepalmed, and with that, the games began. "And now, the first fateful game of the festival is," Midnight said before the screen showed. "An obstacle race. Here you will race the 4 kilometers around the school and meet back here. On the subject of quirk use, I don't want to restrict anyone, at least in this game." The woman continued before seductively smiling and licking her lips. "As long as you don't leave the track, you're free to do whatever your heart desires," she exclaimed. This caused the Sin of Greed to perk up and grin. "Oh, I am gonna have a ton of fun in this race," Izuku murmured excitedly. With that, everyone got ready to run. "So Eraser Head, what do you think we should look out for at the start of this race?" Mike asked Aizawa. "The doorway," Aizawa told him. As the two men continued to make commentary, the race started several seconds later and they were off. "Zero sign," Izuku intoned as he stole the perception of everyone around him and leapt over their heads and used his staff to extend his snatch powers to drag himself to the front of the race before everyone regained their senses, and by then, he was already well ahead. "Don't think I'll let you win that easily, Midoriya," Shodo exclaimed as he created a large amount of ice for him to skate forward on. This had the effect of leaving most of the other students frozen at the feet, keyword being, most. "Nice try, Todoroki," Momo yelled. "You won't beat me, you icy hot bastard," Bakugo roared. "Yee-haw," King laughed as he surfed on his spear above the ice. Suddenly, bam! The grisly Sin was sent flying to the ground. Izuku was able to catch him, but when he turned to see the culprit, he was met with a familiar sight. "The robots from the exam? Are you shitting me?" he exclaimed in exasperation, and then saw several zero-pointers. "Oh come on," he yelled. "Where do they get the money for these things?" Momo wondered as she looked around warily. Shoto sighed as he watched Izuku rushing ahead and then at the robots. "So this is the thing my classmates had to face in the entrance exams," he noted, conjuring ice around him. "They obviously went through a lot of trouble, but I wish they made something more difficult. Especially since my dear old dad is watching," he said. In one move he sent ice at the bots and froze them in place off their balance, and as they fell forward Izuku was right in front of the falling path of one. "Oh for fuck's sake," the immortal said before, boom. He was crushed underneath the giant robot. This didn't go unnoticed by the two-toned fire ice user, who actually looked concerned. "Did I just," he started to say before Izuku burst out from the side of the robot and sent an annoyed glare his way. "I'm gonna fucking get back at you for that," he yelled angrily. He did not appreciate having a giant robot falling on him. The sports festival was getting juicy. Chapter 9, straight to the top. Obstacle race. Shoto's ice attack caused one of the zero-point robots to fall over, and Izuku unfortunately found himself right under it. "Oh shit," he said before it fell on top of him with a loud boom. His voice drew Shoto's attention as he stopped and looked at the scene, looking a little concerned. "Whoa, looks like Shoto Todoroki from Class 1A just stopped one of those robots with a devastating display," Mike announced. "And accidentally crushed a few others. Can't tell who, though," Aizawa commented. "Did I just?" Shoto wondered aloud as everyone looked at the fallen robot in horror and slight relief as Kirishima and Tetsu busted out of the robot, luckily unharmed. Though they weren't the only ones, seconds later Izuku punched his way out of the robot and sent an annoyed glare at him as he regenerated some lost flesh. "I'm gonna fucking get you back for that," he yelled. He did not appreciate having a robot fall on him. But as he tried to step out of the robot, he noticed that his arm was caught on the inside because a piece of metal had stabbed through it. Sighing, the boy just aimed at his elbow while channeling 15% of One for All, and karate chopped his arm clean off, much to the horror of the other students and spectators. "Did he just chop his own arm off?" someone from Class 1B exclaimed with wide eyes. "Wait, look," a girl with vines for hair exclaimed as she pointed at his stump, which was visibly growing a new arm. The camera focused on it too, and the sight relieved the spectators somewhat. "He has a high healing factor, so no need to worry about him," Momo announced, causing everyone to sigh in relief. "God, I hate doing that." The immortal sighed as he unzipped and discarded his track jacket and chased after Shoto while stealing the speed of those in close range. However, he was then met by a group of 2 1-pointers and 2 2-pointers. Smirking, the boy used one for all in his legs before rocketing forward and using Snatch with his staff to steal their cores in the blink of an eye. "Crazy hunt," he yelled as the robots blew up behind him. "Wow, now that's taking out the trash, the Midoriya way," Present Mike exclaimed in delight. His quirk steals everything from physical attributes from other people to physical objects, including manifestations from other quirks. He can also use it to pull things towards him and pull himself towards other things or people. Izuocha commented. "As simple as it may be, it's very versatile," he added. The fans cheered at the fact that a quirk like Izuku's exists. "Man, that kid's got quite a bit going for him, doesn't he?" Snipe commented. "Yeah, but he's still gotta work on that self-serving side of his. He's got way too much of a possessive streak in him," chimed in Powerloader. "That's simply his own personality quirks," All Might assured them. "He knows how to show restraint, you don't have to worry about that." Elsewhere, at the Midoriya household, Inko was watching the festival and she honestly was close to having a heart attack when she saw Izuku get crushed by that robot and seeing him so casually cut off his own arm. "Izuku, baby, don't give your mom a heart attack," she whined, but managed to calm down when he grew a new arm. Meanwhile, back with the students, they were still running until they reached a chasm where there were stone columns at random points and ropes connecting them. Seeing this, Izuku started racking his brain for ideas, and then saw King riding up to him on his spear. "Hey King, mind if I hitch a ride with you on Chastiful?" the Fox Sin asked the boy. "Hop on. I got room for one more, anyway," he shrugged. "Thanks," Izuku said before the two flew off, though as they started gaining on Shoto, Bakugo came out of nowhere and started chasing them in midair. "Neither of you are winning this race," the exploder yelled. "Put a sock in it," the green-haired boy shot back as he stole Bakugo's balance and made him briefly spiral before regaining it. "Well, here's my stop. Later," he told Tada before he jumped off while they were still in the air. "Izuku, wait, don't go at this," Tada tried to yell before. Crack. Izuku miscalculated his decent speed and direction and landed right on his head, injuring it and snapping his neck in the process, dying instantly. "Oops. Should we call this off?" Present Mike asked in an unsure tone. "Wait for it," the Erasure hero replied. Moments later, Izuku shot up and suddenly felt his neck get a crick in his neck. "Oi," he gasped before stretching. "Man, dying can give you such a crick in the neck, hang on a second," he said before he started turning his head completely around a couple times and then shaking it. "Ah, much better," he sighed. "Well, I guess that's one way to show that you're immortal," the radio show host sighed. Shoto and Bakugo, who had arrived at the scene, took a moment to facepalm at his words. "Bakugo, tell me, does he do this all the time?" the two-toned boy asked in exasperation. "Yeah, he does. You get used to it after a while," the exploder sighed. "I feel like that should be a bad thing," Shoto mused as he started running again. "It kinda is." Katsuki nodded as he started flying again. "Oi, get back here, you two," the immortal shouted after them as he started running, though as they continued to chase each other. Kaboom! Several people were sent flying thanks to the unexpected appearance of mines in a minefield straight ahead of them. "Hope you contestants are really because you're stepping onto a minefield," Mike called. "But these were made for the games, so they're not that powerful, just enough to make you wet your pants." The green-haired boy hummed as he looked at what he was presented with before a light bulb went off in his head. Aha! He got out before he started digging up mines and piling them up. After he got a considerable amount of them gathered, he then leapt towards them and slammed himself into them back first, which made a massive explosion occur due to him putting all his weight into it. "Whoa! What caused that explosion? It's even bigger than the normal mines," Present Mike exclaimed in surprise. Back on the minefield, everyone looked in surprise at the blast, which grew greater when they saw a familiar immortal flying over their heads. "I believe I can fly, oof," he sang with a massive smile on his face as he flew past Shoto and Katsuki, only to slam face first into one of the walls of the entrance gate back to the school with a very audible splat and fell to the ground. "He'll be fine, right?" Shoto called out to Bakugo as he navigated the minefield. "I've seen him get up from that before, he'll be fine," the Pomeranian blonde nodded. "Would it be too much to ask him to stop doing that?" Ururaka exclaimed in irritation. How should we be reacting at this point? I mean, he already died once and got back up from it, so should we really be concerned anymore?" the blonde sound hero asked as he rubbed his temples. He was usually more hyped for this kind of thing, but seeing a competitor die and get up from it 2 times tended to mess with your flow. My rule of thumb when dealing with Midoriya's antics are: try and at least find some levity in how absurd the ways he gets injured usually are. Makes it easier to find it amusing rather than annoying. Aizawa shrugged as he smirked under his bandages, causing many to mutter to each other in agreement. It would help them cope. Well, there you have it folks. Eraserhead isn't a terrible teacher, Present Mike announced, causing the audience to laugh. Wait, what? The Erasure hero asked as he did a double take. Right at that moment, the green-haired boy shot back up with a shake of his head before he started dizzily wobbling through the tunnel to the arena as the others started to gain on him, before he accidentally tripped and ended up tuck and rolling into the stadium and landing face first on the ground. Ow, note to self, never do that again. He groaned as he sat up, and suddenly realized that he was apparently in first place. Oh, cool. He shrugged. He had no reason to get hyped over the position. After this, one after the other, everyone poured into the stadium, and as they all came in, Izuku was approached by Ururaka. Before the immortal could say anything. Smack! She suddenly slapped him, an irritated expression on her usually cute face. Izuku stared back at her with wide eyes while others looked on in surprise. He managed to utter. Would it literally be too much for you to quit getting yourself injured and killed, mister? Are you trying to give me his heart attacks? For crying out loud. Would you tone down the dying already? She ranted in frustration. Hey, when I have the ability to literally not have to worry about dying, I'm gonna spam it. It's just how I do things. The boy shrugged before he was suddenly pulled into a headlock by his childhood sweetheart. That doesn't mean we don't worry about you, idiot, she exclaimed as she held his head. Meanwhile, with all might, he watched his pupil with a proud gaze. If I'm being honest, young Midoriya, I thought that your tendencies to greedily want everything you can get your hands on while simultaneously trying to be there for your friends would have been your downfall, since those usually are one or the other. The blonde thought before clapping his hands. Turns I was worried for nothing. You can balance both aspects, though maybe cool it with the throwing yourself into death thing, the man thought. You know, Midoriya has some really high durability stats. Someone under the symbol of Peace's booth commented, getting his attention. True, plus with the power-sapping capabilities of his quirk, he could easily be useful for tiring down opponents or stealing hostages in the right circumstances, another also noted. Though that may also negatively impact his popularity, since his quirk could potentially be called villainous and his non-combatant and, possibly, greedy and self-centered personality traits could also be off-putting to would-be fans and possible agencies, a third noted. Business course students, some things never change. Toshinori sighed mentally as the boys kept debating market simulations. Back with the students, Midnight called their attention to her and made everyone else turn back towards her. Ochako meanwhile did so while comically still having Izuku in her arms in the same headlock, while the Fox Sin equally as comically tried to get free. Come on, Ochako, let me go, he exclaimed as he struggled. The Gravity Girl seemed to realize this and let him go, which caused Izuku to start trying to regain his breath. Damn, she's strong. When did she get that strong? Does she work out or something? The boy thought. Now if I can have your attention please students, we'll see what the next game will be, Midnight called as the screen slot machine started spinning. What could it be? The waiting is torture, she continued. Prepare yourselves for this, she finished as the screen said, cavalry battle. A cavalry battle? I'm terrible at those, Kaminari groaned. Cavalry battle, huh? The immortal muttered in slight interest. In this game, only the first 42 will be advancing to the next round, but don't worry, we'll have other games to let you shine. Midnight explained. Each student is assigned a point value that goes up in increments of 5 starting from the bottom. 42nd place is worth 5 and 41st is worth 10, etc., she continued. Seems simple enough, Izuku thought. And the point value given to first place is 10 million, the R-rated hero announced. The points will be given to you based on the place you managed to take in the obstacle race, so with that being said, Izuku Midoriya has 10 million points, she continued. This caused everyone to look at the immortal and, if one had a certain way of looking at the world, their eyes would be glowing red. In another universe, Izuku would have shied away from the gazes. Here, though, he returned their gazes with glowing green eyes that were filled with greed with a wide vulpine smile. To gather points, the stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up, so the more you get, the harder they will be to manage. Midnight told them, however, there are still rules. Purposefully knock down a team and I'll slap you with a red card. You'll be disqualified, she added. Everyone looked at Izuku with glowing red determined eyes, knowing he was essentially their ticket to first place. The boy gave them an even greedier gaze that unnerved them as his smile became even more vulpine as his tongue rolled to the side of his mouth. Careful guys, I might try and make my number higher than it already is, he sang, his smile still in place. This caused everyone to gulp nervously at his words. You'll have 15 minutes to choose your teammates. So choose wisely. Now, begin, the woman told them. With that, everyone started looking around for teammates. Though as Izuku tried to rattle off teammate ideas in his head, he noticed that everyone was basically avoiding him. This, needless to say, made things difficult. Well, I did kinda scare them with my little display earlier, so there's that. Who'd be willing to join me in spite of that, he mused internally. Hey, Deku, Ochako said cheerily as she approached him, causing the boy to jump slightly due to her appearance being unexpected. Oh, hey, Ochako. What's up? He asked after calming down from his mini-scare. I want us to team up. The girl replied, causing him to blink at her words. I mean, it makes sense to team up with the people you've known since childhood, she added with a shrug. The boy couldn't help but clench his chest as his heart throbbed at her words. Ochako, he whispered as he hugged her briefly. You're right, it's a good idea to form a team with people you know the capabilities of. He nodded with a smile. Yeah, the gravity user nodded. Heh, at last you're alone, a voice said behind them. The duo turned and saw a pink-haired girl that had a ton of gadgets on her person grinning ear to ear at the immortal. Team up with me, person in first place, she added. Who are you? The two questioned. I'm from the support course, name's Mei Hatsume. I want to use your current fame to my advantage, the inventor stated. That's straightforward, Izuku commented in surprise. By joining up with you, everyone will be watching you, which would include my darling little babies to show to CEOs of big support companies. Hatsume spoke as she got rather close to them. And by following that line of reasoning it'll give plenty of chances for me and my marvelous gadgets to get recruited, she added, suddenly getting even closer. Whoa, wait a sec. How much did you bring? All Might's successor asked. Ha. Look and see, the girl said as she opened a box. I'm sure that you'll find something you'll like, she added. For example, I based this off of the jetpack of the Buster hero. Jetstream. She continued as she held up the jetpack. Wait, you based this off Jetstream's jetpack? I love that guy, Izuku exclaimed in delight. His high-flying sparkling cider is one of my favorite sodas. Ooh, I see you're a connoisseur of both hero-themed drinks and heroes. How interesting, Hatsume notes as they started talking, leaving Ochako to watch them with a tinge of jealousy in her demeanor. That's my childhood friend, damn it, she thought enviously, but as they continued to talk, Izuku got another idea. We need another member and I know just who to talk to, he told the two before they went over to Iida. Iida? The green-haired boy said, getting his friend's attention. Yes, Midoriya, he responded. I'm planning on doing an offensive and evasive strategy and I'll need a mobility-geared quirk like yours to pull it off. The immortal told the bespectacled speedster. You up for it? He asked. That sounds like a fine strategy. Iida nodded, but no, he told them before suddenly walking over to Shoto, Momo, and Kaminari. If I want to get better, I can't always follow you. So I am going to compete against you, and I won't hold back, he told him before the group left. Damn. There goes that plan. The fox Sin cursed before noticing Fumikage and got another idea. He hummed before he walked over to the bird-headed teen and placed a hand on his shoulder. Hey, I still got one spot open on my team. You in? He offered. The bird boy turned to face them as they all smirked together. Later, as the game started, everyone got into position. Students ready, Midnight said before a shot was heard. Begin. Instantly, everyone shot after Izuku's team, the 10 million headband on his forehead, and here comes the parade of unwitting idiots. The scarred team as he held his arms out to his side. Zero sign, he intoned. Instantly, the perception of everyone around his team was gone, leaving them confused. Where did he? A Class 1B girl with orange hair and a ponytail student stammered before her headband was suddenly taken by an invisible person, before it was revealed to be Izuku seconds later who was using Snatch to attract the headband from several meters away tractor beam style. It is good to be me, the teen said with a grin as he tied it on top of his 10 million headband to act as a shield of sorts. Whoa, Izuku Midoriya just stole the headband of Class 1B's team Kendo from a considerable distance. What an upset, they didn't even see it coming, Mike commented. That's how Midoriya works. He makes advantages and uses them to his benefit. Watch yourselves. Eraserhead nodded. However, the group was unable to enjoy their victory as some very familiar push knives started flying their way out from a hole between Shoji's dupli arms as he ran towards them. There's only one person I know who has weapons like this on hand, the immortal said as he tried to dodge the weapons before a long tongue suddenly joined the attack. Sorry, Izuku, but we'll be taking that 10 million headband now, Tada called from the covering. Tada, and Su too. Ururaka gasped as they hovered back with Hatsume's hover souls. Why you no good little, She started to yell as Dark Shadow blocked the onslaught. She felt very betrayed by her brother's antics. No hard feelings, sis, just gotta win. The boy called as more knives came flying at them alongside Tsuyu's tongue. Alright guys, cover your faces, Tokiyami, keep an eye on our blind spots. The boy told them as he pressed the button to activate the jetpack. Everyone nodded as the jetpack blasted them away and over everyone's head. The immortal grinned as he looked around for the next headband to snatch, but unfortunately was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Jiro's earphone jacks. What the? He got out before Dark Shadow swatted them away, much to their relief and Jiro's minor frustration. Damn, she hissed. Good work, Dark Shadow. Keep an eye on our blind spots, Tokiyami ordered his quirk. Got it. The pseudo-demon replied with a nod. Nice quirk ya got there, Tokiyami. I made a real smart decision recruiting you for my team. The fox Sin praised as the living quirk looked around for oncoming attacks. Yes you did. The avian-headed teen nodded. As they continued to fly, Izuku continued to look for someone to steal the headband of. They suddenly heard the sound of explosions coming at their left flank. That meant only one thing. Gimme that headband, Deku, Bakugo roared as he flew at them. Tokiyami, if you would, the immortal said before Dark Shadow blocked Bakugo and caused him to fall back to his team. As the group landed after this assault, the green-haired boy then used Snatch on his finger to steal the headband of Hagakuri's team and another 1B team. What the? Toru, the headband, it's gone, Sato cried in surprise. Huh? Oh no, what happened? She panicked. Thanks for the headbands, guys, the fox Sin called as he and his teammates ran away. However, the group was soon cut off by the appearance of Shoto and his teammates. I'll be taking that now, the two-toned boy stated. Which one? Izuku asked cheekily, getting chuckles from his teammates. Shoto's eyebrow twitched slightly at his smart-ass question. Elsewhere, meanwhile up in the observation room, Mike and Aizawa started to notice a new trend in the competition. Teams were suddenly starting to lose headbands like they were going out of style out of nowhere. Wow! Look at that! Everyone is losing headbands left and right, they just can't hold on to them with Midoriya of 1A on the field, the blonde man exclaimed with a grin. This is what happens when you let the self-proclaimed fox Sin of greed compete. Just putting that out there, Aizawa commented with a shrug. But hold on, the headbands are disappearing but Team Midoriya still hasn't increased past the last couple. If he's not taking them, then who is? The voice hero asked. Back with the students, Bakugo suddenly got his headband swiped by a boy from class 1B and his team. What the? Hey, he barked as his team stopped. Your class is too narrow-minded, think bigger, the team leader said as they faced each other. You know you all should have considered the bigger picture rather than just blindly rushed things. That's what our class did at least. What are you talking about? Bakugo questioned. We knew they wouldn't throw out too many of us in the first round, so we all decided to throw the match as a class to see our opponents in action. The blonde shrugged. After all, only a fool would go all out in the preliminaries. And why waste time chasing after a temporary frontrunner like a horse with a carrot waving in his face? Honestly, he added with a chuckle. If you're trying to go after as many headbands as you can, then you'll end up going after Deku at this point. Haven't you been paying attention to the amount he's got? The exploder chuckled. Yeah, but with his quirk and the teammates he's got going after him would be too risky, shrugged the boy. Oh, now I recognize you. You're the guy who got caught by that sludge villain. He pointed out. You'll have to tell us about it sometime. You know I bet it must be strange, when you're constantly finding yourself in the role of the victim. This got a nasty glare from the Pomeranian blonde as mini explosions went off in his hands and an angry aura surrounded him, creeping out his teammates. Guys, change of plans. We're going after that smartass. He growled, his glare and blood-red aura causing the ones below him to quiver. It was a dog-eat-dog world, the hero world, and this just proves it. Chapter 10. We all have to suffer somehow. Tournament Stadium with Team Bakugo, the Pomeranian blonde was angrily glaring at the team that stole their headbands, the leader of which having a smug look on his face. Hey Monoma, don't provoke him. That's something he'd do, the boy's teammate said to the very snide teen. You're right, that wouldn't be very heroic of me. Besides, heroes are always having to deal with dumb villains who are always out for revenge. Monoma shrugged. This caused Bakugo to get even angrier. Hey Bakugo, calm down, Kirishima told the angry explosive boy on his shoulders. Oh don't worry, Kirishima, the boy said with an evil grin. I've never been calmer, and I know just how we're gonna beat this loser. Do I wanna know? The redhead asked warily. Just get moving, Bakugo yelled before they started running, but when he tried to swipe at the headbands, Monoma dodged and tapped his shoulder before sending an explosion in the blonde's face when they turned around. What the? The boy got out in surprise as Zero pulled him back to the group. He's got your quirk, Kirishima exclaimed in surprise. Bakugo tried to attack in retaliation, but his attack was blocked by Monoma suddenly using Kirishima's power. Just as I figured. Bakugo growled. He can copy quirks. However, before they could retaliate with this new information, another kid from Class B started shooting glue at them. Thanks for the assist, Bondo, Monoma told his classmate with a thumbs up. Don't worry, I'll burn through this with my quirk, Mina said as she started to melt the glue. Hey, no hard feelings, right? I mean, you provoked us first. By the way, what was it you said in your speech? Oh, right. The other blonde mocked as they ran away. Bakugo growled before he suddenly launched himself off of his group as soon as Mina freed them. Soraba, Monoma told his partner before the boy took a deep breath and blew, then created a large circular air wall in Bakugo's path. You look pretty dumb fighting with air like that. The goat-eyed boy laughed, right before the Pomeranian blonde busted through the wall and swiped several of their headbands. What the? He got out in shock. Zero meanwhile was quick to pull Bakugo back before he fell to the ground. I thought we said to warn us before you jumped, he said. Zip it, Zero, now come on, we got more points to grab, full speed ahead, the team leader yelled back before they charged. Elsewhere, meanwhile with Izuku and Shoto's teams, the two-toned boy was getting ready for some sort of big plan. Get ready to protect us, Yaoyorozu, he told the girl as she started to create two things at once, and Kaminari. Oh, I know what I gotta do, the yellow-haired boy grinned. Izuku looked at them with narrowed eyes, wondering what they were up to. He knew they were up to something, the only real question was, what? Tokiyami, when I say so, get Dark Shadow to block our front. He whispered to the front horse of his team. I got a feeling that Kaminari is about to pull something, he added. Right. The bird boy nodded. Suddenly, several other teams were seen heading their way. It was at that moment Kaminari acted. Indiscriminate shock, he exclaimed as his quirk activated, shocking everyone around him, literally, while Shoto pulled a special cover over himself, Momo and Tenya that the former had made while Dark Shadow shielded his team from the volts. As soon as the attack subsided, however, Shoto suddenly froze everyone and stole some headbands when it was done. Figured as much, good work Tokiyami, Dark Shadow. You really got us out of a jam there. The Fox Sin said as they evaded the ice. Thank you, Midoriya. The teen replied. However, when Izuku attempted to activate the jetpack, it malfunctioned. Son of A. The boy snapped as they then tried to backpedal away from Team Todoroki, when he suddenly had an idea. Snatch, he called as he made his quirk pull the headbands around Todoroki's neck towards him. What? The two-toned teen exclaimed in shock as his points literally flew away from him, leaving his team with only the 675-point headband around his head. Blast it all, how could I forget he can do that, he cursed. This continued for several minutes until there was only 3 minutes left. Todoroki, Iida said to his team leader. What is it, Iida? The boy responded. I have an idea for how we can get our points back, but it'll leave me useless for a while. The speedster told the boy. A plan? What, does he have some sort of trump card? Izuku thought as he heard what was said. I have something that will increase my speed drastically. Unfortunately, it will leave my engine stalled afterwards. The bespectacled boy explained. When I activate it, make sure you get our points back. If you can snag the 10 million headband, then do it, he continued. That's going to be a problem. I don't see the 10 million headband on him. Momo chimed in. I know he still has it, since he's in first place. He must have used some other headbands to cover it up. I can't tell if it's on his head or around his neck, she added. We'll have to chance it, Shoto said firmly. Iida, when you're ready, go for it, he ordered. Izuku grinned as he flexed his hand. Here they come, he said as he licked his teeth. In an instant, flames burst from the speed team's engines before he carried his team forward faster than the camera could track. As they sped by Izuku's team, Shoto snagged the headbands around the immortal's neck. When they stopped just behind them, Momo and Denki had a look on their faces that said they were processing what just happened. Whoa, what a blur, and it looks like Team Midoriya has lost some points to Team Todoroki, Present Mike exclaimed as he watched what had happened. However, nice try, Iida. Izuku smirked as he removed a headband that was covering the 10 million headband and put it around his neck. He then tapped the headband on his forehead. But you missed, he laughed. Blast! Tenya cursed quietly. He actually covered it? The electric boy exclaimed in disbelief. Is that even allowed? Judges say yes. Midnight replied with a grin at Izuku's planning. We underestimated him, Momo got out with wide eyes. You guys were too hasty, there. This is one situation where it pays to be greedy. The green-haired boy stated with a fox-like grin, which his teammates shared. Up in the booths, All Might grinned at his successor's display. I gotta admit, he's pretty spot on. This is one of those rare cases where greed can actually do some good. The man admitted mentally as he watched the show. Alright guys, now we can either go for our other points, or wait until time runs out. What do you think we should do? The boy asked his team. I say we wait until time runs out. We got plenty of points already, Ochako chirped. Agreed. But that doesn't mean we should let our guard down, Tokiyami nodded. Good point. However, just to be safe, Izuku said as he looked over at Shoto. Let's put them on the defensive this time, he said before he and his team charged at Shoto and his team. Elsewhere, meanwhile with Team Bakugo, they were still chasing after Monoma and his team. Alright guys, get ready, cuz we're going in for the attack. Bakugo yelled at his team. Zero, now, he ordered. Right. The tape roll boy exclaimed with a nod as he shot some tape past Monoma, who laughed. You missed, he jeered cockily. Mina, the Pomeranian blonde exclaimed. You got it, the pink-skinned girl grinned as she made an acid slick for the group. Get ready to brace yourself, Kirishima, the red-eyed teen told his friend. Way ahead of Ya man, go for it, the manly teen grinned as they blasted towards Monoma and his team as they tried to block them with an air wall, but it wasn't enough, because Bakugo busted through it as if it were cheap glass in one blow and took the last headband. Look at that display. Team Monoma from Class 1B couldn't keep their points from Bakugo, he's an unstoppable force. The blonde sound hero exclaimed as he watched the spectacle, the audience cheering. They certainly had good planning, but they never accounted for one factor. That factor was Bakugo's nearly endless tenacity, IzuOcha commented. Ready to go for the 10 million points, Bakugo? Kirishima smirked. Like you even had to ask, let's move, people, the blonde grinned as they charged forward. Elsewhere, back with Izuku, he and his team were in the process of trying to keep Shoto and his teammates on the defensive. There was only about a minute left when Izuku got an idea as they charged forward. One for all, 5%. The boy thought as he readied his hand to slice the air, and as he did, Shoto moved to block him with his left hand, which was ablaze with fire. Izuku swiped to the side and swatted the two-toned boy's arm away, causing him to gape in shock. My left side, what am I doing? He mentally shouted as he made the flames subside. And now you're mine. The fox Sin yelled as he swiped a random headband and made his team jump back. This of course occurred just as Bakugo and his team were arriving. Where are those points? He exclaimed before he spotted the 10 million headband on his green-haired rival. Gimme those points, Deku. He bellowed as he used his explosions to fly at him. Right as he was halfway there, though. Time's up, Present Mike yelled, causing Bakugo to comically fall to the ground, which made Izuku laugh. We win, and with 50 points to spare. Izuku grinned as he clutched the headband he had snagged. Elsewhere, at the house of Izuku Midoriya, the woman was overcome with emotion at the sight of her little baby boy winning not one, but 2 rounds of the sports festival. Wah! That's my baby, she wailed joyfully as she cried a fountain of tears. Elsewhere, back with Izuku, he was nearly knocked over when Ochako flung herself around his neck and hugged him out of joy for their victory. We did it, Deku, we did it, she laughed happily. Yeah we did. Never doubt someone of my ability, the immortal exclaimed as he held his childhood sweetheart close. Meanwhile with Shoto, Iida was beating himself up over them getting 3rd place. I'm sorry, I was absolutely useless back there, he said dejectedly. It's not your fault, Iida. None of us expected Midoriya to pull a trick like that, Momo said comfortingly. Shoto meanwhile was glaring down at his left hand. As soon as I was overwhelmed I broke my own promise. Damn it, at this rate I'll be just like him, he thought as he glared at the stands. Meanwhile, Kirishima was chatting with Mina. Man, that was one hell of a match, the redhead commented. It really was, but let's be real. Midoriya winning was gonna happen, no matter what, the alien-looking girl commented. Yeah, I can't really deny that. His quirk was built for something like this, Bakugo admitted knowingly. Hey, but at least we're moving on, Zero shrugged. Later, everyone was getting lunch after the matches were called and they were all trying to relax, by off to the side in an empty hall. Shoto had pulled Izuku to the side and was staring at him intensely with a cold gaze. Y'all wanted to have a word with me? The immortal asked with a raised eyebrow as he leaned against the wall. There was a sharp and tense silence between the two for a solid minute. Listen, I'm not gonna miss my chance to have lunch just so you can stare at me all day, so either you say something, or I'm leaving. The immortal said as he started to get more and more annoyed. You managed to beat me again, he said finally. He speaks, the immortal exclaimed in faux delight. Yeah, I did. First in the obstacle race, and now the cavalry battle. What's your point? He asked. I was overwhelmed this time, and it made me break a promise I made to myself a long time ago. The two-toned boy stated, looking at his left hand again. Yeah, what's up with that? You act like your left side is some sort of evil virus or something. The power thief asked. Shoto chose to ignore that statement. The others didn't notice it, but I was able to feel your true power. The boy stated, it's just like Asui said. Your power is similar to All Might's. This caused the fox Sin to tense. Midoriya, tell me. Shoto said before looking him in the eye. Are you actually All Might's secret love child or something? He asked. This caused Izuku's jaw to drop as he stared at the two-toned boy with wide eyes. Am I? What? He mentally shouted before he walked up to the fire ice user and clocked him on the head. Ow! He exclaimed as he held the part that had been hit. Can you be any more crazy? Hell no. I am not his love child, the immortal exclaimed indignantly. What I happen to be is his protege, dumbass, he snapped. Shoto seemed to be ticked off from getting swatted, but nonetheless took the answer. Well, if that's the case, then I have even more reason to beat you, he stated. Oh yeah? And what's that? The successor of All Might asked. My father is the number 2 hero Endeavor, you must have heard of him. The boy stated, getting a nod. He's ambitious, and aims for the top, but could never replace All Might, so the symbol of peace is living proof of his failure, he added. Midoriya, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Yeah. They were a thing when, wait a damn minute, Izuku started to say before realization dawned on him. Are you telling me that? He trailed off with wide eyes. The ice and fire user nodded. My old man bought my mother's family off to get a hold of her ice quirk, and put her and my siblings through hell to try and get one of us to surpass All Might. In every memory of her, I only see my mother crying. I remember one day she called my left side unbearable, before she poured boiling water on my face. He added shakily. Izuku stared at him with wide eyes. Damn, he's been through his own personal hell, he thought. However, and why does this concern me? He asked. I'm going to beat you to show to my dad that I reject his power by winning without using it, simple as that. To prove that I'm not like him, Shoto states. Well, newsflash Todoroki, but I think it's a little late for that. You're already starting to turn out like him, the immortal stated bluntly. What? The boy asked, taken aback by the blunt statement. Endeavor is projecting his problems onto All Might and you and your family by proxy, and what you're doing right now is projecting your problems onto me. Your dad's obsessed with beating All Might and you're obsessed with rejecting your dad. You're already becoming like him. If you really want to show that you're not like your evidently shitty father, then stop projecting your personal problems onto me, the immortal told him. That's easy for you to say, you have no idea what kind of hell we've been through because of him, the two-toned boy snapped. Of course not. I'm not you after all. The thief retorted. No matter what we are or where we come from, we all have to suffer in one way or another. He continued. I suffered when I had to live a life without one of my best friends and the guilt I had because of it. Like I said, we all have to suffer somehow, it's how we know we're human. Izuku said, you want to reject your dad? Fine, just don't expect me to cater to your complex, he said as he walked away. Shoto watched Izuku as he left before he looked down, his hands clenched into fists. Is he right? Am I unwittingly turning out like him? He thought. Unknown to the two teens, Bakugo had eavesdropped on the whole conversation and sighed silently at his childhood friend's words. After a moment, he went elsewhere. Later, it was time for the final round to begin and everyone was gathering around to hear about it, but as they did, they were soon all surprised to see every girl in Class 1A to be walking out in cheerleading outfits. Whoa! Looks like the girls of Class 1A have gone full on fanservice, Present Mike exclaimed in surprise. Dinky, meanwhile, had a proud grin on his face as he and Tata smirked at each other as their little plan was coming into fruition. Man, this was the best idea ever, King chuckled. He loved pulling pranks on his sister that made her uncomfortable. And as a bonus he got to see Sue in a cheer outfit, win-win. Why you tricked us? You two are gonna pay for this, Momo exclaimed angrily. Izuku, meanwhile, was checking out Ochako's current look and was liking what he was seeing. I'm liking this look on you, Ochako. The boy grinned as he snuck up on her and said his words with a purr as everyone gathered around the stage. Deku, the gravity girl whispered with a blush. The girls all giggled at the fact that their friend was getting this flustered around her childhood friend. Alright everyone, it's time for the third and final game to begin, Midnight called to them. For the final round we will be having a battle royal tournament consisting of the 4 remaining teams from the cavalry battle. Wait, so are the final rounds always a battle tournament? Mina asked. They change it up every year. Last year it was a foam sword match, Zero explained. We'll all be drawing lots to decide on who fights first, Midnight explained before Ojiro suddenly raised his hand. I'd like to withdraw, he said, shocking everyone around him. Ojiro, what the hell are you doing? The immortal asked him. Being in the final round doesn't feel right if I can't remember how I got here to begin with. The tailed boy stated before looking at Shinso. I think it was because of that guy's quirk. You're being stupid. Seriously, are you really gonna throw an opportunity like this away because of something stupid like that? King stated. This is my pride I'm talking about here, he exclaimed. Stupidity is more like it. The grizzly Sin stated, rolling his eyes. Right at that moment though, a boy from Class B also wanted to withdraw from the same reasons. Midnight seemed to look at them discerningly. This kind of talk is incredibly naive, my boys, and that turns me on. Ojiro, Shoda, you're withdrawn. Did she just say that turns her on? Everyone thought in disbelief. This of course led to two members of Team Tetsu being moved up and the brackets revealed. Izuku was facing off against Shinso, Shiro against Shoto, Tetsu against Kirishima, Kaminari against Shiozaki, Aoyama against Mina, Mei against Iida, Tokiyami against Momo and Ururaka, against Bakugo. No hard feelings, Ururaka. The Pomeranian blonde told the girl. The pink-cheeked girl meanwhile looked like she was about to have a heart attack. Looks like I'm up against you. Izuku Midoriya, right? Shinso asked the Sin of Greed. Feeling excited? He asked. Izuku just grinned right back at him. Yee, he started to say before Ojiro covered his mouth with his tail. Midoriya, don't say anything to him, he warned as the tired-looking teen grinned as he walked off. Later, it was time for the first match to begin and all might was with Izuku in the hall as he was about to go onto the stadium. So, you ready? The man asked. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can at least try to use one for all a little, but I'm just not sure right now. The boy nodded with a sigh. Honestly, a lot of stuff went wrong with a bunch of my plans so far. I'm not sure if it's just me not being careful enough or if I'm just lucky that things didn't go completely sideways, to tell you the truth. Before he could say anything else, he was suddenly bopped on the head by All Might. Shut up about that, damn it, he growled slightly. There's no such thing as luck, if there was, then you wouldn't be here right now, he added. Izuku looked at him before shaking his head vigorously. Right, sorry, he told his mentor. Good. Now, if you ever feel nervous about a fight, the man said before going buff. Just deal with it by smiling, he added. Right. The immortal chuckled before he headed out to the arena Cementos had built. Coming out first is, man, he looks intimidating in that picture, Izuku Midoriya, the undead from the hero course. Present Mike exclaimed as he muttered to himself about Izuku's rather intimidating picture on the stadium monitor. Izuku smirked as he stepped out onto the stadium as Shinso walked up and unzipped his jacket before discarding it, letting his well-built muscles be shown. Alright boys, the rules are simple. You can go all out to try and force your opponent out, incapacitate them, or make them cry uncle. But no life-threatening crap, got it? Mike explained. Izuku scoffed nonchalantly as he cracked his knuckles and neck as he stretched, his chiseled body flexing with every movement. This caused many female audience members that were single to blush slightly at how fit he was. Ururaka, meanwhile, drank in the sight. Oh, what'd I do to eat off those abs? She thought as she licked her lips slightly. Hey, she's a teenage girl with hormones. Give her a break. So you can just give up, huh? Shinso stated, getting the immortal's attention. In a way, this is a test to see how strong your spirit is. He concluded. That monkey was going on about his pride earlier, but I think he's an idiot for throwing away his chance like that. The boy continued. If you know what you want your future to hold, you can't worry about what others think. So honestly, dumbasses like him don't deserve to be heroes, he finished callously. Izuku let out a growl as he began stalking toward the fool that dared to insult his friend. You have no he started to say before his body suddenly locked up. And that's it, I win. Shinso smirked. This caused everyone to look at him in shock. Hey, what's this? It's the first round and for some reason, Midoriya has suddenly been frozen solid, Mike called. What the hell is happening? Why can't I move? Izuku thought as he tried to move his body of his will, but couldn't. This did not look good. Dragon Emperor0. Shoto totally got called out this chapter, didn't he? Chapter 11. Challenges from the past. Tournament Stadium. Izuku stood there frozen as Shinso's brainwashing quirk suddenly took hold of him. What the fuck? He thought angrily as he tried to move his body. What's going on down there? Why did he stop? Taida asked in confusion and alarm. Whoa, hey. What's this? It seems Shinso has Midoriya completely stunned. Could this be a quirk at work? Mike commented. Shinso glared at Izuku. If I win, I'll be able to make a name for myself so I can't lose. As for you, Izuku Midoriya, the Fox Sin, you're lucky to have been so blessed with your quirk. He said callously, now walk out of bounds like a good little hero. Izuku could only shake angrily in his mind as he turned and began walking to the edge of the arena against his will, much to everyone's surprise. Huh? He's obeying Shinso. Mike gasped. Deku, what are you doing? Bakugo yelled. You'll lose if you walk out of bounds, Iida and Taida yelled. Come on, snap out of it, Ururaka exclaimed loudly. Izuku wanted to heed his friend's words, but his body still wouldn't obey him. Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to bust free of this? The green-haired teen thought in frustration as he tried to take control of his body back as he approached the edge of the arena. I didn't get this far just to be done in by a prick that can fuck with my head, he growled mentally. All Might tried to reach out to his pupil vocally, but his words were unheard by the sin of greed. However, it did trigger something. Suddenly, the same vestiges that broke him out of Tata's fossilization appeared before the green-haired immortal, and he slowly felt one for all course throughout his body and into his middle finger before. Boom! He sent a conclusive blast at the ground, breaking his finger, and freeing him from Shinzo's control in the process. Izuku breathed heavily as he turned around and faced Shinzo with a murderous look in his eyes, his regenerating middle finger flipping his opponent off as he grit his teeth in anger. Nice try, he growled. You got a lot of nerve brainwashing me, punk. What the? How did he get free? Shinzo thought in shock as he looked at Izuku in shock before suddenly, the green-haired boy used Snatch to pull his three-section staff towards his hand and then started walking towards the other boy. And then disappeared when he was a foot away. Where'd he go? He thought as his head whipped around, trying to find him before. Smack! He was backhanded by the immortal, who was glaring at him. Shinzo staggered away as everyone let out a collective gasp of shock at what the boy just did as said boy twirled and held his weapon at the ready. Wow! Midoriya's not happy about what happened to him one bit, and it shows, Mike exclaimed as he watched the spectacle. I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be, either. Bakugo shrugged. Izuku glared more as he whipped his staff at Shinzo again and used Snatch to grab the boy by the throat and towards him before he slammed his knee into Shinzo's face. Gah! He got out as he held his face while he staggered back, but Izuku didn't give him a chance to catch a breath as he started wailing on him with his staff and swatted the brainwashing boy into the air and then wrapped his weapon around Shinzo's neck and then two-leg kicked him in the back onto the ground before landing on his feet again. What's wrong? Aren't you supposed to be strong? The immortal asked. How the hell did you break free of my quirk? You're not even supposed to fight back, the purple-haired teen questioned in frustration. Izuku smirked but remained silent, having come to the conclusion that answering him would put him under his opponent's control again. As Shinzo tried to get up, the fox Sin grabbed him by his collar and then slammed their foreheads together before he punched him hard in the gut and sent him flying to the other side of the arena with an uppercut kick to the chin. Wow! Midoriya is showing no mercy. Look at him go, the sound hero grinned as he watched the fight. This is why the entrance exams are irrational. Aizawa stated, drawing the man's attention. Shinzo's quirk is extremely powerful, but due to the practical exam consisting of battles against robots, his quirk was left untested and unfairly graded. He continued, looking at the info of both boys. Additionally, in situations where Midoriya didn't use his quirk, he was still leagues ahead of Shinzo. So with or without powers, it's not much of a contest here, he concluded. Nice commentary. Mike smiled. Wait, hold on, what's Midoriya doing now? He asked as the immortal walked up to Shinzo who was flat on his back and crossed his arms and tapped his foot impatiently. Come on, get up. If you think I'm gonna play dirty and kick you while you're down, you're mistaken. We're ending this fair and square. The boy stated. Or do you want to give up? Either's fine with me, man, I just don't want to put you in the hospital. I mean, I don't like being a jerk to new people. It really turns my stomach. Shinto could only glare at him slightly. While he did appreciate the gesture, he knew that he couldn't stand a sliver of a chance against someone of Izuku's caliber when he knew what he was doing. So, in all seriousness, he had only one option available. I appreciate your sportsmanship, Midoriya, I really do. But I think we both know that this fight is pretty much over. The boy said before he got up and clutched his left ribs. Besides, I'm pretty sure that last hit bruised my ribs. He added as he winced in pain before he looked at Midnight. I yield, he told her. Midnight nodded as she pointed her flogging whip at Izuku. Shinzo has yielded, that means Midoriya moves on to the next round. She states. The crowd cheered at the announcement and was looking forward to the next match. As the purple-haired boy walked away, Izuku looked at him. Hey, Shinzo, he called as the limping boy turned around. If you do get into the hero course, just know I'll be looking forward to working with you. He told the boy, giving him a thumbs up. Shinto blinked before grinning back at him. F. Hey, right back at you. He chuckled before continuing his trek to the infirmary. Later, back with Izuku, he was in the hall with All Might after the match. All Might, I saw them again, the vestiges. The past users were the ones who helped me back there, he told the blonde. Wait, again? It happened once before? The currently lanky man questioned. Yeah, back when King fossilized me. They helped me break out of that too. Izuku nodded in reply. I don't think you have anything to worry about. It happened to me, too. This is a sign that One for All is getting closer to becoming your own. The fact that it happened twice indicates that it's happening at a faster rate. The symbol of peace mused. Wow, okay. He nodded. He then slowly put his jacket back on before he started walking away. I'll need to see who I fight next. See you later, he called as he ran away. When he was out of sight, All Might smirked. Looks like choosing him as my successor was a great move on my part for sure, he thought with a chuckle. Elsewhere, Shoto was walking down the hall to his match against Zero and he saw his father standing there waiting for him. What do you want, you bastard? He questioned stoically. Endeavor glared at him before looking away. You're acting disgracefully, Shoto. He told the boy. If you'd simply used the power of your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in the first 2 matches. It's time for you to end this childish rebellion. You're different from your siblings. You're my greatest masterpiece, the masterpiece to beat All Might. Shoto twitched as his right hand was encased in ice before he slammed it against the wall next to Endeavor, freezing his back to the wall. Shut up. I'm not your masterpiece, I'm not your tool and I won't do what you say. So keep your mouth shut, and stop projecting your problems onto me, coward. He snapped. Endeavor simply used his quirk to melt the ice keeping him to the wall and watched his son walk off. It won't matter. You'll find out the limitations of your right side soon enough, he mused as Shoto walked to the arena with an angry look on his face. And here there folks, our next 2 finalists. He's got some incredible skills at the expense of having really creepy looking elbows. From the hero course it's Honta Zero, Mike announced. Said boy was doing a few stretches as he waited for the match to start. That was uncalled for, Zero mused. And his opponent? The kid who knows how to give people a mean cold shoulder, also from the hero course. It's Shiro Todoroki. The blonde man exclaimed as the two-toned boy stood still. Ready? Begin, he yelled. Zero wasted no time wrapping his tape around Shoto's body and then swung his arms around. I don't think I'll win, but I don't feel like losing either man, he grinned. Apologies, Shoto said with an angry look before he sent a massive wave of ice at Zero, who looked at the wave in fright before he was frozen and then a massive glacier formed behind Zero. Up in the commentator's booth, Mike looked at the arena with his glasses askew while Aizawa's eyes were wide. In Class 1A's booth, they all had to lean back in shock at what had just happened. The audience was in a similar state. What had just happened? Todoroki froze Zero in a glacier. Izuku meanwhile was unlucky enough to have one of the pointy ends of the ice skewer him in his right eye. Not cool, Todoroki. Not cool at all, he growled mentally. He wasn't even fighting right now, for crying out loud. Zero, can you move? Midnight asked, half her body frozen in the attack. Does it look like I can? The tape boy questioned from its position in the ice as he shivered. Zero is immobilized, so Todoroki advances. Now get me out of this ice, she announced before demanding her release. Meanwhile in the stands, the audience suddenly started a chorus of, nice try, and, don't worry about it, to try and cheer up Zero as Shoto walked over to him to thaw him out. Sorry, I was just angry is all, he apologized solemnly. Later, the next round after the arena was cleared of the ice was Kaminari vs Ibara Shiozaki from Class 1B. A girl with thorny vines for hair and was rather beautiful. In fact, one could have easily mistaken her for a dryad from Greek mythology due to her natural beauty. Man, she looks beautiful. Maybe I should ask her out, after I win, that is. The electric boy thought. That being said, those vines are probably gonna block my electricity, so maybe I should try and get in close, he wondered. Hey, Shiozaki right? Kaminari asked the green-haired girl. Yes. The girl responded in a polite tone. How about after this is over, we go out for something? I'd be happy to treat you to a bite, and comfort you after your loss. He told her. 'Cause this is gonna be over in 5 seconds, honey. He grinned as he got ready to run towards her, his electricity covering his body and cracking all over the place as Mike began the match, allowing Kaminari to run towards Shiozaki right as she dropped some vines to try and stop him. But they missed him as he slid past the wall of vines and blindsided her at her right flank. I saw you use a move like that when we were in the same group during the entrance exams. And I learned this slide move from watching Iida during training. He grinned before he slid on his knees towards her. And I learned at the USJ attack that my quirk can do the most damage, at close range. Special move. 1.3 million volts. Electric slide punch. He yelled as he nailed Shiozaki in the stomach with an electrically charged punch to the stomach. The blow caused Shiozaki to let out a pained scream as she felt the volts travel through her body. When it was over, she collapsed to her knees and breathed heavily, her arms and legs shaking. She then fell on her back out of bounds, exhausted from the shock. Shiozaki is out of bounds, Midnight called. Kaminari is the winner, she added. Kaminari cheered dumbly as his brain short-circuited due to his special move. I must say, that was an unexpected outcome, Iida commented. Yeah, who knew the doofus was a learner? Jiro nodded. She was very impressed with how the blonde managed to strategize, though it was still pretty dumb of him to use all his power in one go, but nonetheless trademarked Kaminari. Next was Iida and Hatsume. And apparently the engine boy had been given some support gear. Midnight seemed to have an issue with it, however. No support gear allowed unless you specifically request it, she declared. But Aoyama and Midoriya had theirs, so I thought it was fine, Iida protested. They filled out the correct forms. The woman told him. Iida sighed in dismay. I apologize. It's just that I was moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. She had offered to give me this gear so it would be a fair fight, and I just wanted to honor her offer by wearing this gear. The boy explained. The 18-plus heroine blinked at his words before she grinned. Oh, such youthful vigor, the woman said in clear arousal. I'll allow it, she told him. Is this even allowed? The erasure hero wondered. Well, we're all on the same page, so I guess so. Present Mike shrugged. With that, Iida started running towards Hatsume, but Izuku thought something was amiss. This kind of sportsmanship was not like Hatsume at all. The only thing he could come up with to explain this was, oh geez, Iida's pride is gonna take a blow after this. He sighed internally. Then something unexpected happened. Bet your legs feel lighter than usual, don't they, Iida? Hatsume asked into a headset. Does she have speakers? Aizawa wondered. What on earth? Iida asked as he ran towards her. Those leg harnesses make your legs lighter and stronger to make your speed even better than ever. She smiled as Iida came towards her before a hydrologic rod lifted her off the ground and tripped him up. And my hydrologic attachments can keep me out of his reach, she added with a grin. What in the world is going on? Iida gasped as he spun around to avoid falling out of bounds with the assistance of the wings attached to his harness. But before he could try to tackle her, another metal rod lifted her away. I have sensors in every direction. It's impossible for anyone to sneak up on me, Hatsume smiled. This exchange of gear exhibitions continued for several minutes until Hatsume intentionally stepped out of bounds and made Iida the winner. She basically just used her as a mannequin. Later, next was Aoyama and Mina, and needless to say this seemed to be an interesting matchup. Hey Kirishima, didn't you say you and Pinky went to the same preschool and middle school? Bakugo asked the redhead. Yeah, why? Kirishima asked. Just want to be sure, the blonde stated. Down in the arena, Mina was skating around with her acid quirk melting the ground while Aoyama kept trying to shoot her with his laser. It would be best to give up, Mon Chéri. You can't beat me, the oddly sparkling boy boasted as he kept firing his laser. Yeah, but we were on the same team back in battle training, so I know everything about your quirk, Aoyama. Mina smirked as she kept elegantly dodging the lasers. I could say the same about you, the blonde retorted. Yeah, but I know your weakness, the pink girl stated. Before long, Aoyama's stomach started hurting from overuse of his quirk. Oh, my tummy, he groaned. Mina used the chance to throw a glob of acid at his belt, with some hitting his pants and making them fall. Izuku didn't know whether to laugh or not. And now, an uppercut, she yelled as she uppercut him, and with that, Mina won. Later, after that round, Momo and Tokiyami made their way to the ring for their match. Izuku looked between the two and had a good idea of how it was going to end due to the latter's quirk. Tokiyami's quirk is great for attacks and defense, so he's bound to have this in the bag, the immortal thought. In the arena, the two 1A students duos across from one another. When the match started, Tokiyami summoned Dark Shadow and sent him at Momo, who blocked the beast with a shield, and had to do twice more before she made a small bow staff. However, before she could attack, Dark Shadow attacked with all his might right at Momo's shield, and sent her skidding to the back of the arena before she fell over out of bounds. Yayorozu is out of bounds. Tokiyami proceeds to the next round. Midnight declared as the crowd cheered. The creation girl looked at the ground in defeat. I didn't even get to attack, she murmured as she turned and left. Later, next was Kirishima vs Tetsu. In this corner we have a passionate, manly fighter made of steel. It's Class 1 B's Tetsu, Mike announced. Bring it on, Tetsu yelled in determination. And in the other corner, we have another passionate, manly fighter made of rock. It's Class 1A, Jiro Kirishima. The sound hero announced as the redhead walked to the arena. Seriously? Even our intros are the same? Kirishima hissed in dismay. Meanwhile, Izuku was taking notes on the battles. What you writing, Deku? Ururaka asked as he was muttering tidbits to write down as he wrote. The fox Sin blinked before he looked at her. Just writing down notes. I've got everyone in our class along with students from other classes. The boy replied as he showed her a section devoted to her, and had a sticker of a small fox curled up in a heart shape with another fox next to her name, as well as a detailed drawing of her in her costume. The gravity girl blushed at the amount of detail he put into her and found the sticker really cute as she looked over what he had. Wow, he really got a lot, she thought as she scanned the notes. Though this caused her to feel slightly self-conscious due to his clear drive compared to hers. A few minutes passed and both Kirishima and Tetsu were still duking it out, and in the waiting room Iida entered with Izuku and King to see Uraraka sitting there with a really tense look on her face. What's with that scary face? The speedster got out, feeling intimidated. Tada immediately floated over towards her. My face? Oh, it's nothing, just my nerves, the girl said. With whom you're fighting, I honestly don't blame you sis, King said, hugging his twin close. But I'm sure Bakugo won't use the full power of his explosions on a girl, would he? Iida asked. He would. Izuku nodded grimly. Kachan doesn't believe in that gender stereotype crap. So he's gonna go all out, girl or no. But he probably won't go overboard since we're old friends, hopefully, Tada tried to say in a light tone. You're not helping, Uraraka said flatly. Izuku then took his notebook out. Listen, I know it may not be much, but at least let me share a way for you to win with your quirk with you. Besides, it's the least I can. He started to say before Ochako stopped him by putting one of her finger pads to his lips, shushing him. Thank you Deku, but I'm sure I'll be fine. I'm a big girl now, I can take care of myself. She told him as she walked to the door and gave him a thumbs up. I'll see you in the finals if you win, she added with a tense and nervous smile. Show Kachan what you're made of, Ochako. The immortal grinned. The girl nodded as she left. Though as soon as she left, Izuku's grin fell and was replaced with a snarl as he clenched his fists and teeth. I swear, if he gives her permanent damage, I'm gonna kill him, Izuku growled, right within earshot of King and Iida. Whoa, chill, it won't go that far, the spear-using boy said, though he didn't sound sure of his own words. Calm down, Midoriya. Come on, let's get you something to drink to calm your nerves, Iida offered as they led him out of the room. Though as they left for the vending machine, Bakugo sighed in exasperation. I'm not gonna hold back, but I won't kill her either. It's as simple as that, he thought as he walked away. Katsuki Bakugo was not one to cater to the wishes of others, and he wasn't about to start now, even with his friends. Chapter 12. Bakugo vs Uraraka, Izuku vs Shoto Izuku vs Shoto Song, Fox Sin by Divide Music. Sports Festival Arena Izuku was sitting with the others and was trying to calm himself with one of his favorite hero-themed sodas. Best Genist Blue Raspberry Ale, flavored Ramune. Though it was having little to no success unfortunately. Izuku, calm down, it won't be that bad, Kaminari tried to placate. Easy for you to say, you don't know Kachan like I do, the green-haired boy said. He isn't just competent and competitive, he's also a closet sadist, he added. This got a nod from Kane. Yeah, I remember when he and the rest of his posse used to gang up on me and kick me around like a kickball when we were kids, the self-proclaimed Fairy King said with a shudder. Should we be worried? Suyu asked in concern for Ochako's safety. Knowing Bakugo? I don't doubt it, Tokiyami nodded. Down at the arena, both Uraraka and Bakugo were waiting for Mike to start the match. So, you're still here, huh pink cheeks? Bakugo smirked at the girl in front of him. If you expect me to turn and run, then you're wrong, Ochako retorted with a determined look. Fine, just know that I'm not holding anything back, the blonde told her as Mike called the match. Uraraka then started sprinting towards Bakugo and decided to wait until he threw his favorite right hook, and when he did. Boom! He sent an explosion right at her, however it missed its mark when she knee slid like Kaminari did with Shiozaki underneath his arm and towards his back as smoke surrounded them. Whoa, Uraraka's getting up close and personal, or at least trying to. Can she pull it off? Present Mike wondered. Bakugo looked around for her in the smoke and reacted when he saw a glimpse of her jacket. Got you? He yelled as he slammed his hand down on it, and saw that it was just a jacket. Huh? He gasped. Right at that moment, Uraraka appeared behind him out of the smoke. He can't beat me if he can't touch me, she thought as she lunged at him from behind. Bakugo sent a backhanded swing at her right as she lunged, but before the force could blow her back she copied a move she saw Tada use before and let the force put her in the air and then repositioned herself. Seconds later she landed right on Bakugo's shoulders and wrapped her legs around his neck. What are you doing? The Pomeranian exclaimed in surprise. You remember how I used to do this when we were kids? Well, surprise, here it is again, the girl said as he tried to get her off. Oh man, I almost forgot about that trick, Izuku said with a grin, which was mirrored by Tada. Man, Bakugo used to hate it when she did that, the Grizzly Sin laughed. The rest of the class glanced at each other in confusion. I feel like I'm missing something here, Fumikage commented, the rest of the class nodding in agreement. Just watch. You'll see what we mean, the Fox Sin told them. Back with the two combatants. Ururaka grabbed Bakugo by the hair and then yanked him to the left and made him stumble and fall before she leapt off of him and let him face plant into the ground. "Ha! Man, I missed doing that," Ochako laughed. Bakugo glared at her as he spat out a rock. "You are so dead," he yelled as he blasted himself towards her with a kick like he did in the combat training. And Ururaka blocked it with her shoulder and wrapped her arm around his leg and made it weightless before she judo slammed him into the ground like Izuku did to Tada during training. "Oh, that's gotta hurt," the sound hero commented with a wince. "He's not wrong." Tada nodded. Bakugo let out a pained yell before he started spinning himself mid-air with explosions and started sending debris everywhere. But unbeknownst to him, Ururaka was collecting them and making them float after she released him. The explosive Pomeranian landed on the ground in a superhero landing position as he started breathing heavily. "Where the fuck did you learn moves like that?" he snapped. "After me and Tada moved, I decided to take up martial arts training to help use my quirk effectively. I'd say it paid off." The gravity girl shrugged as she readied herself. "So it would seem." The blonde growled. "Damn, she's definitely not the same mochi girl from back then," he thought. Deciding to go on the offensive, he started blasting himself in a corkscrew towards her and nailed her in the stomach with an explosion before he kept hitting her over and over again, causing her to tumble to the ground and more debris to float up. Ururaka shakily got to her feet and wiped the sweat from her cheek with an "I ain't going down" look on her face before she checked the position of her rocks in the reflective surface of the cameras. However, her concentration was momentarily broken when a few people started booing Bakugo for causing such bodily harm to a girl who was obviously almost at her limit. "Those stupid dumbasses," Izuku seethed. Right as he was about to yell, Aizawa decided to speak up. "Where is the man who started this uproar?" he yelled. "Are you a pro? Because if you are and are saying such patronizing things with a straight face, you can go home and hang up your cape. I'd suggest looking into another career," he stated. This caused everyone booing Bakugo to go quiet. Izuku, meanwhile, looked a little more calm than he was before after that. Bakugo's fierceness is an acknowledgement of his opponent's strength. He realizes that Ururaka seems to know hand-to-hand combat, so he's trying his best to keep her at bay, Aizawa added. "But the thing is, she didn't start going until we both moved to live on our own when we graduated middle school," Tada pointed out. "These classes aren't free, so she's only really familiar with the basics," he added. "Which means she's nowhere near Bakugo's level." Unfortunately, Izuku groaned. Back with the two fighters, Ochako was on her last legs. "Alright Bakugo, I think it's about time." The girl sighed heavily as she put her hands up. "And thank you for keeping your eyes on me." "What do you?" the boy asked before she released her hold on the rocks. "Release," she said as she touched her fingertips together and caused it to start showering meteors. "What the hell?" Izuku wondered as the rocks started falling, and one hit him on the head. "Ow," he yelped. Using the falling debris as cover and a distraction, Ochako started bobbing and weaving through it to try and get close to Bakugo as he stood there in the center of it. "This is my chance, I can't let this go to waste," she thought as she got closer. However, right as she was about to touch Bakugo's chest, the blonde rose his arm and set off a massive explosion that blew her backwards. It also had the effect of destroying the debris. "Oh crap," the immortal groaned as he facepalmed. Ochako tumbled to the ground in a heap as Bakugo held his now twitching arm, his muscles contracting to stop the process of an impending stress fracture. "That was close," he breathed in relief before glaring at her. "That was a gutsy move, Ururaka. I gotta admit, I wasn't expecting it," he told her. "Glad I could surprise you." The girl groaned as she struggled to her feet. "But I'm not done yet," she said as she struggled to step forward. "I have to win, for my mom and my dad, so I won't lose." Bakugo was surprised at this. Izuku and King had mentioned that the Ururakas weren't doing so well. Being poorer than poor, as King put it. But he never realized it was causing her to push herself this hard. Didn't expect it to be this bad, he thought. However, he respected her determination and decided to honor their childhood friendship and her drive by continuing the fight. "Then let's finish this, Ururaka," the boy yelled as they ran towards each other, but he stopped when her legs suddenly gave way and she started to fall. "Ochako," Izuku muttered in concern. The brunette fell to the ground in exhaustion and Midnight went to go check on her. "Ururaka is co-ed," she said. "The winner is Katsuki Bakugo." "At least she tried," Iida sighed. Tada sighed as well. "She's gonna be devastated," the boy said. Izuku meanwhile was silent as he got up and started walking towards the waiting room as Ururaka was sent to recovery girl. But before he could reach it, he bumped into Bakugo. The Pomeranian started to say before the green-haired teen held up a hand. "I'd rather not talk right now," he said as he continued walking. "That plan Ururaka used. That was one of your plans, wasn't it?" Bakugo questioned. It looked like it, you were always pretty crafty, he added. No, that plan wasn't mine. The immortal replied as he stopped. She came up with that all on her own. I had nothing to do with it, he added. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to check up on her, he continued before walking again. Have you told her about how you feel yet? Bakugo asked. Izuku stopped as he looked down. No, it's not the right time yet, he sighed. Well, you better find the right time soon, Bakugo said as he walked away. Before someone else does, he added. Izuku sighed. He knew Bakugo was right, but he also knew that now wasn't the right time either. A few seconds later, after he arrived at the waiting room, he saw Uraraka sitting there, a piece of gauzes taped to her cheek and some bandages around her right arm and neck. Oh, hey Deku. The gravity girl greeted him. Izuku looked at her and walked up to her before he placed a hand on her cheek where the gauze was. Do your injuries still hurt? He asked her in concern. Recovery girl got the serious ones. I still have a few cuts and bruises since she didn't want to drain all of my stamina, but alive, she replied with a sigh. Izuku then hugged her to his chest and let her listen to his heartbeat. Ochako was surprised but didn't object and ignored her ringing phone as she relaxed in his embrace with a happy sigh. I do worry about you, you know that, right? He told her. I know, sorry, she told him, though she winced in pain as the still fresh second-degree burn and bruise on her stomach acted up again as he made her look at him. Open your mouth, he told her. The girl was a little confused, but acquiesced and opened her mouth with an audible, "Ah." Izuku then bit down on his thumb and drew some blood before he let it drip into her mouth. Ochako was honestly shocked at the fact he was having her drink his blood, but then she felt her injuries heal and felt her strength return. What? She queried after she was healed. My blood has healing properties. As long as the person's blood type is compatible with mine, I can heal pretty much any injuries they have by making them ingest my blood. The sin of greed told her. I guess I'm compatible, then. I'm blood type B+, she told him. Good. I'm type O. He nodded as he slowly and gently started removing her bandages and coverings. I better get going, he said. And Ochako? Yeah? She asked before he hugged her again and stroked her hair softly. I promise, I'll win this for you, even if it kills me, he declared to her as the bell for the second round sounded. He then started making his way there. However, on his way to the arena, he came across the last person he wanted to even see, Endeavor. What the fuck are you doing here? The Fox Sin asked the man in the most blunt and curt way possible. Endeavor seemed to be unfazed by his curtness and simply looked at him. I was looking for you. I saw how your quirk works, and I must say, I'm impressed, being able to steal anything from your enemies, including their own strength. Creating massive gusts of wind and feats of speed and strength just by moving, and immortality as well. Endeavor states. I must point out though, that second one reminds me of All Might. It's intriguing to me in that regard, to say the least, he added. Fascinating. The boy scoffed. Now if that's all, I got a match to go to, so fuck off, he said as he tried to walk away, but Endeavor stopped him. I'm not done yet, the man said. It's my Shodo's duty to surpass All Might. So your fight will help me see how much training he needs. So go all out on him, don't disgrace him or yourself by holding back. Unbelievable. The immortal sighed. If you think I'm All Might, then you're as sadly mistaken as Shoto is. He told the man as he then squared up to him. That being said, Todoroki also isn't you, so stop treating him like he's some sort of tool. He's a person, not some power fantasy. With his piece said, Izuku walked off before he decided to say something else. And another thing, Endeavor. I know a lot about sins. In fact, one of the reasons I have my nickname is because I was too greedy. For what I won't say, but I will say this. Real sins never go away, no matter what you do, and what you've done. It's the worst kind of sin anyone can commit against their own blood, he said as he walked away. Elsewhere, back with Ochako, she was about to answer her phone to call her dad back when Tato walked in. Hey dad, I'm gonna put you on speaker so you guys can talk to Ochako and me at the same time. Okay, the boy said as he floated in on his pillow. Unlike his sister, King had a smartphone so he was able to put them on speaker. Alright Tato, Ochako, can you hear me? Their dad asked. Yeah, loud and clear. Ochako nodded. I'm sorry dad, I failed, she told him solemnly. You lost Ochako, but that doesn't mean you can't try again, and besides me and your mom are still in shock about how you were able to go up against Katsuki like that. Used to be that you two were scared to death of him, the man chuckled. Dear don't tease them. His wife chimed in. I know, it's just, I want to give you guys an easy life as soon as I can, that's all. You deserve it. The pink-cheeked girl choked as tears escaped her eyes. King put his hand on his sister's shoulder and hugged her. Same, he nodded. There's no need to rush you two. I know just by all this you're well on your ways to becoming great heroes. Their dad said. So enjoy your time at UA, you've got time, he added. Yes. Also, how have you two been doing with catching up with Katsuki and Izuku? Their mom asked. I think we're doing pretty well, but with quirks like theirs, we have a long way to go, the grizzly Sin replied. Yeah, Ochako nodded before her cheeks flushed as she remembered what Izuku did for her minutes earlier. This was going to be hard to explain to Tato without him losing his cool. Elsewhere, back with Izuku, when he got to the ring, he saw Shoto standing there waiting for him. Here they are, folks. In this corner is the immortal thief from Class 1A. It's the Sin of Greed himself. Izuku Midoriya, Mike called. And in the second corner his opponent, the hot and cold adversary from the same class. It's Shoto Todoroki. The two strong fighters looked into each other's eyes, both trying to figure out how to attack the other. It was a telltale approach before a fight began. Izuku decided to speak up after a moment. I ran into your old man on the way here. He's a real moron, he commented. Then you know that in order for me to split myself from him I must not use my left side, Shoto said. No, I still think that's asinine. The Sin told him. But I'll let you realize that on your own, or maybe I'll push you, whichever. I won't let that happen, the two-toned boy retorted. He entered a stance. Don't make promises you can't keep, the immortal stated as he started taking off his jacket and tossing it aside before he readied his staff. Begin, Mike yelled. Now, Shoto said as he sent an ice barrage at Izuku. The scarred teen smirked as he charged his arms with one for all and started whipping his staff around. Fox hunt. He yelled as he sent condensed blades of air at the ice and started slicing it up into pieces that blew back towards the two-toned boy and the stands above, with one fragment of ice hitting Bakugo in the process. Ow! He squawked, causing the others to chuckle slightly. Damn it, Deku. Watch where you're swinging that thing, he yelled angrily. Shoto blocked his face from the ice and noticed that Izuku's arms were tensing and shaking. That most likely meant that they just got finished regenerating after a stress fracture. So I was right, you're willing to hurt yourself in order to beat me, the pyrocryomancer said. You must either be really crazy, or really stupid. Maybe I'm both. Who's to say? Izuku shrugged. Shoto didn't respond and just attacked again. Here we go again. Fox hunt. He yelled as he swung his staff around in a circle, the force causing Shoto to be blown back until he stopped himself just shy of the arena's edge. But when the mist cleared, Izuku was nowhere to be seen. What? Where did? He started to wonder before he suddenly took a blow to the stomach. The blow came from Izuku delivering a swinging sidekick to Todoroki's midsection with 10% of one for all. The force of which caused Shoto to crash against the ice wall behind him and the wall in question to crack. Wow! Midoriya is not showing any mercy. Look at him go, the sound hero exclaimed with a massive grin. As the boy jumped back to avoid being frozen via a punch to the ground, Izuku skid to a halt and then started flexing his hands and arms the way he usually would when he was sapping someone's strength. Green mist soon started pouring into him from everyone within his range and he started to bulk up. You know what your problem is, Todoroki? Izuku asked as he continued to absorb power. Even if you have that powerful quirk of yours, you're still woefully behind all of us because you refuse to use your full power, he continued. And on top of that, your reliance on your quirk makes you a terrible fighter at close range. As he finished sapping all the power his body could allow, his muscles became much more robust and he was also now the same height as Shoji. Hunter Fest, he called as he leaned himself almost backwards and his tongue dangled from his mouth as his eyes glazed over. Ah yeah, now that's more like it, he howled in ecstasy. Oh boy. Icy Hot's in a real pickle now. Bakugo sighed. Izuku grinned madly as he launched himself towards Shoto with Crazy Hunt. But that was exactly what the two-toned boy wanted as he created a giant spike of ice that skewered Izuku in his arms and froze them, locking him in place. The Fox Sin snarled as he pointed his fingers at Shoto and fired a Delaware smash at him, which blasted him backwards enough for Izuku to then free himself by dislocating both shoulders and ripping both his arms off to break free. What the? Midoriya just ripped his own arms off to get free. How much punishment can he take? No, seriously. How much can the kid take? Present Mike exclaimed before voicing his personal thoughts. As Izuku's arms rapidly grew back, he fired off another Delaware smash at Todoroki right as the muscles came back, causing the speed of his regeneration to be slowed in that finger. This continued for several minutes, barrages of ice and close-quarter attacks being blasted back by Izuku's smashes until he could get his staff. However, once he got it, he could barely hold it since his fingers were now busted up and purple, and due to the constant renewal of injuries, their regeneration was slower than usual. Shoto was doing no better. Due to excessive use of his right side, he was starting to suffer from hypothermia and had frost all over said half, hindering his movements and attack speed. Well, nothing like a few broken bones to help charge the senses. Izuku said as he whipped his staff around to make Shoto back up as blades of air were sent at him. That's when he noticed the frost. You're trembling, Todoroki, he said. What does that have to do with anything? The two-toned teen asked shakily. It's easy to forget that quirks are physical abilities. I mean, look at me. My hands are totally busted and aren't regenerating as fast because I keep interrupting it. The immortal told him. As for you, there's a limit to how much cold you can handle. Normally you'd compensate with your fire, but you're refusing, so you're suffering for it. Izuku then let his left hand completely regenerate before he clenched it into a fist. Quit screwing around, and come at me with everything you got. I'm doing the same, and so should you, he yelled. Shoto gritted his teeth as he attacked, but its speed wasn't as fast as before. You want my fire? Did my monster of a dad tell you to say that? Now I'm mad, he yelled as he kept trying to attack the sin of greed. Up in the stands, everyone couldn't believe the amount of pain and damage Izuku was inflicting on himself. Cementos in particular decided to call this into midnight as the two boys continued to fight. Midnight, should we intervene? I know Midoriya embraces the pain, but this is starting to get out of hand. The cement hero questioned. Even with his regeneration abilities, those injuries are bad. He may end up having lasting damage that even it can't fix. This all happened as Izuku was suddenly skewered in the chest by Shoto creating an ice spike on his hand and stabbing the broccoli-haired boy with it. I refuse to use my left side, Shoto growled before he gasped in shock as Izuku started clawing himself down the length of the ice spike towards him like a madman. You don't get it, you just don't get it, do you, Todoroki? The immortal growled as he reached the boy and stood taller than him due to Hunter Fest. It's your quirk, not his. He yelled as he delivered a powerful hammer fist to Shoto's left shoulder and collarbone. Gah! The other teen grunted as he staggered back. Izuku's right hand was finally managing to patch itself up, but it was slow going due to how bad his injuries were and the fact that his body was getting overtaxed from using Hunter Fest. This fight needs to end soon, he thought as he looked at the fire ice user, L with a glare. Shoto tumbled to the ground and struggled to get back up, Izuku's words triggering the resurfacing of a long-forgotten memory of his mother. Shoto, you are not tied down to your lineage. Stay true to yourself and I promise you'll make us all proud. The woman's words rang as he remembered how All Might once said that only you could choose what to make of your own quirk. The memory caused something to stir in him, and it made his left side start to steam before it erupted into a massive fire tornado. Izuku looked at the display in surprise before he grinned wildly. Now that's more like it. He grinned. Why are you smiling? Shoto asked. In this hopeless situation, why would you smile? You must be crazy, he added as Izuku's right hand finally fixed itself well enough for him to move it without problem. Izuku twirled his staff and whipped it around like nunchucks. Who says it's hopeless? I mean, look at me, Todoroki. You haven't managed to put a single scratch on me yet. He taunted. So come at me with all you've got. Then don't blame me for what happens next. The boy shot back as he ignored what Endeavor was yelling about his purpose. Get him, Izuku, Tada yelled. You can do it, Midoriya, you can win, Iida added. Deku, you dumbass, you better not lose, ya hear me? Bakugo yelled. I know you can do it, Deku. I believe in you, Ochako called. The sin of greed heard the encouraging words of his friends and felt his motivation and resolve grow. He had to win this, he had a life to make with living. Shoto started letting out all his fire and ice powers all at once while Izuku started sending all the power he stole and 100% of one for all directly into his staff, which sent energy and wind pressure everywhere as the two prepared to launch their final attacks. Let's go, the Fox Sin bellowed as he sent his attack. He launched himself towards Todoroki as he sent a massive block of ice at him while he also started charging up his fire to an unimaginable temperature. I see now, Shoto thought as Izuku got closer and his supercharged staff was about to hit him. Midoriya, thank you, he said as the two attacks collided and caused a massive explosion which sent Izuku flying backwards in the arena to break up into little cubes. But before Izuku could fly out of bounds, he pulled himself back by using Snatch to pull himself towards Todoroki, since his staff was destroyed in the explosion. As the two crashed into each other, Izuku got up but started losing the muscle mass and height he got from Hunter Fest. He also started to feel his body getting heavy. Damn it, not now, he thought as he tried to throw punches at Shoto, but was easily avoided before he lost his footing as his vision started to blur. But before he could hit the ground, Todoroki caught him and let him rest on his chest. It's alright, Midoriya, I've got you, he told the immortal. Just rest, you've done enough, he added as he held the boy to keep him from falling. Thank you for everything, my friend. You've helped me more than you know. Izuku wanted to say or do something, but the fatigue finally caught up with him and caused him to lose consciousness. Shoto continued to slowly set him down as the infirmary bots came to pick him up. Midoriya is co-ed. Todoroki wins, Midnight called as everyone tried to make sense of the massive explosion from earlier. Todoroki walked over to the entrance of the hall and found that his dad was waiting there. "What do you want? I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm kind of busy right now," the heterochromic boy states. "I just wish to inform you that you're ready for the next step in your training," the fire hero replied. "I'm glad you're seeing things my way now." "You're a fool," Shoto stated. "I'm not seeing things your way, I'm just trying to see if it's really my power that's the problem, or you. I don't know, maybe I don't need you to become a hero," he added. "I'll have to think about it," he continued before whispering as he walked away. "But first, I need to see if Midoriya is alright." Before the number 2 hero could say anything, his son walked right past him to the infirmary. He had to make sure that he didn't let Izuku's kindness go unrewarded. Elsewhere, at the Midoriya household, poor Inko was having the worst possible time trying to not get worked up over what she just saw her son do, and it wasn't going so well. "Honey, why do you always give your mother heart attacks?" she wailed as she used another tissue to wipe her nose, which was then thrown into one of the many piles around her. Poor Inko, it was not easy being an immortal's mother. Chapter 13. Crescendo, Kachan's Melancholy, Recovery Girl's Infirmary. Izuku laid in a hospital bed in the infirmary and was currently twitching in pain, his arms in casts and his leg was luckily completely healed. "The bones in your right arm are shattered. Your regeneration should heal them back to normal, but the bone fragments will have to be removed so that they won't obstruct your healing any further," Recovery Girl told him. "It'll most likely leave scars on your right hand, but nothing too serious. Or you could just amputate them," the Fox Sin said painfully and tiredly. "They'll grow back even stronger and undamaged if you just cut them off. It'll save time and energy." That caused the medical hero to pause and look at him. "Are you sure you can handle that? You've already been through a lot in that fight of yours," she questioned. "Trust me, I've been through much worse than this," he told her. All Might let out a sigh, expecting this from him. Right before Iida, Ochako, Tada and Sue all burst into the room. "Izuku!" Ochako exclaimed in worry before noticing Toshinori standing there. "Oh, nice to meet you, sir," she told him. "Hey," All Might said nervously. "Oh hey Mr. Yagi, when'd you get here?" King asked, right as Todoroki entered the room. "Is Midoriya awake yet?" he asked, trying not to sound rude. "Yeah, I am," the immortal replied. The two-toned boy walked up to the immortal's bedside and then placed something down on the nightstand next to him. It was a cloth-wrapped bundle of dango, takoyaki, taiyaki, and a package of mochi, as well as a can of Izuku's favorite sour melon soda. "You like this stuff, right? I wasn't sure what you liked so I got whatever I could," Shoto said awkwardly, getting a couple AWWS from Ochako and Sue. "Yeah, I do like this stuff, especially the soda," Izuku chuckled. "But that's not the only reason you're here, is it?" he asked. "I wanted to tell you thank you. You opened my eyes to something I had forgotten about myself," the boy said. "I have a lot to think about, I just wanted you to know how grateful I am," he continued in a grateful tone. "You're welcome," the Sin of Greed told him. With that Shoto left. "Izuku, that match was horrifying," Tada told him. "What pro's gonna want a sidekick who not only hurts himself all the time but gets off on pain?" he questioned. "You're just rubbing salt on his wounds, King-kun," Suyu said as she smacked him with her tongue. "Hey, I'm just speaking the truth," the Grizzly Sin protested. "All of you get out. I'll be amputating his arms so he can grow some new ones. I doubt you'd want to be around for that," the medical expert of UA told them. "What?" they all yelled. "But he's really tired, aren't you afraid his regeneration won't work right?" Tada questioned. "Yeah, plus amputation is a big deal," Ochako added. "Are you sure his wounds will be healed?" Iida said in concern as Recovery Girl pushed them out. "I've taken worse than amputation." "Alive," the Fox Sin called after them. "Ribbit," the Frog Girl croaked worriedly before the door closed. Izuku sighed as he looked over at the snacks Todoroki left him and then at All Might. "I'm sorry, I couldn't do what you asked," he told the man before sighing. "It's just, seeing Todoroki act so closed off, it really made me frustrated. I was so focused on trying to help him, and trying to win the festival for Ochako, that I lost sight of the big picture." "You also saw a bit of yourself in young Todoroki in a way, didn't you?" the Symbol of Peace asked. "Yeah. Our circumstances were different, but both of us were in a dark place. I couldn't just sit on the side and watch him suffer like that," the green-haired boy replied after a moment. "Well, realizing where you went wrong won't change anything, but I just want you to realize, meddling where you don't really have to. That's the essence of being a hero," the blonde told him, which made Izuku feel a little better. "Okay, time for the amputation. You might want to leave, Toshinori," Recovery Girl told the lanky man as she got her tools ready. "Right." The man nodded as he left, leaving the woman to get to work. Elsewhere, back in the stadium, Kaminari was about to go up against Iida in the next match. "Sorry in advance, Iida, but you're toast," the black-streaked boy said as he started charging up his electricity. Recipru burst. The speedster yelled as he blasted past Kaminari and started pushing him towards the other side of the stadium. "Big mistake, Iida," Kaminari said as he grabbed Iida's arm. "Indiscriminate shock. 1.5 million volts," he yelled as he started tasing the bespectacled boy. "Oh, that's gotta hurt. See, this is why you don't try to push people with electric quirks." "This happens," Present Mike said with a wince as Iida screamed in pain. 10 seconds before my engines stall, need to keep pushing, the boy thought as he shoved Kaminari with all his might out of bounds just as the boy's brain short-circuited. Kaminari is out of bounds. Iida is the winner, Midnight announced as the audience cheered. Later, next was Tokiyami and Mina, and the match was just as one-sided as the first round with Momo. The bird boy's shadow familiar dashing Mina so quick and hard that he was able to send her skidding out of bounds with one well-placed slam on her midsection. Ishido is out of bounds. Fumikage advances. The 18-plus heroine announced. Tokiyami bowed respectfully, he had done well. Elsewhere, in the infirmary, Recovery Girl used her quirk to help Izuku's regeneration as best she could. "There. That should do it," she said. "I still can't understand why your regeneration was so slow this time. Usually it's instantaneous." "It's probably because I overused Snatch, plus usually when something is obstructing the healing process it tends to take longer." Izuku shrugged, pointing at his neck scar. "When Kachan gave me this, there had been some wolfsbane juice on the knife he used at the time, so it kinda slowed my healing," he added, before looking at his right hand, which now had scars on it, but luckily wasn't busted. "And I'm going to assume that the bone fragments obstructing your healing caused those scars on your hand?" the medic guessed. "That's a safe assumption." Izuku nodded. "Then I think it's even more imperative that you figure out a way to use one for all that isn't so destructive," the woman told him, "or else it could mean disaster for you." "Yeah, you're right." Izuku sighed before he got up. "Thanks again for the help, regardless," he told her, getting a smile in return. "My pleasure. Now get out. You've got friends waiting for you, Izzy," she replied, making a shoe motion. "Don't call me that," the immortal barked in annoyance as he left. As he and Toshinori left the infirmary, the boy let out a sigh. "Hey, All Might?" he asked his mentor. "Yes," the man responded. "Be honest with me. If you'd never met me, you probably would have made your successor someone here, right?" he asked, getting a moment of silence from the man. "I'll take that as a yes." Izuku then let out a deep sigh. "I put every fucking ounce of power I had into this festival and I still didn't make it through. With that being the case, wouldn't that mean that?" he started to say as he trailed off. "You think someone else should have been my successor, yes?" the number one hero asked. "Yeah," the boy nodded. "I mean, I can definitely see Ochako, Kachan or even King being a better choice than me," he added. "You speak the truth. Ua is full of talent, One for All is capable of boosting quirks. So, if I gave it to young Todoroki for example, he'd be an unbeatable hero," the skeletal man explained. Then, Izuku started to say before he was stopped. "But I think you're forgetting why I chose you," Toshinori said. "I saw a bit of myself in you, young Midoriya. In fact, if you didn't originally have a quirk I would have mistaken you for a younger me." The man chuckled. This caused his pupil to become confused. "What do you mean by that?" Izuku asked. "I was quirkless as a kid," he elaborated. This revelation caused the Sin of Greed's jaw to drop. "No way, you, quirkless?" the immortal asked. "Then your master, Mrs. Shimura, she chose you despite that?" he asked further. "That she did. She believed in me, and nurtured me into the hero I'm known as today," All Might nodded. "She sounds like an amazing woman." Izuku smiled before he suddenly hugged All Might tightly. "Thank you for believing in me, sensei," he said softly, a small pair of tears running down his face. All Might couldn't stop himself from returning the gesture. "Not a problem, kid," he replied with a smile. Later, as Izuku walked out of the hall he reached the balcony and saw that Kirishima had Bakugo on the ropes. The boy smirked at this as he unwrapped the package of snacks Todoroki got him and started eating the takoyaki. "So Kachan's on the defensive, huh? Hey, karma's a bitch, ain't it?" he chuckled, popping an octopus-filled pastry into his mouth. Though this situation was quick to turn sound as the Pomeranian bomber pelted the red-headed boy with a barrage of explosions. "Spoke too soon." Izuku sighed, facepalming. "Here we go, the finishing move," Bakugo yelled. "Now die," he added as he blasted Kirishima to Kingdom Come with a massive explosion. "And with that, Kirishima is knocked out," the sound hero exclaimed with a grin. "Midoriya, good to see you're feeling better," Iida said as he walked up to the boy. Izuku turned around, his mouth still full of takoyaki. "Oi Ida," he said, his mouth full before swallowing. "Hey Ida. So, you're moving on too, huh?" "Yes. I think my brother would be proud," the speedster nodded. "Have you heard anything from him?" the immortal asked as he opened his soda and took a drink. "No, he seemed to be busy," Ida told him. A moment of quiet passed between the two, broken here or there by Izuku taking a bite of one of his taiyaki pastries or sipping his drink, before Ida spoke again. "Midoriya, may I ask you something personal?" he asked his friend. "What's up?" the other teen asked. "I know the general idea of your history with the ururakas, but there's something I've been wondering," the speedster said. "Why is it that you cherish Ochako so dearly? At first I thought you were both extremely close and have a deep connection, but it just seems like there's more to it." That caused Izuku to go silent for a moment. As he was quiet, he weighed his response to Ida's question. When he had it, he replied to it. "Well, you know how I said in combat training that I made a promise to her when we were kids?" the boy asked. "I do." "Why?" Ida replied. "I fully intend to go through with it," the fox Sin stated. "Simply put, I cherish her because I love her," he elaborated. Ida nodded at that. "I see," he said before it was time for him to go. "See you later." Izuku nodded as he tied up the rest of his snacks and went to go sit with the others. "Deku, hey, are you okay?" Ochako asked as he sat down next to her. "Yep. The procedure was a success." Izuku nodded as he held up his new arms. "Oh good." The girl sighed in relief before he held out a matcha-flavored mochi ball. "Here," he offered. The brunette blushed but took it and ate the treat as the matches continued. Elsewhere, in an alley in Hosu City outside of Tokyo, a very badly injured Ingenium laid on the ground as a man wearing a red scarf stood over him. "Fame, money, glory. You fake heroes seek these out. All, but him. All might. He is the only one worthy to kill me," he hissed. This was Stain, the hero killer. The villain leapt out of the alley before the police could arrive and then caught a glimpse of the large jumbo screen across the street, showing a playback of Izuku's matches. "And here folks is our first pair of fighters. He's the immortal thief from Class 1A of the hero course. The fox Sin of Greed. Izuku Midoriya," the playback announced, the boy standing with his staff draped around his neck with his usual nonchalant look on his face as he took his jacket off. Stain looked at Izuku's face and narrowed his eyes, already coming to a decision on what his opinion of Izuku was. The Sin of Greed. What an unsightly name. And he expects to become a hero, the killer spat. Then he saw the playbacks show what the boy's quirk was capable of, and more importantly, his sportsmanship. Interesting. Stain hummed. "I'll need to keep an eye on this one." Elsewhere, back at UA, it was about time for the final round. Todoroki was in the waiting room thinking about how he had pushed his mother out of his mind while fighting Izuku, and it made him feel guilty for discarding her like that. "And I think I forgot about my father for a moment there as well," he mused as he looked at his left hand. Images of his mother's breakdown flashing in his mind. Her pouring the boiling water on his face, her remorseful expression, the way she tried to help him by freezing the wound while apologizing over and over again. "Mom, what am I doing?" he thought. Right at that moment, Bakugo kicked down the door. "Hey, what are you doing here?" "This is my oh crap. This is waiting room number 2? The blonde barked suddenly. "Why are you here?" the two-toned boy asked. "I came here to wait for the match, and speaking of," Bakugo said before he slammed his hand on the table in front of Todoroki and caused an explosion. "You better bring everything you've got to this fight icy hot, or else," he yelled. Midoriya said the same thing. The scarred teen said, "You were childhood friends with him, right? Was he always like that? So helpful?" He continued. "The fool was too focused on breaking down my walls instead of the match. It's honestly strange." At his words, Bakugo's expression turned melancholic. "What's he got to do with any of this?" he questioned. "Yeah, he's always been that way, and he probably saw a shit ton of similarities between you two because of the stuff you went through," he added. Todoroki realized that Bakugo had eavesdropped on him and Izuku when he told the immoral about his past, but chose to just let it go since nothing could be done now. As Shoto looked at him, Katsuki leaned down to be face to face. "But none of that matters. Forget everything you're feeling now and focus on using your full strength against me. Because if you make a fool out of me by holding back," his face then turned deathly serious, "I'll kill you," he hissed before he left. Later, it was time for the match between Bakugo and Todoroki, and the two-toned boy started off with a great start by creating a huge ice wall, which Bakugo burrowed through using his quirk. "Whoa, he tunneled through the ice like some sort of mole man," Zero exclaimed in amazement. "That's insane," Kaminari exclaimed. "You got some pretty powerful attacks, but you're a bad aim," the blonde yelled as he blasted at Todoroki and dodged mid-air with an explosion. "Try harder," he yelled before he grabbed the left side of Shoto's face and flipped him over almost out of bounds. Looks like Kachan learned a thing or two, but what's holding Todoroki back now? Izuku wondered. Todoroki quickly created an ice slide to avoid going out of bounds, but Bakugo quickly went after him. Damn it! I said use your full power, he yelled as Shoto dodged his attack and grabbed him with his left hand. Shoto could have flared his fire at that moment, but he didn't. Use your left side, Shoto, Endeavor yelled right before Shoto threw Bakugo to the side. Realizing that his opponent was still hung up on something, Bakugo decided to remind him of the consequences of making a fool of him. I told you that if you made a fool of me, I'd kill you. What do you think I was joking? The boy yelled. If you're not going to go all out, then why are you even here, you bastard? His words had the desired effect of causing Shoto to remember the times where his mother smiled. These memories caused his flames to come out. That's it, right there. Bakugo grinned before he blasted himself into the air and started creating a wind tunnel and quite literally becoming a missile. Come on, Todoroki. You can do it, Izuku called from the stands, a dango stick in his mouth. This soon led to Su, King, Ochako, and the entire class cheering him on. Their encouragement seemed to cause his flames to grow as he looked at Bakugo with a determined look. Show me that you're worthy of the top spot, he said fiercely. Howitzer, impact, he yelled as he crashed towards Todoroki. Shoto was about to fire at Bakugo, but a flashback of his mother caused him to flinch and send the stream of flames flying past Bakugo's left ear, right before the Pomeranian caused a massive explosion that blew up half the arena. How am I supposed to comment when I can't see anything? What's going on down there? Present Mike asked as he looked around. Todoroki had used his fire, but he had missed Bakugo by a few centimeters. Aizawa noted, had he managed to hit Bakugo, I'd say his attack would have missed. Bakugo looked up and saw that he had knocked Todoroki out of bounds and heard Aizawa's words. Why did the ice and fire user miss his mark? It didn't make any sense. I guess I'll have to ask when I can, he thought. However, this anticlimactic ending infuriated him. Stomping up to Todoroki, the blonde grabbed him by the collar and started shaking him. Damn it, icy hot. Wake up. What the hell was that weak attack, huh? Why'd you miss? Answer me, goddammit. He started yelling and shaking the unconscious boy. Before he could continue, a pink mist flowed over him and knocked him out. It was midnight. Using her quirk, she was able to knock him out. Everyone else sweat dropped at that. Did he ever know when to chill? Later, the award ceremony was going on now, and unfortunately Iida wasn't able to attend due to him hearing that his brother was hurt. Everyone hoped that everything was okay. Young Tokiyami, congratulations, All Might said as he presented a bronze medal to the boy. You fought well, just remember to learn from this. You can't use your quirk in every battle you fight. Of course, the bird-headed teen replied with a bow. Tokiyami and Iida share the third place spot, but Iida left due to family reasons. Gotta appreciate those familial bonds. Midnight commented with a wink. Must you really? Fumikage questioned with a minor blush. Next was Shoto. Young Todoroki. Congratulations. I assume there must have been a reason that you were so unwilling to use your left side, the hero asked as he presented Shoto with his silver medal. There is, but I'd rather not say, he replied. But Midoriya did give me a lot to think about. I can see why you like him so much. The blonde man nodded before he then turned to Bakugo, who was chained to the podium to make sure that he didn't try to slap anyone around like a bunch of beanbags. Okay, this is a bit much, All Might commented with a sweat drop. All Might, Bakugo growled with a truly scary glare. I am so pissed right now. What kind of anticlimactic shit was that last round? Seriously, it was barely a match. I know you must feel upset. But look at the bright side, you managed to make good on your pledge. That means you're a man of your word. The symbol of peace told him. This managed to get Bakugo to calm down slightly, but he was still rather angry as All Might put the medal on him. Izuku sighed as he watched his friend Death glare the camera. Why was it he always had to look like a villain all the time? Later, the students all headed home after the festival and were given 2 days off to recuperate. Right at that present moment, Shoto was entering the mental hospital that his mother was in. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door and then stepped inside. Hello, Mom, he said nervously, causing a very beautiful white-haired woman to turn around to face him. This was his mother, Rei Todoroki. Shoto, the woman gasped in surprise. This is it, my first step to getting back on track, Shoto thought as he walked towards her. Meanwhile at the Midoriya household, Izuku was having a quiet meal with his mother. 7. Can you believe it? That's how many times I passed out after the cavalry battle. Though I'm pretty sure the last 2 were due to dehydration, Inko said as Izuku ate across from her. Sounds like you were more heroic than I was, Izuku said as he picked at his food with a fork. Don't mock your mother, the woman said flatly. And honestly, I know your body can take it, but do you have to do things so recklessly? Honestly, I thought I was going to have a heart attack when I saw you rip off your own arms. Twice, she ranted. If I can exploit it, you can expect me to. Izuku shrugged before he got up and walked to his mother's side of the table and pulled her into a hug. But I'm sorry for making you worry, he told her softly. Thanks, sweetie. She smiled as she returned his hug. I better get going. I planned on dropping by Kachan's house before I go surprise Ochako and King at their apartment. The boy said as he quickly grabbed his phone and wallet. Make sure you say hi to Mitsuki for me, the green-haired woman told her son. Will do. Later, Mom, he said as he ran out the door. Later, at the Bakugo household, Katsuki was in the middle of brushing his teeth to Kingdom Come when Izuku arrived. Yo, Kachan. Ya here, man. The boy called from the front door of the boy's house as Mitsuki Bakugo, a gorgeous Pomeranian blonde woman whose quirk, glycerin made her skin look shiny and youthful even though she was well into her 30s. She was also who Bakugo got his personality from. Hey there, Izu, how are ya? The woman asked, Izuku noticing that she had a small but noticeable baby bump developing. Hey Auntie Mitsuki, what's up with your stomach? The boy asked. Let's just say that Katsuki is gonna be an older sibling after a while. The woman replied with a grin. This caused the fox Sen to widen his eyes. You have got to be kidding. Really? He said in surprise as Bakugo came downstairs. Hey Kachan, why didn't you tell me you were gonna be having a baby sibling soon? 'Cause I wanted to let Mom have the privilege of letting people know. The bomber boy shrugged. So you staying? He asked. Nah, I gotta get moving. I just wanted to say hi before I went to go see Ochako and King. The boy told his friend. Oh, Auntie Mitsuki. My mom says hi. He added, getting a smile from said woman in return. Tell her I said thanks. Mitsuki grinned. Elsewhere, Ochako was walking home to her and Tada's apartment with some groceries while her brother was carrying a few bags of vegetable plant seeds. I'm telling you, Ochako, if we keep up my gardens we'll be able to cut our grocery needs in half. Especially since I can make them grow better with my quirk. The boy told her as he laid on his floating pillow. And I'm telling you that we can't rely on that alone. We need to put in variety, the gravity girl told her brother. This coming from the girl who survives on packs of mochi, endures the heat, or just doesn't eat or just sleeps when she's hungry. The Fairy King asked with a knowing glance as Ochako tried to open the door and noticed it was unlocked. We locked the door when we left, right? Ochako asked warily before Izuku appeared. Hey guys. What's up? He said behind them cheerfully, causing the two to jump out of fear. Where did you come from? Tada yelped loudly as he tried to calm his racing heart. I was just stopping by to see if you guys would want to have something to eat with me. The green-haired boy said, holding up a bag. I got your favorites. Mochi donuts and fresh melon bread. He added with a smile. This caused his two friends to drool in delight. Marry me, Ochako said in a trance. Izuku snickered as he rubbed her on the head affectionately. Maybe later, he told her as Tada opened the door. Hello? The two twins called, causing two figures to start rushing out of the darkness towards them, scaring the bejesus out of the two. Ochako, Tada. The figures yelled as they started crawling their way. Ochako screamed in fear with her eyes bugging out of her head while Tada straight up fainted. Izuku meanwhile was laughing his ass off as the two figures were revealed to be the twins' parents. Ochako's mom smiled as she started slowly pushing her daughter's eyes back into place. Mom, Dad, what are you guys doing here? The girl asked as King slowly managed to wake up. We came to throw you two a party, the woman smiled. We were so proud of how you did that we decided we should celebrate, her dad added as King got back on his pillow. See, can we even afford that right now? The pink-cheeked girl asked in concern. It'll be fine, Ochako. Stop worrying about it, Izuku said before he turned to their parents. Hey Mr. and Mrs. Ururaka, it's been a while, hasn't it? Oh, look at you, Izuku. You look so handsome, Mrs. Ururaka gushed as she hugged him. You really have grown, haven't you, sport? The man in the room noted. Yeah, you could say that. Izuku nodded as they all went into the apartment to start the party. It was spent mostly catching up and Tada tending to his flourishing balcony-side garden while Ochako was enjoying the mochi donuts Izuku got her. So you've been carrying that guilt all these years? The twins' father asked as his children were on the balcony tending to the plants. Yep. And I hadn't known that Ochako was brought back in all that time either, so I thought she was still dead, the boy replied. Oh you poor dear, the Ururaka matriarch said in concern. Well, I just want you to know that we never blamed you for what happened. After all, at least you tried to save Ochako. She told him, getting a nod from her husband. Thank you guys. The boy sighed in relief, looking at his childhood friend and her brother through the window longingly before he noticed a picture next to the table. Looking at it, He saw that it was of all the kids that went to the summer camp when they were kids, and amongst them was someone who was close to King who he didn't expect. It was Sue. No way. He thought before he saw another face in a newspaper clipping that was next to the picture. It was of a boy who he thought he'd never see again. Blonde hair, angular eyes and very fancy clothes. Is that Helbram? But he disappeared years ago after King and Ochako moved away. Why? He thought before shaking his head. He could worry about all that later. For now though. So, the Fox Sin said to the two parents. Did you guys know that Principal Nezu is looking for construction workers to repair the USJ into a barrier? He asked as he smirked at the two.